When we take a closer look at the Celtic-speaking peoples of history, something surprising appears. They were not all one physical type. Among them we find short and dark individuals, tall and fair Highlanders and Welshmen, broad-headed Bretons, and many different Irish types. Even men with clear Norse names and a Scandinavian look sometimes spoke Gaelic fluently. Physically, they were diverse, but culturally and psychologically, they often shared a recognizable temperament. This suggests something powerful. Even if there was no single Celtic race in a strict biological sense, there was a strong cultural force that shaped everyone who came into contact with it. Over time, that influence blended different communities into a common identity. You can sometimes see traces of it in places where no Celtic language survives today. It can even surface unexpectedly in someone who thinks of himself as entirely Anglo-Saxon, revealing a forgotten Celtic layer in the past. Now, let's break down the two major ideas scholars have proposed about Celtic origins. The first theory connects the Celts to what anthropologists once called the Alpine type of Central Europe, generally shorter, broad-headed people who were already present in the Neolithic period. This physical type appears among certain Slavic populations in parts of Germany and Scandinavia, and in regions of France historically associated with the ancient Celtae. Archaeological finds from prehistoric graves in Belgium and France seem to support this. Some scholars even argued that this group formed part of a wider Eurasiatic population and may have been linked to early Indo-European language spread. According to this view, these people either brought Celtic speech into Europe or adopted and passed it on. Later, waves of newcomers, including groups known to the Romans as the Belgi, may have taken over territory, adopted Celtic language themselves, and further reshaped the population. Another version of this argument suggests that the darker, broad-headed people described in parts of ancient Gaul were not originally Celtic at all, but were conquered by taller, fairer invaders who imposed their language on them. Over time, the two groups mixed. Before that, these same populations had already blended with even older inhabitants of Gaul, long-headed Mediterranean or Iberian peoples. In regions like Aquitaine, these older groups may have remained more distinct for longer. But here is where the debate becomes even more complicated. Ancient Roman writers such as Julius Caesar described the Gauls, who called themselves Celtae, as tall and fair. They even note that the Gauls looked down on the shorter Romans. Other classical authors also describe the Celts and Belgae as similar in appearance, tall, strong, and light-featured. None of them describe the Celts as short and dark. If short, dark populations were observed, they were usually labelled Iberian, not Celtic. It is important to remember that ancient observers were not measuring skulls or classifying people the way later anthropologists did. They described what they saw in broad, visual terms. Over time, however, the physical appearance of populations in France and surrounding regions shifted. This may be explained by simple demographics. If a smaller number of tall, fair Celtic warriors conquered and ruled over larger local populations, intermarriage would gradually produce a blended society. The traits of the more numerous group would naturally become dominant. Even by Caesar's time, the darker and broader-headed population may already have outnumbered the original Celtic elite. But Roman writers, encountering the most striking examples, the tall, fair warriors, may have generalized from them. The second major theory moves in a different direction. It sees the Gauls and the Belgae as part of a large, tall, fair Celtic people who once stretched across an enormous area, from Ireland all the way to Asia Minor, from northern Germany to northern Italy. In this view, The Celts were not a small alpine group, but a dominant force across much of Europe before the rise of Germanic tribes pushed them westward. Some Belgic tribes even claimed German ancestry. But the ancient term German was not always used precisely. It may not have meant what we understand today as strictly Germanic. Because the Celts were described as fair-haired, some historians once assumed they were closely related to the Germanic tribes. But fairness is relative. To darker Mediterranean Romans, even brown hair could appear fair. And although Celts and Germans lived side by side for centuries, their religious systems, social institutions, and priesthoods were clearly different. Their languages, while both Indo-European, diverged significantly. In fact, Celtic appears linguistically closer to Italic than to Germanic, suggesting a long shared development between early Italic and Celtic groups before they split apart. When we compare historical character descriptions, the difference becomes clearer. The typical Germanic warrior and the typical Celtic warrior were portrayed with different temperaments and social structures. Even within the British Isles, contrasts can be drawn between eastern regions, with stronger Germanic heritage and Western Highland areas shaped by Celtic culture. Finally, the question of skull types, long-headed, broad-headed, or somewhere in between, does not give us clear answers. The archaeological evidence is too limited to support firm conclusions. Some Iron Age skulls in Britain are long-headed, others in continental regions are broader. Mixing between populations likely blurred the distinctions long ago. What we are left with is not a simple racial story, but a complex web of migration, conquest, cultural transmission, and intermarriage. The round barrows often linked to early Celtic groups. Most of them are broad-headed. Some of the strongest examples resemble even older Neolithic skulls found in places like Grenelle, Celeno, and Borreby, although the Bronze Age individuals were generally shorter in height. This has led different researchers to very different conclusions. Some argued that later arrivals, such as the Belgi, reinforced or mixed with these earlier broad-headed communities. Others believed these round barrow people were themselves closely connected to continental groups, sometimes labelled as Cymry. Still others linked them to what was once called the Alpine population of Central Europe. But here's the real question. Can a few hundred skulls truly explain the identity of entire peoples, who lived and changed over thousands of years? Even if there was once a more distinct Celtic physical type in very ancient times, by the period we actually know from history, the Celts were already a mixed population. They had blended with earlier European inhabitants, long-headed Mediterranean groups, broad-headed Neolithic communities, and others. Some individuals we would call Gauls or Belgae appear long-skulled, others broad-skulled. Hair colour and height also varied. Ancient writers probably described the most visible and dominant classes, likely taller and fairer elites, and assumed that represented everyone. They rarely described the ordinary population in detail. Irish tradition itself speaks of two different stocks living side by side. One tall, fair, and blue-eyed. The other shorter, darker, and dark-eyed. Diversity was already part of the story. And when we step even further back to the supposed Indo-European homeland on the Eurasian steppe, things become even less certain. The idea of a single original Aryan type is far too simple. The people who carried early Indo-European speech westward may already have differed in physical appearance, so by the time Celtic-speaking groups began expanding across Europe, they were probably not racially uniform at all. What united them was not skull shape, but language, religion, and shared social structures. Before their great migrations across Central and Western Europe, these early Celtic groups may already have been mixed. even if their warrior elites retained a more consistent appearance. As they moved into Gaul, Iberia, and eventually Britain, they intermarried with local populations. In Gaul, they encountered descendants of very ancient Paleolithic groups, Iberians, Ligurians, and other long-established communities. By the time the first Celtic-speaking settlers reached Britain, the Goidels, they were already a blended people. Later arrivals, such as the Brythonic groups, were probably even more mixed, possibly influenced by contact with Germanic tribes. That is why, among Celtic-speaking populations and their descendants, we see enormous physical variation. Broad-headed Bretons, tall red-haired Highlanders, chestnut-haired Welshmen, Irish communities with Norse ancestry, darker Highlanders, and many more combinations. Yet across this diversity, observers often noticed something recognisably Celtic in expression and temperament. This shared cultural face, a kind of common identity, seems to have survived regardless of physical variation. It was powerful enough to shape different populations who adopted Celtic speech and ways of life. Historical observers described Celtic-speaking peoples as expressive, talkative, imaginative, emotional, loyal to family, deeply attached to homeland, romantic in outlook, strongly religious, sometimes even sliding into superstition, and relatively strict in certain moral standards. Whether these descriptions are stereotypes or not, they show that what stood out to outsiders was cultural character, not skull measurements. Language offers clearer clues than bones. Early Celtic speech lost the initial P sound, found in older Indo-European words. For example, the word that became Latin pater appeared in early Celtic without the P sound, giving forms like Irish ather. Similarly, Latin pistis became Irish iasg. Even super became something like for in Irish. This sound change happened before certain Celtic groups moved into Britain, likely before 1000 BCE, and while Celts were still interacting with Germanic peoples because Germanic languages borrowed Celtic words that already showed this shift. Later, another major sound change divided Celtic speech into two branches. The Goidelic branch, including Irish, Scottish Gaelic, and Manx, preserved an older Q or K sound. The other branch, often called Brythonic, changed that sound into phi. For example, the word for horse appears as ek in Old Irish, but became epos in Gaulish. Tribal names and place names reflect this difference. This linguistic split is one of the clearest markers separating Celtic-speaking groups. The Picts of northern Britain add another layer of complexity. Were they pre-Indo-European people influenced by Celts? Were they Goidelic speakers with Brythonic features? Or were they a Brythonic group pushed northward by later migrations? Their language seems to have leaned more toward the Brythonic pattern, but the evidence is fragmentary. What is certain is that Goidelic-speaking groups were present in Gaul and Spain before reaching Britain and Ireland. Archaeology and Irish tradition both support this. Some scholars have argued that the Goidels did not originally settle Britain from the continent at all. According to this view, they first established themselves in Ireland, and only later crossed back into Britain around the 2nd century. Others went even further, suggesting that most of England, apart from places like Wales and Cornwall, shows no clear Goidelic presence at all, pointing instead to Brythonic place names. But there's a practical problem with that idea. If at least some Goidels clearly reached Ireland from the continent, then geographically Britain would have been an easier first stop. It sits directly between mainland Europe and Ireland. It makes sense that migrating groups would have passed through or settled there before moving westward. Over time, major place names might have been reshaped into Brythonic forms, especially under later political dominance. But smaller, less important locations could easily have preserved older Goidelic forms, and those minor names may hold the real clues. There's also an intriguing linguistic hint. The ancient name Cassiterides, used in reference to Britain and associated with tin trade, belongs to the so-called Q group of Celtic speech. That detail suggests that early Celtic speakers who preserved the older QU sound may have been present in Britain as early as the 9th century BCE. If that is true, then Britain may initially have been called something like Curitani or Curitani. Later, incoming groups who shifted the Q sound into P could have transformed that into Prytani, a name that survives in Welsh tradition and echoes in the Greek term for the British Isles. Interestingly, when Pictish groups reached Ireland, Irish Goidels referred to them with a name that connects back to this same root. So who exactly were the Picts? The name Picti, used by the Romans, may come from a word meaning the engraved ones, or the tattooed. Body marking, through tattooing, painting or scarification, was definitely practiced in ancient Britain. But this doesn't necessarily indicate a separate racial group. Tattooing was also practiced by other Celtic-speaking peoples, and British tribes famously dyed themselves with woad. These practices were likely decorative, symbolic, or intended to project fierceness in battle, not markers of ethnic difference. By the late Roman period, the Picts had become known as fierce northern enemies. Roman writers grouped northern tribes under names like Caledonii and other Picts. Many of the tribal names recorded in northern Britain show clear Brythonic linguistic patterns. Place names and personal names associated with Pictish areas also resemble Brythonic forms. That has led many scholars to suggest that the Picts likely spoke a Brythonic dialect, rather than a completely separate language. The fact that St. Columba reportedly required an interpreter when preaching among them could reflect dialect differences, rather than a completely different language family. Later still, Irish Goidelic-speaking groups, the Scotti, expanded into Pictish territory. But by that time, the Picts themselves were almost certainly already mixed with earlier populations and possibly with earlier Goidelic settlers in Britain. Some unusual customs attributed to them, like inheritance patterns through the female line, may not have been uniquely non-Celtic. In fact, similar practices appear elsewhere in Celtic tradition. Even Roman writers mention that certain British tribes shared wives, a reminder that ancient social structures were far more fluid than later historians once assumed. One Roman description of the Caledonii, often linked to the Picts, portrays them as large-limbed and red-haired, hardly matching the stereotype of a short, dark, pre-Celtic population. All of this makes the Pictish question deeply complex. The evidence is fragmentary, and the mystery remains open. What we can say with confidence is that they practiced pre-battle sacrifice and had Druids, both unmistakably Celtic features. Now let's zoom out to the bigger picture. Where did the Celts first emerge? The earliest identifiable Celtic cultural zone seems to have been in the region between the Upper Rhine, the Elbe, and the Danube. Somewhere in this broad Central European corridor, during the later prehistoric period, Celtic speech began developing as a distinct branch of Indo-European. Greek writers may have referred to these northern peoples in semi-legendary terms, perhaps even connecting them with the mysterious Hyperboreans. By the 4th and 3rd centuries BCE, however, they were clearly known as Celts or Galatae. The Romans typically called them Galli, a name eventually associated specifically with Gaul. From this relatively compact homeland, successive waves of Celtic expansion transformed much of Europe. Before 300 BCE, Celtic-speaking peoples occupied the British Isles, large parts of Iberia, Gaul, northern Italy, Belgium, the Low Countries, much of Germany and Austria, and even parts of the Balkans. When pressure from Germanic tribes intensified, some Celtic groups moved into Asia Minor, where they became known as the Galatians. Archaeology supports this vast spread. Celtic-style artifacts appear across these regions. But perhaps even more striking is the evidence of place names. The Celtic word dunon, meaning fort or stronghold, appears from Ireland all the way into Eastern Europe. The term magos, meaning field or plain, shows up across Britain, France, Switzerland, Italy, and beyond. Even mountain and river names carry shared roots. The Pennines in Britain share their name with the Apennines in Italy. Rivers associated with divine identity, names derived from roots meaning God, appear both in Britain and on the continent. But did all these Celtic regions form a single political empire under one ruler? Not in the modern sense. There was no centralized state stretching from Ireland to the Balkans. However, ancient sources preserve a legend of a powerful ruler named Ambecatus, said to have governed a vast Celtic realm and to have sent relatives to found new settlements in Italy and deep forests of Central Europe. Whether literal or mythic, this story suggests at least the idea of hegemony, one dominant tribe or leader exerting influence over others. In Gaul, certain tribes like the Arverni claimed supremacy over neighbouring peoples. In Belgium, the Suessiones held a leadership position among surrounding tribes. In Ireland, the institution of the High King symbolised a hierarchy among regional rulers. In Galatia, tribal unity was maintained through councils and regular assemblies. So while there was no permanent empire, there were moments and regions of coordinated power. Religious unity likely played a major role. If the Druids already functioned as a trans-tribal priestly class, they would have reinforced shared identity across regions. Myths of past greatness, like the story of Ambecatus, may have helped maintain a sense of collective destiny. Roman authorities certainly recognized the power of that unity. They worked deliberately to weaken intertribal cohesion and suppress the Druids, seeing them as a threat. But geography and migration worked against long-term centralization. The Celts expanded rapidly and scattered widely. Their cohesion weakened as Germanic tribes revolted and Rome advanced. In the end, Roman conquest completed what internal fragmentation had begun. Let's turn now to what Roman observers tell us about Celtic religion. When Julius Caesar described the gods of Gaul, he translated them into Roman terms. He wrote that the Gauls worshipped Mercury above all, seeing him as the inventor of the arts, the protector of travellers, and a powerful force in trade and business. After him came Apollo, Mars, Jupiter, and Minerva. Apollo healed disease, Minerva taught skills and crafts, Jupiter ruled the sky, and Mars governed war. Caesar also claimed that the Gauls believed they were descended from a god he called Dispater. But we have to pause here. These were not Roman gods in the strict sense. Caesar was using Roman names to describe Celtic deities. Just as Greek writers identified Egyptian or Persian gods with Zeus or Athena, Romans did the same with Celtic gods. The match was rarely exact. Usually, the identification was based on one shared function. A Celtic healing god might be labelled Apollo. A thunder god might become Jupiter. A war god might be called Mars. The translation made Celtic religion easier for Roman audiences to understand. In Gaul, however, this was more than a literary shortcut. It was also political. Roman authorities encouraged the blending of cults. By associating Celtic gods with Roman ones, they weakened the independent authority of the Druids and helped integrate Gaul into Roman religious life. The Gauls themselves adapted quickly. thousands of inscriptions show gods with double identities. A Roman name paired with a Celtic one. You might see something like Jupiter Taranis or Apollo Granus. Sometimes the Roman name appears with a local Celtic epithet. Other times, the Celtic name stands alone. Art also played a role in this transformation. Many Celtic gods began to be represented in Greco-Roman artistic style. A native deity might appear dressed like a Roman god, but holding a distinctly Celtic symbol. Occasionally, however, we still see fully native forms, such as the horned god Cernunnos, who does not neatly fit into a Roman mould. Over time, this blending reshaped Celtic paganism, even before Christianity arrived in Gaul. Roman gods were worshipped not only by Roman settlers, but also by the Gauls themselves. In addition, Eastern cults popular in the Roman world left traces in Gaul as well. It's important to understand how diverse the Celtic religious landscape was. There were likely many local gods, gods of roads, trade, crafts, healing springs, forests, tribal territories, and more. Each might carry a different name in different regions. When the Romans identified them with Mercury, Mars, or Minerva, they were often grouping many distinct local deities under one familiar label. Inscriptions show just how numerous these local gods were. Many appear only once in surviving records, suggesting that devotion was often intensely local. Take the case of the god identified with Mercury. Archaeological evidence shows that this figure was extremely popular in Gaul. Temples dedicated to him existed in several regions, especially among the Allobroges. Bronze statuettes of this Mercury have been found in large numbers. A massive statue was even erected in a major sanctuary used by the Arverni. But this Mercury was not necessarily the supreme god in every context. In times of war, native war deities would have taken center stage. The name Mercury likely covered a range of local gods with different aspects. Some names appear to be tied to specific places. Others reflect particular functions. One title, Artaios, has been linked either to a word for god, to bear, or possibly to cultivated land, suggesting a connection with agriculture. An inscription to Mercurius Cultor supports the idea that agricultural deities were sometimes absorbed into this Mercury figure. Another example is a god called Moccus, whose name relates to swine. The pig had deep symbolic meaning in Celtic Europe. In many traditions, swine were linked to fertility and vegetation. In some agricultural rituals, pork was buried in fields or mixed with seed to promote growth. Over time, what may have once been a sacred animal symbol became personified as a fertility god. That god, too, was identified with Mercury, perhaps because the Roman god Hermes, equivalent to Mercury, was associated with prosperity and fertility in livestock. All of this shows us something crucial. Celtic religion was not centered on a small, rigid pantheon. It was fluid, local, and adaptable. Major gods may have been widely recognized, but local spirits and tribal deities played a central role in everyday life. When Rome arrived, instead of erasing this system, it layered Roman terminology and imagery over it. The result was a hybrid religious world, Celtic in origin, Roman in expression. Let's continue exploring the Celtic religious world, and this time we're diving deeper into the gods connected to everyday life, war, the sky, and even the underworld. As trade expanded in Gaul, religion adapted to reflect it. Commerce was central to settled Celtic communities, and that meant roads, borders, and marketplaces became sacred spaces. We even find inscriptions dedicated to a god described as the inventor of roads and paths. Other local road deities were identified with the Roman Mercury. These were protectors of travellers and merchants. divine guardians of movement and exchange. One fascinating figure is Ogmios. A striking image survives. A powerful older god who draws people toward him with chains attached to his tongue. The message is clear, he rules through speech. Classical writers compared him to Heracles, but his deeper connection is to the Celtic Ogma. He is not a muscle-bound hero, he is a god of eloquence. Among early societies, speech was power. The ability to persuade, inspire, or command through words was sacred. In that sense, Ogmios resembles Mercury not as a trader, but as a bringer of culture and communication. Mercury in Gaul was not one single figure. Many local gods, tied to farming, trade, crafts, and travel, were absorbed into this Roman label. Some were worshipped on hilltops, reflecting a long-standing Celtic connection between divine power and high places. One title of this god links directly to the Celtic word for hill or mound. In Ireland too, ancient gods were associated with sacred mounds. Healing was another powerful divine domain. Several Celtic gods were identified with Apollo, especially in his role as healer and bringer of light. These two aspects often overlapped. For example, Granos was a god connected to thermal springs across Britain and the continent. His name relates to ideas of burning and shining, and even connects to the Irish word for sun. In parts of France, echoes of his worship survived in folk rituals, where burning sheaves of corn were called out in his name. That blend of fire, sun, and healing reveals how closely fertility and health were linked. Another spring god, Borvo or Bormanus, took his name from words meaning boiling. The bubbling waters themselves were sacred. People left votive tablets asking these gods for healing. For Celtic communities, hot springs were not just natural wonders. They were places where divine power touched the earth. Then, there is Belanos, the Shining One. His cult stretched across a wide region, especially in northern Italy. He appears to have been a sun god, and like other solar deities, he was associated with light, warmth, fertility, and health. His name appears in place names and personal names, showing how widespread his worship was. Plants were even named after him, believed to carry healing power. In Celtic belief, sunlight and fertility naturally flowed into ideas of vitality and well-being. Other gods connected to youth and strength also appear. Mapanos, whose name suggests the youthful one, was identified with Apollo and appears in both Britain and Gaul. Another figure, Mogons or Magunos, carries a name tied to growth or increase. He may have been another form of a sun god or possibly a sky god. Either way, he represented strength and rising power. War, of course, had its own divine guardians. Around 60 names of war gods survive in inscriptions. Most were equated with Mars. These were often tribal protectors, fierce embodiments of the community's fighting spirit. Some names translate roughly as Battle King, King of the World, or Mighty in Slaughter. These were not abstract gods. They were imagined as leading their people into combat. One particularly important figure is Totems, whose name connects directly to the word for tribe. He was likely a tribal war god, a divine embodiment of the people in their warlike form. Ancient writers mention him alongside other major Celtic gods, like Tyrannus and Essus. Whether these were truly universal pan-Celtic gods is debated, but they clearly held major significance. Even unexpected domains could become divine. One Gaulish god connected to malt and brewing was identified with Mars. The Celts were known for their strong drink, both imported wine and their own malt-based beverages. Words for these drinks survive in Irish and continental sources. Intoxication, especially the ecstatic frenzy it produced, could be seen as sacred. This god personified the raw substance that produced that divine state. Why Mars? Perhaps because frenzy, battle, and intoxication were symbolically linked. Turning upward to the sky, Caesar said, "The Celtic Jupiter ruled the heavens. Several deities were equated with him. One carried a wheel, almost certainly a solar symbol. Another was Taranis, a thunder god whose name connects directly to Celtic words for thunder. On altars dedicated to Jupiter, we often see both a wheel and a thunderbolt, carved side by side. The wheel symbol appears widely across Celtic lands, and was even worn as an amulet. At midsummer festivals, blazing wheels were rolled downhill, symbolising the sun's power. Thunder, lightning, and the sun were closely connected in ancient imagination. Lightning was often seen as a spark from the sun. The figure of Taranis is especially interesting. Some ancient commentators linked him to Jupiter, others to a darker underworld god. But inscriptions suggest he was primarily a thunder god. It's important not to confuse him automatically with another major figure, the hammer-bearing god often called Suchellos. The hammer god is one of the most distinctive Celtic divine types. He appears as a bearded man in Celtic dress, carrying a long-handled hammer and often a cup. His image blends Celtic identity with artistic influence from Mediterranean underworld gods, like Pluto or Serapis. The hammer itself is an ancient symbol. Long before metal weapons, stone axes and hammers represented force and power. Across many cultures, the axe or hammer became a sacred emblem of supernatural strength. For the Celts, the hammer likely symbolized creative power rather than simple destruction. This god was associated with the underworld, fertility, and possibly ancestry. In some depictions, he carries a grain measure or vessel, linking him to agricultural abundance. He was not merely a god of death, but a god of life emerging from the earth. A chthonic figure who ruled beneath yet nourished above. Another powerful image is Cernunnos, the horned god. On a famous altar from Paris, he appears seated, with antlers from which hang torques, the sacred neck rings of Celtic nobility. Other sculptures show similar horned figures, holding bags of grain, feeding animals, or surrounded by serpents and wild creatures. In one image, grain spills from his bag while a stag and an ox feed beside him. In another, he offers abundance to a serpent. These images suggest fertility, wealth, the natural world, and cycles of life. The horned imagery connects him to wild animals and the forest, but the grain and cornucopia connect him equally to agriculture and prosperity. He is not simply a nature god in the modern sense, he is a symbol of life force itself. What emerges from all of this is a religious world that is layered, local, and dynamic. The Romans may have labelled Celtic gods as Mercury, Apollo, Mars, or Jupiter, but beneath those names were dozens, perhaps hundreds, of local divine personalities. Some ruled trade, some healing springs, some war, some the sun, some the underworld, and some the fertile earth. In some images, Cernunnos appears as a squatting god with antlers, a torque around his neck, and sometimes even a strange ram-headed serpent nearby. In other cases, a horned god stands inside a three-figure scene, as if we're seeing one moment from a larger sacred story. Sometimes, there's a three-headed god too, and it's not always obvious whether that's the same being as the horned one, or a different god altogether. The symbols overlap so much that it's hard to say what is one god with many faces, and what is several gods sharing the same visual language. Horns, torques, serpents, and even triple heads may have been used for more than one deity, even if they most often point back to Cernunnos. People have argued about why he's shown squatting. Some tried to link the pose to foreign influences. But there's also a simple, very Celtic explanation. Ancient Gauls often sat in a squatting posture rather than using chairs. So if this god was imagined as a tribal ancestor or underworld lord, artists may have portrayed him in the familiar way a Gaul would sit. The horns themselves likely signalled power. Chiefs were said to wear horned helmets, but they may also preserve an older layer of belief. The idea that this god used to be an animal divinity before becoming human-shaped in art. That would explain why animals keep appearing around him. In many religions, once a god becomes more human, the original animal form doesn't vanish. It stays as an attendant, a symbol, or a sacred companion. The ram-headed serpent is the strangest piece of the puzzle. Serpents are classic, below-the-ground creatures in ancient symbolism, tied to the earth, the dead, and hidden power. That suggests we're not just looking at a forest god. We're looking at a figure connected to fertility and the underworld at the same time, because for early societies those ideas belong together. Life rises from the earth, and the dead return to it. The bag or purse that appears in some scenes pushes the meaning even further. Yes, it can echo Mercury and wealth, but it also fits an underworld ruler like Pluto, the one who owns the riches beneath the ground, grain, metals, and prosperity. The torque adds another layer. Warriors offered torques to the gods, and a torque could symbolize strength and honor transferred from human victory into divine power. The triple head imagery may sound odd, but it doesn't have to be foreign. The Celts had a strong head cult. They treated the human head as a vessel of power, protection, and presence. Stories speak of severed heads that still speak, or sacred heads that defend a land. In that worldview, multiplying a divine head into 3 could be the ultimate protective symbol, watching in every direction like a supernatural guardian. So what are these monuments showing us? Probably not a neat family tree of gods, but a set of sacred scenes. The horned or 3-headed figure looks like the central character, while the other gods, male, female, or mixed, may represent companions from lost myths. And when we look at the repeated symbols of grain, cornucopia, bags of abundance, and animals feeding, the message feels consistent. This is a god of plenty. From there, the next step is almost unavoidable. A god of abundance in ancient thought is usually also a god of the earth, and the earth is also the underworld. That means Cernunnos may have functioned as a local version of the god Caesar, called Dispata, a deep earth lord tied to fertility, wealth, and ancestry. Interestingly, Cernunnos images are not most common in the same areas where the hammer god type dominates. That supports the idea that the Celts may have imagined the under-earth ancestor in different ways depending on region. In one place, the hammer-bearing underworld benefactor. In another, the horned, squatting giver of abundance. Some carvings complicate things further. There's a scene where a god attacks a serpent with a club. If the serpent is an older underworld symbol, the attack could reflect a local myth, where the underworld lord becomes separate from the serpent tradition, turning the serpent from companion into enemy. In other areas, like with Cernunnos, the serpent remains close, still part of his power. The key point is this: the Celtic underworld was not automatically imagined as a dark hell. It was the place life comes from and returns to, a hidden realm that feeds the world. If people believed humans emerged from beneath the earth long ago, then the ruler of that realm could easily become the ancestor of the living. Now, the story gets even more layered when we look at other figures sometimes pulled into the same orbit. A god shown with a cup and a heavy tool has been linked to a figure called Isus, and also to Roman Silvanus. But these Roman labels can be misleading. Sometimes artists matched gods just because of superficial similarities, like a wolfskin garment, while still keeping the native symbols such as the cup and hammer. And because this Celtic under-earth god was also tied to fertility, forests, and growth, he could be blended with a woodland deity in Roman eyes. In a few cases, inscriptions even hint that a native name may have existed behind the Roman one, suggesting a local god of wealth or possession, where wealth meant cattle and herds. Exactly the kind of riches believed to come from the otherworld in Celtic myth. And then there's Isis himself, shown as a divine woodcutter striking at a tree. Nearby appears a bull with 3 birds. It's clearly a snapshot from a sacred storyline we no longer fully understand. But the pattern is familiar across many ancient religions. A god once represented by an animal or a tree becomes separated from that form, and the old ritual killing of the representative turns into myth. The god is said to destroy the bull, or cut the sacred tree. In this kind of belief system, the destruction is not random violence. It's a fertility act, a dramatic reset meant to keep life flowing. Even with all these names, the big warning still stands. We should not assume there was one universal Celtic trinity worshipped everywhere. The evidence points more strongly to powerful regional gods that could be famous in certain zones, but not necessarily dominant across the entire Celtic world. Finally, Celtic religion wasn't only about big gods. It was also deeply tied to place. Mountains were sacred, and some mountain gods were identified with Jupiter. Groups of unnamed gods guarded territories. Towns had protective spirits. Rivers and springs were divine personalities, not just landscapes. Founding a settlement meant placing it under a sacred protector, and people fought not only for land, but for the god who lived with the land. And when we shift to the goddesses, the picture becomes even richer. Celtic goddesses appear both as individuals and as groups, and the grouped mother figures were especially widespread. Many likely began as ancient earth mothers, then expanded into guardians of fertility, craft, healing, and even war. Some were linked to Minerva and resemble the Irish Bridget, culture goddesses tied to fire, skill, and civilization. Others were war goddesses, invoked with terrifying ritual intensity. Others ruled hunting and forests, riding wild animals, leading invisible hosts through the night in later folklore. And many, perhaps most, were water spirits, goddesses of rivers, springs, and healing wells whose names still echo in the geography of Europe. Across the Celtic world, inscriptions repeatedly call on a group known in Roman-style wording as the Dei Matres, the mother goddesses. Their worship spread so widely that even Germanic peoples adopted it. In art, they almost always appear as 3 women, calmly holding symbols of life. Fruit, flowers, a cornucopia, or sometimes a baby. The meaning is hard to miss. These are guardians of fertility, abundance, and the continuity of the family line. Behind this trio, there is probably an older and deeper belief. The idea of one great mother, the earth itself, imagined as a living being who feeds everything that grows. In some places, that older mother may have survived under different names and images, such as a goddess whose statue was carried through fields to wake up fertility, or other female divinities linked with grain and seasonal renewal. But over time, many religions show the same shift. The great Earth Mother slowly steps back, and an earth or under-earth male figure rises into prominence, a lord of fertility and the dead, like the Celtic underworld ancestor god. In that process, the mother doesn't vanish. She becomes a partner figure, appearing beside him with a cornucopia or a basket of fruit, still broadcasting the same message. growth, nourishment, plenty. So why are the mothers shown as 3? No single answer is certain, but there are several strong clues. The Celts treated 3 as a powerful number, and many early societies divided the year into 3 big phases, not 4 modern seasons, but a simpler rhythm: spring, summer, and winter. A fertility goddess tied to the turning year could easily become a triple presence. We also find the 3 goddess pattern in many other cultures: groups of fates, guardians, and supernatural women who shape life, birth, and destiny. That matters, because the mothers were sometimes associated with destiny figures in Roman thought, protectors who oversee the course of human life. What makes the mothers especially important is that they didn't remain locked into one role. At the core, they are fertility and prosperity goddesses, the kind that would have risen in an early farming world where women were central to cultivation, household survival, and the transmission of craft. But as societies grew, their job description expanded. In inscriptions, the mothers appear as protectors of homes, families, towns, tribes, and even whole peoples. Some are household mothers, watching over the home like sacred guardians. Others are named after regions or tribes, meaning they protected a specific community. Others are tied to groves and sacred woodland. You also see them connected directly to fields, where they keep crops healthy and bring plenty. And they are often invoked to protect women, especially during childbirth, which is exactly what you would expect from mother goddesses. In other words, mothers became almost a universal title. It could apply to many different female divinities because so many local goddesses were ultimately understood as descendants of the ancient Earth Mother idea. And here's the part that makes this feel alive even today. Folk memory kept them going long after official worship faded. In later stories across Europe, travellers meet 3 good ladies or white ladies in forests and lonely places. In fairy tales, 3 mysterious women appear at a child's birth to bless or shape its future, almost like a shadow of the old mothers. Sometimes the image flips and they become frightening hags, but the structure remains. 3 supernatural women tied to destiny, fertility, and the boundary between worlds. You can also see echoes of the mothers in later legendary figures and local spirits. Helpful beings who bring household prosperity, spirits of rocks and rivers, or women of the other world who control abundance and fruitfulness. In Britain, the cult of the mothers existed clearly in the Roman period, and Welsh tradition even preserved a name for fairies that literally means the mothers. That's the kind of linguistic fossil that suggests an old religious layer survived inside later folklore. In an even more striking twist, some old mother images were absorbed into Christian life. In certain places, ancient statues of mother figures holding a child were later treated as sacred images of Mary, especially when the wood had darkened with age, creating the tradition of black virgins. Many churches built on miraculous discovery stories may actually stand on older sacred ground where a pagan mother figure once received offerings. In at least one case, an altar once dedicated to the mothers became associated with the Virgin as the Good Mother. That is how deeply the old symbols of fertility and protection could embed themselves into the next religious world. Alongside the mothers, inscriptions also mentioned similar groups under different names. Matronae, Sulevii, household protectors, guardian women of crossroads. Some of these are likely just regional labels for the same basic idea. Female, protective powers tied to place, family, and life cycles. Crossroads goddesses, for example, fit perfectly into an old world where boundaries were spiritually charged, where travel, trade, and fate all seemed to meet at the same points. And when you step back, the bigger picture becomes clear. Celtic religion, especially in Gaul, wasn't a tidy set of 5 gods like Caesar listed. It was an enormous landscape of local powers, hundreds of named deities, many known only in one valley or one town, others spreading far. Some Roman gods arrived and were adopted as new sacred figures. Some native gods were renamed under Roman labels. Others kept their old names completely. What looks like one pantheon from a distance is really a mosaic. At the heart of that mosaic you can still see the oldest layers: farming rituals, sacred fertility, the priority of goddesses, spirits of rivers and woods, animal-shaped divine forces. Then you see the later layers: gods of healing springs, of trade and roads, of war, of the hunt, of culture and skill, and of the underworld. In times of conflict, war gods rose in importance. In times of stability and growing commerce, gods of travel, craft, and prosperity gained ground. Meanwhile, rural communities often kept older practices alive far longer than cities did. Now, let's step into Ireland's great myth world. A world built like 3 massive story universes that sometimes overlap, sometimes clash, and sometimes quietly share the same gods. Irish tradition preserves 3 major story streams. One revolves around the Tuatha de Danann, the shining, otherworld beings who feel most like gods. The second follows Chulainn, the explosive hero of Ulster. The third belongs to Fionn and the Fiana, the roaming warrior band that later became the heartbeat of popular legend. These 3 worlds are different in mood and focus, but they aren't sealed off. The divine figures from the Tuatha de Danann often step into the later hero stories, helping, guiding, or testing the human champions in the same way the gods intervene in Greek or Indian epics. What's interesting is how unevenly these stories survived in different places. In Wales, echoes of the old divine world remained. In the Scottish Highlands, stories of Chulainn and Fionn stayed alive in oral tradition. But the Tuatha de Danann faded more than they once had. By the 16th century, church leaders were already complaining that Highlanders were still obsessed with wild stories about these old beings, a sign that Christian culture was pushing against a myth world that refused to die. And that brings us to a major shift. Christianity didn't simply erase the old gods. It relabeled them. Sometimes they were described as demons or goblins, just as earlier religions in other parts of the world had described older local gods as dark spirits. But at the same time, Christian scribes did something even more powerful. They turned myth into history. They transformed divine beings into ancient kings and made supernatural conflicts sound like tribal wars. This wasn't an entirely artificial trick. Many cultures already had myths claiming that rulers descended from gods. Gauls said they came from an underworld father. The Inca emperors claimed divine ancestry. Japanese imperial tradition did the same. So when Christian chroniclers tried to reshape Irish myth into a royal timeline, they were building on a universal habit, turning sacred origin stories into family trees. That's why Ireland ends up with multiple first settlement tales, dramatic, strange, and often contradictory. One story says Ireland was first reached by Banba and companions, but they died quickly. Another says fishermen discovered the island, left to bring back their wives, and were swallowed by a flood. The most famous version introduces Cessair, a granddaughter of Noah, arriving with a small group of men and 50 women, only for the flood to wipe almost everyone out. In that tale, a single survivor, Fionn, lives for centuries so the story can be remembered. Then comes another wave, the people of Partholon. They grow in number, build up the land, and then a plague destroys them. Again, one survivor is invented, Chulainn, who undergoes strange transformations and later tells the story to a Christian saint. These one survivor characters aren't random, they function like narrative devices. They exist to answer one awkward question. If everyone died, who told the story? Even later, writers noticed the problem. Some suggested supernatural informants revealed the ancient past, or that the history was somehow carved into stone. These are all attempts to patch myth into chronicle. Then, the tone shifts darker. Enter the Fomorians, a shadowy force described as monstrous, distorted, and hostile. Some tales portray them with bizarre bodies. One-legged, one-armed, footless leaders, unnatural warriors. In later, history-style writing, they are explained as cursed descendants of biblical figures, but that is almost certainly a Christian overlay. Underneath, they look like something older, Aboriginal powers, or personified forces of chaos, winter, blight, and danger. In one major storyline, the Fomorians impose a brutal seasonal tribute. The payment is demanded on the eve of Samhain, the turning point into winter, and it includes not only food and livestock, but even children. That detail is horrifying in later moral terms, but in myth logic it points to a deeper theme. At the beginning of winter, the dark powers are rising, and something must be surrendered. It reads like a distorted memory of sacrifice, or of the fear that winter takes what summer gives. From the chaos of these early arrivals, another group appears, the Firbolg, men of bags, linked in later stories to slavery and humiliation abroad, then escape and return. They are often treated dismissively in the narrative, and they become enemies in hero tales. That contempt may be a signal that they represent the older pre-Celtic population of Ireland, turned into a legendary previous people, while the Fomorians become their associated divine powers. Then the myth world opens and the bright figures arrive, the Tuatha de Danann. In some versions, they descend from the sky, a clear sign of their divine status. In other versions, they come from the north, wrapped in a magical mist. Either way, their arrival is timed to Beltane, the start of summer. That timing matters. Beltane marks growth, warmth, fertility, and the return of light. Their conflict with darker forces is not just tribal warfare, it looks like nature symbolism turned into battle narrative. They fight on the plain of Magtuiad, and whether the tradition remembers one battle or two, the structure stays similar. The Tuatha de Danann struggle against Firbolg and Fomorians, win at terrible cost, and reshape the cosmic order. One of the most dramatic moments is the wounding of their leader, Nuada, who loses a hand. In this myth logic, a king cannot rule if physically blemished, so Nuada is replaced. And the crown goes to Bress, a figure with mixed lineage, part Tuatha de Danann, part Fomorian. That marriage connection is important. Even though these groups are enemies, they intermarry, just as rival tribes sometimes do in human politics. Myth is inconsistent on the details, but the pattern is clear. Conflict and union exist together. That's often a sign that these aren't human tribes at all, but symbolic families of powers. Bress grows fast, like many supernatural children in myth. He is also described as greedy and oppressive. Under his rule, the Tuatha de Danann, strangely, fall into a kind of tribute payment relationship with the Fomorians. On the surface, that seems impossible. Why would the bright gods ever be subject? But myth across the world does this all the time. Gods of life and light are often captured, sent down, or forced under for a season, like Persephone, Osiris, Adonis, and others. The story is hinting at a cycle. Power rises, power falls, and then returns. Eventually, Bress is publicly shamed through satire. a weapon with real magical force in Irish tradition. And from that moment, the story says decay clings to him. Nuada, restored, demands the throne back. Brez runs to raise the Fomorians, and the final clash becomes unavoidable. The battle erupts again at Samhain, the doorway into winter, matching the idea that the struggle between bright order and dark pressure peaks at the seasonal turning. In the fighting, great names collide. Ogma is wounded, Nuada is killed by Baela, and then Baela is struck down by Lugh, the shining champion who often represents mastery, skill, and victorious force. With Baela's fall, the Fomorians break and flee back to their own realm. After the battles of Mag Tuired, the Tuatha de Danann remain the dominant power in Ireland until a new wave arrives, the Milesians, named after a legendary ancestor, Mael, son of Bile. First comes a scout, Eith, sent to look over the island. He is killed, and that murder becomes the spark. The Milesians don't come to negotiate politely. They arrive in force. Even when the Druids raise a thick magical mist to block them, the invaders still reach shore. They confront the three rulers connected to Ith's death and demand an immediate outcome: battle or surrender. But instead of rushing into war, the dispute is handed to the Milesian poet, Emergen, whose voice carries the authority of law, ritual, and destiny. His decision is strange and symbolic. The Milesians must reboard their ships and pull back 9 waves from the coast. If they can land again after that, Ireland is theirs. It's a challenge that isn't just military, it's spiritual. The Tuatha de Danann answer with a supernatural storm. Ships break, men drown, the sea becomes a weapon. And then, Emergen fights back with words, reciting verses that feel less like ordinary poetry and more like fragments of an older ritual chant. The kind of spoken power meant to calm chaos and force the world back into order. The danger passes. The Milesians land. The Tuatha de Danann are defeated. But the ending isn't a clean "they're gone." In the older imagination, divine beings don't simply die. They change location. They change visibility. So the Tuatha de Danann retreat into the hollow hills, the hidden places of the land, and transform into what later generations call the Dawine Sea, the fairy people. The Milesians, often equated with the Goidels or early Scots, become the ancestors of the Irish in the story's historical framing. If the whole conquest narrative feels repetitive at times, that's because it is. The same motifs keep reappearing. Mist, storms, floods, lone survivors, destroyed settlers, returns from abroad, tribute demands, final battles. These are not random coincidences. They are what happens when multiple versions of older myths, half-remembered rituals, and local traditions get stitched together into one long national timeline. The chroniclers who shaped these stories were trying to create a continuous historical flow, even when the raw material was mythic and contradictory. In their hands, the gods are slowly drained of open divinity and rewritten as kings, tribes, and conquerors, but the supernatural never fully disappears. It keeps leaking through the cracks. That's also why the Fomorians get reinterpreted so many different ways. Later, history-style readings describe them as sea demons, or pirates, and people try to explain their name by linking it to the word for sea. Others pictured them as beings from under the sea, or even from below in a subterranean sense. Some connected them with memories of Norse raiders, sea-born enemies whose brutality could easily fuse with older images of monstrous outsiders. But there's a stronger underlying possibility. The Fomorians were originally local pre-Celtic gods, tied to the land and its harsh powers, who became demonized after conquest. That fits the stories in a revealing way. Take King Bress, for example. When he tries to save himself after defeat, what does he offer? Not gold or territory, but promises tied to agriculture. Cattle always giving milk, harvests coming regularly, and the lucky days for ploughing, sowing, and reaping. That kind of knowledge belongs to a land power, not a random villain. It suggests the Fomorians were once understood as guardians of fertility, who could also become destroyers when offended. In farming societies, the same force that grows crops can also ruin them. The myth keeps that double edge. The Fomorians blight corn, milk, and fruit, yet people still bargain with them, paying fair tribute so they will not devastate the land. The tribute demanded at Samhain makes sense in that light. Winter is when communities fear loss, scarcity, and decay, and the myth gives those fears a face. This also helps explain why the Fomorians are said to exist in Ireland before many of the human settlers even arrive. In myth logic, that means they belong to the oldest layer of the island, the gods of the earlier people, later treated with contempt as slaves or defeated tribes in the story's humanized version. Another possibility is that they were the local gods of one group opposed to another because Celtic religion was often territorial and tribal. But either way, the conflict reads like a clash between competing sacred powers rooted in different communities and landscapes. The war between Fomorians and Tuatha de Danann also fits a wider pattern seen in many nature-based myth systems. Bright forces struggle against hostile forces. The sun fights storm and cloud. Vegetation dies and returns. Summer yields to winter and then rises again. Myths compress that repeating seasonal rhythm into a single epic war. Gods are wounded, slain, and yet return, because they represent cycles that never truly end. Ritual likely mirrored this struggle, because people believed their ceremonies could strengthen the good powers and weaken the hostile ones. That's why the intermarriage between enemy groups isn't as strange as it first appears. Myth mirrors human life. Rival peoples raid, capture spouses, make alliances, break them, and intermix over generations. The gods are imagined like tribes, hostile yet entangled. Later chroniclers amplify the contradictions, but the basic logic is deeply human. Within the Fomorian lineup, different figures embody different kinds of threat. Bela is the most famous, the giant with the deadly eye, a symbol of destructive gaze and cursed power. His eye becomes lethal through contact with poisonous magic, and when it opens, it kills. That image matches a fear deeply rooted across Celtic communities. The fear of the evil eye. Bela is like a walking catastrophe, and the myth's solution is telling. Lugh, a beneficent divine champion, destroys Bela by striking the eye directly. Protective power defeats destructive power. Charm defeats curse. Light overcomes blight. Other Fomorians are less purely monstrous and more complex. Elartha, whose name suggests knowledge, looks like an older culture figure rather than a simple villain. Genealogies even mix Fomorians and Tuatha de Danann so thoroughly that the border between enemy race and divine family becomes blurry, another sign that these were divine powers before they were treated as human tribes. Meanwhile, the Tuatha de Danann remain unmistakably more than human, even after the chroniclers flattened them into rulers and warriors. They come from distant mystical learning, and they arrive carrying 4 signature treasures: a stone that recognizes rightful kingship, a spear that cannot be defeated, a sword that cannot be resisted, and a cauldron that never runs dry. These are not political objects. They are symbols of divine legitimacy, victory, and endless abundance. Even Christian-era storytelling accidentally admits their immortality. There's a moment where St. Patrick questions why a woman of the Tuatha de Danann, looks young while a mortal hero looks old? The answer is blunt. She belongs to the unfading kind. He belongs to the perishable kind. That one exchange punches through the "they were just ancient kings" disguise and reminds you what the Tuatha de Danann really are in the older worldview. After Ireland becomes Christian, people don't imagine the old gods vanishing. They imagine them withdrawing, still alive in hidden hills, still dwelling in far islands, still watching, sometimes helping, sometimes harming. Over time, the religious victory of Christianity gets retold as a racial conquest. Milesians defeat the Tuatha de Danann. But beneath that story is a quieter truth. The new faith replaced the old gods, not a new people physically erasing an old people. The gods became the Cedar, the fairy folk, still powerful, still beautiful, still mysterious, still linked to the land. And that's why the myth world of the Tuatha de Danann feels different from the later hero cycles. The Chulainn and Fionn stories are magical, yes, but they are grounded in conflict, flesh, time, and mortality. The Tuatha de Danann stories glow differently. They feel like a window into a brighter, stranger layer of reality, where divine food never runs out, beauty does not fade, death is not final, and the real battle is not just for territory, but for the hidden life of the world itself. For a long time, people explained the name Tuatha de Danann in a very clever, but probably wrong, way. They said it meant something like the wise science men who were gods, because they linked the ending to an Irish word for knowledge. But the older and more convincing meaning is simpler. It points to a people who belong to a goddess, not to a school of learning. In other words, it's best understood as the tribes of the goddess Danu. That also matches other old labels that describe them as the people, or the men of a goddess. Even though Danu is sometimes described as having only 3 famous sons, Brian, Uchar, and Ucharbar, the wider group still takes its identity from her. And that is why you sometimes see them nicknamed the Men of the 3 Gods. If you look across the Irish Sea into Welsh tradition, you find close cousins, Don and her children reflecting the same kind of divine family idea in a different Celtic setting. What's fascinating is how their identity shifts depending on who is telling the story. In some traditions, they look like kings and warriors, almost human rulers written into a timeline. In other traditions, especially the big heroic stories, they become openly supernatural, sometimes protectors, sometimes dangerous troublemakers, sometimes even treated like demons. Over time, one explanation became especially popular: the belief that they were tied to the hills and mounds, the ancient burial places scattered across the landscape. Some mounds even carried their names, and many different legendary figures were also connected to these places. Enemies, like the Fomorians, heroic leaders, and famous dead who were said to rest inside. One set of stories says that after they were defeated, these mounds were divided among them like territories, though different versions disagree on who did the dividing and when. In some tellings, they are immortal and continue living under the hills. In others, later writers pull them down to earth, giving them death dates and reign lengths like ordinary monarchs. That swing between divine immortals and human rulers comes from a process where old gods are gradually recast as historical figures, even while the older, stranger aura never fully disappears. So why do the mounds matter so much? One reason is that once a people starts treating certain beings as fairy-like, the next step is to place them in the most haunted, symbol-heavy locations imaginable. The ancient tumuli, the threshold between the living world and the world beneath. Another reason is that older beliefs about spirits of place, underground dwellers, and sacred hills may have existed before these stories, took their later form, and the traditions eventually blended together. That's why you sometimes see the Tuatha de Danann spoken of as if they arrive at underground dwellings and meet other beings already there. Over time, the labels fuse. The people of the mound becomes a flexible category that can include gods, heroes, ancient kings, and strange women who appear from nowhere, fall in love with mortals, or vanish back into the earth. And it's not just folklore. Christian writers even preserve echoes of this older worldview. In some stories, holy men are mistaken for men of the mound, basically treating them as if they belonged to that hidden divine world. The mounds themselves are imagined not as grim graves, but as marvellous underground halls, rich, bright, and full of wonders. Basically, a local doorway into the same idea as the far-off Paradise Islands you see in other myths. At the centre of all this stands Danu, the mother figure whose name gives the group its identity. She's often compared to great Mother of the Gods, figures in other religions, because she functions less like a single character in one story, and more like a deep foundation layer of belief. Irish tradition also circles around another powerful name, Anu, linked with abundance and the nurturing of divine beings, and the two are sometimes treated as related or even overlapping. When you track what these names are doing, a pattern emerges. They point toward an Earth Mother idea, fertility, plenty, the ground that feeds everything, and the underground that receives the dead. In many religions, Earth and Under-Earth are basically two sides of the same sacred space. And that helps explain why gifts of civilization, craft, healing, inspiration, are so often said to come from beneath, from the hidden world of the gods. That same merging also explains why later legends can turn a once-giving power into a feared presence. When a new belief system takes over, yesterday's protectors can become tomorrow's, threatening others, still powerful, still present, but pushed into exile under the hills. From that divine world come figures who feel less like ordinary characters and more like forces with faces. Bridget is one of the brightest examples, a goddess of inspiration and skill, tied to poetry, healing, and craft, and also tied to fire and fertility. Her popularity is so strong that she survives into Christian Ireland as Saint Brigid, with practices that look very much like a transformed older cult, especially the famous sacred fire tradition. Alongside these culture powers stand craft gods, like Goibniu the smith, surrounded by the old fear and respect that many cultures give to metalworkers, and healing figures like Diancecht, whose stories revolve around miraculous restoration, bitter jealousy, and a healing well that can pull warriors back from the edge of death. And when the mood shifts to war, the mythology turns to terrifying female powers, often in threes, like Morrigan and her sister figures, who appear like battle omens, crows over the slain, voices that announce victory and doom. Their prominence isn't random. It mirrors a world where women could be imagined as warriors, and where older fertility powers could evolve into fearsome guardians of life and death on the battlefield. Some traditions hint that Dagda, as a power of growth and plenty, may have overlapped with an older, darker figure remembered under names like Sen or Crom Cruach, titles that sound like Head of the Mound, the Crooked One, or even the Bloody Head. Later writers claimed that Dagda had another name, and that at Tara there was once a saying urging people to keep an altar fire burning for him. We can't prove those details today, but they match the idea that Ireland once had a major fertility cult focused on a mound shrine, where people believed the land's future depended on what happened at that sacred spot. When the old verses describe Crom, the mood is brutal. He's pictured as a feared god wrapped in mist, and the people are shown pleading for milk and grain, the core of survival, by offering something terrible in return. The stories say the sacrifices happened around Samhain, the seasonal turning point when the harvest was in and the next year's fate felt uncertain. The ritual is described with intense physical reactions. People collapsing, beating themselves, weeping until they are exhausted. Whether those details are exaggerated or not, the theme is clear. This is the kind of worship built on a raw bargain. We give blood. We get fertility. And in the logic of ancient farming religion, that bargain makes sense. Blood poured on an idol, flesh potentially buried in the soil, offerings meant to feed the ground. These are patterns found in many old fertility systems. Even if later storytellers inflated the numbers, the memory still preserves the same message. This was about making the fields live again. A related shadow shows up in the figure, sometimes called Crom Dubh, Black Crom, linked to a summer festival in early August. In later folk stories, Crom is pushed into a new setting. Now, he's part of a tale where the old powers stop helping humans farm once people choose the Christian path. In one version, it's Crom who asks a question about the afterlife. In another, a great otherworld figure pushes him to ask it. Either way, the ending is the same. The helpers withdraw, and the land loses that supernatural support. That kind of story is basically a cultural memory written as drama. The old gods of growth become the fair folk, and they fade when the new faith arrives. And whether the key offering was made at Samhain or at a late summer festival, the purpose points forward. It's about the next crop, not the last one. If Dagda really belongs to this fertility world, a lot of other details suddenly click. His closest divine relationship is with Boand, the river goddess of the Boyne. Water and fertility tied together exactly as you'd expect in an agricultural religion. And the family tree built around him is enormous. Names like Oengus, Bodbediag, Bridget, sometimes Danu, sometimes Ogma, are drawn into his orbit. Later writers even try to give Dagda a clean ending, saying he dies long after the great battles, killed by venom from a hostile figure. But the older tone doesn't really treat him like a normal mortal who simply dies. It treats him like a heavy, overflowing force of nature who can be wounded, mocked, tricked, and still remain enormous. That's why some of the stories about Dagda lean into earthy comedy. He's given a giant meal as a kind of humiliation, eats so much he can barely move, and ends up looking ridiculous. He's also pulled into dangerous romances, most famously with Morrigan, a terrifying goddess tied to battle and fate, with a location remembered as the couple's bed. In other stories, he shows up as a cook for a high king. None of that reads like polished palace mythology. It reads like older folk myth, big, physical, sometimes awkward, because fertility gods often carry that too much life energy, where abundance can look funny, scary, or both. Then the spotlight shifts to Hoengus, the young, beautiful figure who sometimes seems to rise as Dagda's successor. He's called the Young Sun, and in one famous story he effectively takes Dagda's own otherworld mound home through a clever trick, almost like a mythic way of saying, the new cult replaces the old one. That kind of replacement happens all over the ancient world. A newer divine figure becomes dominant, then gets written into the older family as a son, so the transition feels natural. There are also stories where Dagda is forced into humiliation under an enemy ruler. And it's Oengus who shows him how to turn the situation around. Again, reinforcing the idea that Oengus is the rising power. People sometimes label Oengus as an Irish god of love, mostly because later stories surround him with romance motifs. Birds whispering love thoughts, beautiful lovers, dramatic pursuits. But it's safer to see that as a later costume rather than the core identity. The older signals point to something broader, a god of growth and renewal, sometimes absent during the dead season of nature, sometimes returning with spring and abundance. That would also explain why he isn't always front and centre in battle stories. Fertility powers don't always show up like war leaders. Sometimes they appear indirectly, as the reason food returns and the land prospers. A lot of the best-known Angus romances feel like classic fairy tale machinery. The mysterious maiden, the hidden identity, the only on one specific day condition, the transformation motif. In one story he wins a swan maiden bride, but only after mortals help unlock the secret. In another, Etain is transformed, sheltered in a glass flower-filled chamber, then blown away by magic, swallowed and reborn. Some scholars try to force these into sun and dawn symbolism, but the structure is so close to international folktale patterns that it's more honest to treat them as fairy tale frameworks attached to famous divine names. They're still valuable, not because they decode the weather, but because they show how myth evolves. Old gods become characters inside story templates people already love. Oengus also shows up later as a protector figure in hero legends, especially as the guardian of Diomed. And alongside other divine powers, he's described driving away destructive forces that ruin corn, fruit, and milk. Again, a very clear fertility defender role. Meanwhile, another mound king, Mida, moves through the same mythic landscape. Ruler of an underground palace, tied to a paradise-like otherworld, involved in the Etain drama, and connected to cattle and magical treasures stolen from his realm. Echoes of the old idea that civilization's gifts come from the divine land. When you step back, the calendar itself seems to be part of the story. The tradition remembers victories and disasters clustered around seasonal markers, summer strength, winter decline, like a mythic reflection of what farmers feel every year. Growth rises, then it seems to die, then it returns. Later, writers recast that as battlefield history, where gods are slain like warriors. But underneath, you can still sense an older rhythm. That brings us to Nuada, the king who loses a hand and receives a silver replacement, becoming of the silver hand. Some scholars compare this to other Indo-European myths, where divine figures lose limbs and gain magical replacements. But the simplest explanation may be closer to ritual and kingship. In Ireland, a ruler is expected to be physically whole, so a mutilated king needs restoration. Myth provides it. It's also possible the story formed around an image or symbol. If a sacred figure was shown with an artificial hand, a narrative would naturally grow to explain it. Nuada's Welsh parallel, a silver-handed leader who frees his people from plagues, supports the idea that this is a life and growth kingship figure more than a sun god. From there, the camera pans to the sea. Lugh, whose very name means sea, is mostly a background presence remembered through the famous tragedy of his children turned into swans. But his son becomes huge. Manannan Maclure, son of the sea, is everywhere. In story after story, he rides across the waves in a chariot like the ocean is solid ground, vanishes and reappears at will, knows the weather, and rules the boundary between worlds. Waves themselves get poetic names tied to him, his horses, his wife's hair, because when you have a sea god with real cultural weight, even the sea's movements start to feel like his body in motion. And once a sea god is strong enough, he naturally becomes tied to the far-off paradise beyond the horizon. The other world is no longer only under the hills, it's also over the sea, reachable by the right voyage, the right invitation, or the right magic. Manannan keeps showing up in Ireland's biggest hero stories, but he rarely feels like a simple character. He moves more like a force, an otherworld ruler who can step into human lives whenever he wants. In the tales around Chulainn, he's tied to Fand, the otherworld woman who becomes the hero's lover. In the Fionn traditions, he appears as the power behind fairyland training, with Diarmaid learning under his influence, and even kings like Cormac being drawn across the boundary as honoured guests. What matters is the pattern. Manannan isn't just a sea god who rules waves, he's also a gatekeeper of that parallel realm where time bends, food never runs out, and a mortal can return changed forever. Even after Ireland became Christian, the old belief didn't vanish. It simply wore new clothing. One famous legend places Manannan right inside a historical moment. A king is losing a desperate battle, and a mysterious stranger offers to save him if the king's wife will submit to him. She agrees, and the child born from that union is later remembered as King Mongan, so famous that a chronicler bluntly says everyone knew his real father was Manannan. That's how these stories work in a Christian world. The myth doesn't disappear, it adapts. The god becomes a hidden father, a secret explanation for unusual greatness. And at the same time, the legend hints at rebirth themes, because Mongan is also connected to the idea of Fionn returning in another life. Manannan's memory stayed alive not only in stories but in place and practice. On the Isle of Man, people pointed to a grave linked to him. And until relatively late, midsummer customs survived where rushes were set out for him on hilltops, small gestures that feel like the echo of older offerings. And you can watch the same mythic energy slipping into Saint legends. Figures like Barintus, who guides Arthur to blessed islands, or Saint Barry, who is said to cross the sea on horseback, look suspiciously like Christianized reflections of a sea power who rides the waves. The details almost give the game away. Manannan's horse is described with a name that can mean sea foam, and he himself is called a rider of the wild sea. In other words, what sounds like a miracle story may also be an older sea god story, retold with a new label. When storytellers describe Manannan's gear, they give him the full toolkit of wonder. Armour that makes you untouchable, a weapon that terrifies anyone who sees it, a horse and a boat that ignore ordinary physics, pigs that return to life after being killed, a cloak that hides you, a cup that cracks into lie, and a cloth that produces food with a simple motion. These objects aren't uniquely Celtic, similar treasures appear all over world folklore. So it's safer not to force them into cloud equals armour, lightning equals sword type symbolism. The better takeaway is simpler. Manannan gathered an enormous web of stories around him, and what survives is only a fraction. The sheer volume of magic attached to his name is a sign that his mythology used to be much richer than what we can now recover. From Manannan, the story naturally pivots to another giant of the mythic world, Lugh. His family background changes depending on the version, but the strongest tradition makes him the son of Fionn and Ethne, who is the daughter of Baela. Folk versions keep the storyline sharp and cinematic. Baela is a dangerous tyrant on Tory Island, warned that his grandson will kill him. To prevent that, he locks his daughter away. But the prophecy finds a path. A rival slips past the defences, Ethne gives birth, and Baela tries to erase the threat by casting the children into the sea. One survives, Lugh, rescued and raised in secret. When the time comes, Lugh fulfills the prophecy by destroying Baela, famously piercing Baela's single deadly eye with a burning weapon. In some versions, Manannan is the helper who makes the impossible access and escape possible, which fits his role as the master of crossings and hidden routes. Lugh's entrance into the main war narrative is portrayed like a spotlight switching on. In one telling, he arrives from the otherworld as a radiant champion and the enemy collapses before him. In another, the story is more structured and almost like a tryout scene. Lugh appears at Tara offering services. Smith, warrior, poet, healer, craftsman, and each time the gatekeepers say, "We already have one." Then he delivers the key line. He isn't just one thing, he's the one who holds every art at once, the complete package. That's when the leadership changes hands, at least temporarily, because Lugh is framed as something bigger than any single specialist. He doesn't replace craft gods like Goibniu or Diensect. He stands above the entire category, like a supreme patron of skill itself. After that, he leads the host, sings a war chant, and the battle turns on his victory over Baela. This, master of all arts, identity becomes even more interesting when you compare Ireland to the Celtic world beyond it. Across Gaul, a major god was often identified by Roman writers with Mercury, the figure described as the inventor and patron of arts and skills. That profile lines up closely with Lugh. Place names reinforce it too. Towns like Lugudunum carry his name, showing how wide the cult once spread. Some evidence even suggests multiple forms, Lugh not as a single isolated figure, but as a power that could appear in plural shapes, like the Lugovs. That wouldn't be unusual in Celtic religion, where certain divine figures multiply into triads or regional variants, just as Bridget appears in more than one form. When you zoom out, the Tuatha de Danann start to look less like a single neat pantheon and more like a layered system built over time. Ireland preserves them through story, while the continental Celtic world preserves many of its gods through inscriptions, different evidence, same underlying type of religion. The functions match: powers of growth and agriculture, light and plenty, war and protection, crafts and healing. And it's very likely that many big names we know today absorbed smaller local gods, pulling their titles and traits into a single famous profile. That would explain why the same figure can carry multiple names, and why you sometimes meet regional gods of Ulster or Connaught in the sources. The tradition is not tidy because real religion on the ground wasn't tidy. It was local, practical, and constantly blending. One of the most important threads running through all of this is the weight of divine women. Irish tradition repeatedly places goddesses at the centre. They give their names to groups, they drive major plot turns, they choose lovers, they offer gifts, they punish, they protect. Even war is heavily feminized in myth through terrifying battle queens. And this isn't a minor detail. It suggests an older stage of society and belief, where fertility, craft knowledge, and the foundations of culture were imagined as female powers first. Later, as male gods become more prominent, the old structure doesn't vanish, it stays visible underneath. That's why so many heroes are linked to their mothers' names, why women dominate key colonization legends, and why otherworld women so often initiate love rather than passively receiving it. When we try to rebuild the old Welsh gods, we're not working with a clean rulebook. We're working with fragments, names, scenes, strange magical moments, preserved inside later stories. Wales doesn't hand us a neat pantheon list. Instead, it gives us a set of famous tales and poems where the old divine figures have been remodeled into kings, queens, heroes, and sorcerers. The biggest source is the Mabinogion. The surviving manuscripts are late, but the material inside them is older and often carries the scent of a much earlier world. Around it, other Welsh traditions, short triadic lists, praise poems, bardic pieces, keep flickers of myth alive, even when the language is cryptic and the style feels like a puzzle. And then, you have the Arthurian universe. It may hide older gods behind its glitter, but that terrain is risky because romance and invention swallow myth very easily. One big question shapes everything. Are these Welsh figures basically Irish gods in Welsh clothes? Or are they genuinely Brythonic? The most honest answer is that they look like a blend. Some Welsh stories cluster in regions that once had a strong goidalical presence, and that helps explain why a few names and ideas feel familiar if you know Irish tradition. But the match is never complete. Many Welsh characters have no Irish parallels. Many scenes are entirely local, and some shared motifs are the kind of travelling folklore that hops cultures without needing direct borrowing. You can actually watch that stitching happen in the way Welsh gods degrade into story people. They gain human biographies. They age, marry, get tricked, suffer humiliations, and sometimes die with a grave you can point to. They're treated like rulers and nobles, or like the eerie, fair folk, rather than openly worshipped gods. That's the same drift we see in Ireland. Old divinities pushed underground, turned into legendary royalty, then into the supernatural neighbours living just beyond the visible world. A great example is the Lugh family, which unfolds across two major story arcs: the tragedy of Branwen and the survival tale of Manawyddan. In the Branwen story, Wales and Ireland become locked in a catastrophic chain reaction. An insult at court leads to a marriage gone wrong, humiliation turns into war, and a magic cauldron that can restore the dead turns the battlefield into something nightmarish. The war ends only when the cauldron is destroyed at the cost of a hero's life, and when the giant king Bran is mortally wounded. Even after death, Bran still doesn't leave the story. His severed head is carried home, and for years it keeps his companions in a dreamlike state of feasting and joy, until a taboo is broken and the spell collapses. Then the head is buried in London, not as a horror object, but as a protective relic, a spiritual barrier against invasion. Right there, you can feel older myth behind the later storytelling. A head that prevents disaster, time that passes like a dream, a forbidden door that must never be opened. These are classic otherworld signals. And Bran himself is not built like an ordinary king. He's too large for ships. He wades the sea. He's mistaken for a mountain as he approaches. That kind of impossible body often marks a figure who used to be divine. Later, Christian tradition even tries to claim him as a missionary saint, which is a common afterlife for pagan heroes whose names and titles remain too strong to erase. The next part of the Lugh arc follows Manawyddan, a figure who feels quieter than Ireland's thunderous Manannan, but still carries the same silhouette. The wise, otherworld-linked man who solves problems with mind rather than brute magic. In the story, Manawyddan marries Rhiannon and enters a land that suddenly becomes barren by enchantment. He tries trades to survive, becomes a master craftsman, but jealousy drives him out again and again. The turning point comes when he walks into a strange castle, where people vanish, and he finally confronts the magician responsible. The resolution isn't big spell versus big spell. It's strategy, patience, and clever leverage. Another hint that Manawyddan belongs to that older class of divine figures who bring civilization skills into the human world. Behind Lugh himself, you can sense an older sea divinity. The name aligns with the Irish Lugh, and later traditions multiply Lugh into more than one figure, showing how easily myth duplicates itself in different regions. Some sources confuse Lugh with other famous names, which might reflect old overlaps, or might simply be later scribal chaos. But the most grounded reading is still that Lugh sits closest to the sea, a foundational water power whose children become major movers of the mythic world. Branwen, White Bosom, sits at the crossroads of sea and fertility imagery. Some interpret her as a sea goddess, others see her closer to the cauldron motif, which often signals regeneration, abundance, and the raw, old ritual logic of life returning from death. Later, romance recycles her into the love potion world of Tristan and Isolde under a similar sounding name. another example of how mythic residue gets repurposed into medieval storytelling. Then the camera shifts to a different divine cluster, the Children of Dawn, the Welsh counterpart to the Irish Goddess Mother pattern. This group includes figures like Gwydion, Arianrhod, Govanon, Amathon, and the younger hero Lugh. The names don't match Ireland one-to-one, but the functions feel familiar: culture, craft, agriculture, magic, fate. The main showcase here is the math story, which plays like a high drama fantasy. Court scandal, magical deception, punishment through shape-shifting, a child born under taboo conditions, a hero given a name through trickery, and a wife literally made from flowers, only for betrayal to explode the whole system. Math appears as the ancient lord of a region and the top authority in magic. He's portrayed as a ruler, but he also feels like a presiding power of order, protective toward the suffering, severe toward wrongdoing, yet not mindlessly vengeful. Whether that comes from an old god profile or an idealized king model, the effect is the same. He carries the weight of an older sacred judge. Gwydion is the most obvious candidate for a culture god. He's a master of transformation, illusion, battle magic, and creation. He can conjure fleets, reshape living forms, and even help build a human out of flowers. But beneath the wizard image, you can see an older identity. The divine patron of poets, seers, and inspired speech. The tradition repeatedly frames him as the mind behind enchantment and prophecy, the kind of figure who would have mattered deeply in a society where poets and diviners were cultural engineers. And he's also tied to the raid into the otherworld motif, the theft of supernatural animals from Annwfn, the divine land. That theme appears across Celtic tradition because it encodes a belief that the tools of civilization, animals, crafts, abundance, ultimately come from the god's realm. Amathon feels even more transparent. His name is linked to labour and ploughing, and he's remembered as the one who can make difficult land workable. That's not just a guy who farms. That's myth language for a fertility or agriculture power. And in other references, he's connected to taking animals from Annwfn, the same cultural gift logic again, but reshaped into a story of conflict. Lugh is trickier. The surviving story focuses on the fairy tale skeleton, the treacherous wife, the secret weakness, the ambush, the miraculous survival, the restoration and the punishment. That structure is so international that it's dangerous to force it into a strict sun and dawn allegory. Still, some mythic residue pokes through. Lugh doesn't simply die, he becomes an eagle-like creature and later returns. That unusual survival path may preserve a much older layer where the god's essence was linked to a bird form, or where death meant transformation, not ending. Arianrhod carries the classic divine contradiction. She claims virgin purity, yet she's clearly part of a fertility-driven myth system, producing powerful sons and acting as a gatekeeper who tries to deny them identity and status. That mix, virgin and mother, distant and generative, fits a pattern seen across many ancient religions. She's also later associated with celestial imagery, suggesting that when direct cult memory faded, people anchored her in the sky. Her son Dylan is one of the clearest "this used to be a god" cases. The story says he rushes into the sea and becomes one with its nature. Waves don't break under him. The sea is his element. The coastline mourns his death with a sound that becomes his dying groan. That's not just poetic writing. It's myth trying to explain why the sea behaves like a living being. Dylan reads like a local sea god who later gets folded into a family drama and killed by a Smith uncle figure, leaving only the sea's endless lament as evidence of his presence. Finally, there's the dye-faired set, Pwyll, Rhiannon, and Pryderi. Their story looks more like romance on the surface. An otherworld exchange, a fairy bride, a stolen child, false accusation, restoration, but underneath it's still driven by divine geography. Pwyll becomes head of Anna WFAN, which is basically a badge that says, this isn't merely a human prince, this is a figure with authority in the otherworld. Rhiannon's name points to Great Queen, the kind of title that often belongs to sovereignty and fertility goddesses. Pryderi becomes the inheritor of this strange divine social world, tied to otherworld animals like swine and to the idea that wealth and livestock ultimately come from beyond. One important family in Welsh tradition is that of Beli and his sons. In early tales, especially those surrounding Branwen and the Dream of Macpherson, Beli appears as a powerful ancestral figure whose sons include Lugh, Caswallon, Ninio, and Levelis. Over time, storytellers and chroniclers reshaped him. In later accounts, he becomes linked with Belinus. And behind both names, many scholars see the shadow of the older Celtic god Belinos, not a dark or sinister being, but a radiant protector figure, associated with victory and the defence of the Honey Island, Britain itself. The stories remember him as a champion who preserves the stability of his realm. Even when the myths shift and merge, that image of strength and guardianship remains. Caswallon, one of Beli's sons, eventually blends with the historical Cassivellornis, the British leader who resisted Julius Caesar. Yet older traces suggest he may once have been more than a warrior king. In certain traditions he carries the title War King, and this may hint at a divine origin, perhaps a god of battle believed to invisibly guide armies. His brother Ninio appears in later retellings under the name Nennius, while Lugh becomes central in a dramatic legend about saving his land from 3 terrible plagues. In that story, Lugh defeats mysterious beings who can hear every whisper, imprisons battling dragons beneath Dinas Emrys, and captures a magician who steals food from the people. These parts may preserve echoes of older fertility myths, stories about protecting the land from forces that threaten growth, harvest, and stability. Lugh is also remembered as a generous ruler and a rebuilder of cities, linked to early London through the name Ludgate. That suggests he may once have been worshipped there. Closely related is Nud, known from inscriptions as Nodens. His son Gwyn ap Nud becomes especially important in legend. Gwyn is described as a warrior, a hunter and the hope of armies. But he is also ruler of An Wfn, the otherworld. In later Christian stories, saints confront him as a fairy king whose shining court vanishes when sprinkled with holy water. That tension between pagan wonder and Christian rejection reveals something important. Gwyn was likely the focus of real cult devotion. Over time, he shifts from fertility god and warrior to fairy king and even a shadowy figure connected with the souls of the dead. Another powerful strand of myth surrounds a Taliesin. Later tradition blends the historical 6th century poet with something much older, a mythic being tied to inspiration itself. In the famous story, the goddess Cerridwen prepares a magical cauldron that grants wisdom. By accident, the boy Gwion gains its power, flees, transforms through many shapes, and is reborn as Taliesin. Beneath the poetic imagery lies an older pattern, the cauldron as a symbol of rebirth, inspiration, and fertility. Cerridwen herself may once have been a grain or fertility goddess, later adopted as a patron of poets. Taliesin, in turn, resembles a shamanic figure, one who passes through many forms, enters the spirit world, and returns transformed. His story connects inspiration, rebirth, and the theft of sacred knowledge from the divine realm. When we move into the Arthurian world, things become even more complex. Some figures who appear beside Arthur, such as Mabon, Kay, and others, likely preserve traces of earlier gods. Marbon, whose name simply means the youth, may be linked to the god Maponos, known from inscriptions in Britain and Gaul and associated with healing. Kay, in early Welsh material, possesses almost supernatural endurance and fiery battle energy, traits strikingly similar to Irish heroic battle fury traditions. These are not simply knights of romance, they are echoes of divine archetypes. Arthur himself is a layered figure. In early sources he appears as a war leader. In others, he hunts magical beasts, steals cauldrons from the otherworld, and disappears to a mystical island to be healed, never fully dying. This pattern matches older Celtic hero myths, the miraculous child, the culture hero who brings gifts from beyond, and the king who will return. Whether Arthur began as a local god, a heroic ideal, or a historical commander whose memory absorbed mythic elements, his legend eventually overshadowed nearly all other British divine figures. Merlin, too, shifts shape. Sometimes prophet, sometimes magician, sometimes born of mysterious supernatural origin, he represents the archetype of sacred knowledge and transformation. Attempts to interpret him as a sun god or cosmic deity stretch beyond what the evidence supports. More likely, he reflects the image of a powerful seer or divine magician whose story accumulated layers over centuries. Stepping back, we can see a clear pattern. The gods and heroes of the Britons resemble those of Ireland and Gaul. They are linked to fertility, war, healing, the sea, inspiration, and the otherworld. Many were later reimagined as kings, warriors, magicians, or fairy rulers. Their divine status faded into legend, but their functions remained visible beneath the surface. Archaeology supports this picture. Inscriptions across Britain mention gods whose names connect to these figures. Nodens appears in stone carvings. Belenos echoes in Belinus or Beli. Maponos matches Mabon. Taranos, a thunder god known on the continent, may survive in Welsh tradition. Classical writers record British deities like Andrasta, invoked by Boudica before battle, and Sul, the healing goddess of Bath. Others, Camelos, Belatucadros, Cosidius, were equated with Mars. Granos and other healing gods were associated with Apollo. Many of these were local, worshipped in specific regions or by specific tribes. Some spread more widely, perhaps carried by soldiers or trade. When people talk about the Chulainn stories, they often say the action belongs to the very start of the Christian era, even claiming that King Conchobar's death lines up with the crucifixion. But the world you meet in these tales is not a reliable historical timeline. Yes, a few names overlap with old records, yet most of the characters live in a space where legend is stronger than fact. What you're really watching is a myth-shaped version of pagan Celtic ideals, later retouched by Christian storytellers and also influenced by famous adventure traditions from elsewhere, including classical narratives and northern saga-style storytelling. The version we know today didn't appear all at once. Over time, the story world expanded like a long-running series. New parts kept getting added, and some of the longer narratives feel like several older, once independent adventures stitched together into one bigger arc. The heart of it all is Chulainn, and the main storyline that everything keeps circling back to is the famous cattle raid, known as the Cattle Spoil of Cooley. Around Chulainn stands a full cast of major players: Conchobar and Dectyre, Ailill and Medb, Fergus, Conall Cernach, Cú Roí, Deirdre and the Sons of Usnach. The interesting thing is that the saga doesn't treat them as ordinary humans. Some are said to descend from gods. Some look like ancient deities who have been humanized into kings and warriors. Conchobar is even described as a kind of earthly god, and Dectyre is spoken of in divine terms. The origin stories set the tone immediately. Conchobar's birth is told in more than one way, and in at least one version he is linked directly to the god Lugh. During Conchobar's reign, Chulainn is born, and even his fatherhood is deliberately unclear. Sometimes he is the son of a mortal man, sometimes connected to Conchobar himself, and sometimes presented as the child, or even the reborn form of Lugh. This uncertainty is not a mistake, it is myth logic. Heroes in this tradition often carry a double identity, part human, part otherworld. From the start, Chulainn is built as a superhero before superheroes existed. As a boy, he arrives at Conchobar's court and defeats the king's elite youth fighters, then ends up leading them. Soon after, he kills the fierce guard dog of Chulainn the smith, and to settle the damage he offers to take the dog's place until a new one can be raised. That's when he receives the name Chulainn's Hound, Chulainn. Then comes one of the most dramatic signature moments. He takes the king's weapons and chariot while still incredibly young, defeats powerful champions, and returns home in the terrifying condition known as his battle fury. He becomes so dangerously overheated with rage that the story says he must be cooled in vats of water until the frenzy breaks. As he grows, the saga pushes his image to the absolute maximum. Unmatched strength, skill, intelligence, and beauty. The tale even frames him as so desirable that the leaders of Ulster try to find him a wife simply to prevent chaos from the attention he attracts. His choice is Emma, and their courtship is presented like a coded conversation. A strange, private language only she understands. Emma agrees, but under harsh conditions, and her father Forgol tries to sabotage the match by sending Chulainn away for advanced warrior training, hoping he will never return. This is where the story shifts into a training arc that feels almost cinematic. Chulainn travels to Alba, refuses the love of a local princess who swears revenge, and then reaches Scathach, the legendary warrior woman who trains champions. The journey itself is framed as a gauntlet of impossible obstacles, including a narrow swinging bridge and a deadly surrounding gulf. Under Scathach, he becomes the greatest fighter alive. He also fights Scathach's rival Aefe, defeats her, and fathers a son with her, Conla. A tragic rule is placed on the boy. When he later goes searching for his father, he must not reveal his name. The result is one of the saga's most brutal twists. Father and son meet as strangers, fight in single combat, and only after the killing blow does Chulainn recognize the ring that proves the boy's identity. The shock and grief land with full force because the tragedy is built into the rules from the beginning. When Chulainn returns, he tears down Forgol's stronghold, kills many inside it, and takes Emer. After that, the saga presents him as Ulster's ultimate defender across many separate adventures. And one of the most important background elements is the strange curse known as the weakness of the Ulsterman. In this story, a woman named Marcha is forced, while pregnant, to race against the king's horses. She wins, but collapses into labour and in pain and fury curses the men of Ulster. Whenever the province faces extreme danger, they will be struck by a crippling weakness, like the pains of childbirth. Chulainn alone is exempt, because he is framed as not truly of Ulster, but tied to Lugh. Whether this curse reflects an old ritual idea, a taboo season, or a myth invented to explain a custom, the saga uses it as a plot switch. When disaster hits, Ulster cannot defend itself, so one man must stand alone. That is exactly what happens in the cattle raid of Cooley. Medb Queen of Connaught, once linked to Conchobar in tradition, now stands as Ulster's enemy. Her husband Ailill possesses a magnificent bull, and Medb refuses to be outshone. She demands an equal beast, the brown bull of Cooley. When she is denied, she gathers an enormous army and marches on Ulster, at the perfect moment. The Ulster warriors are incapacitated by Macha's curse. So Chulainn becomes the shield of the province, forcing Medb into an agreement. Instead of a full battle, her champions must face him one by one in single combat. This structure turns the raid into a sequence of duels, each one raising the stakes until the most heartbreaking fight arrives. Chulainn must face Ferdia, his close companion bound to him by the deep loyalty of fosterage and blood brotherhood. The story lingers on his refusal, his emotional collapse, and then his devastation when Ferdia finally falls. In the end, Ulster's warriors recover and drive Medb back, but not before she succeeds in taking the bull. The finale is brutal and mythic. Medby's bull and Ailill's white-horned bullfight. The brown bull kills its rival, then stampedes home in madness and dies in a final, violent collapse. Threaded through the raid is the presence of the Morrigan, the dangerous goddess who shifts shape and brings war fate with her. She first approaches Chulainn as a beautiful woman offering love. He rejects her, and she becomes his enemy. She attacks him in animal forms, eel, wolf, heifer, and each time he wounds her. Because the wound cannot be truly healed except by the one who inflicted it, she returns disguised as an old woman milking a cow. He accepts milk from her, and with each drink he gives a blessing, and without realizing it, he heals the goddess he had harmed. Meanwhile, the saga makes the divine link explicit. Lugh appears, naming himself Chulainn's father, and other otherworld beings help by sending healing power into the waters where the hero washes his wounds. But the saga is not content with making him unbeatable. It also sets up the logic of his death long before it arrives. He kills a sorcerer named Calatin, and later Calatin's family returns like a delayed curse. Through deception, Chulainn is lured into breaking one of his sacred personal prohibitions, his gaze, by eating dog flesh, something he is forbidden to do. In this tradition, a gaze is not just a rule, it is a spiritual fault line. Once it breaks, the hero's protection cracks. Soon after, he is killed in battle by Lugh, and here you can feel the hand of Christian editors. The hero's death is followed by a vision-like moment. His spirit appears to the many queens who loved him, and the scene is coloured with a prophecy tone about Christ and final judgment. Other versions go even further, showing Chulainn pleading for salvation or urging belief when he appears to later figures. Conchobar's death story is also retouched in the same way. He is said to be driven into fatal frenzy on hearing that the crucifixion has taken place. These details don't erase the pagan hero. They reframe him, almost tenderly, so that the old champion can exist in a new religious world. So what is Chulainn, really? In these stories, he is the perfect Celtic warrior, but also something larger than life, a figure inflated beyond the human scale. His child strength, his solo victories against impossible odds, his otherworld connections, his relationship with a goddess, even the tragic father kills son scenario. These are patterns found across the world's storytelling traditions. They gather around great names like magnets. That means you can't simply decode him by matching him to another hero like Heracles and assume you've explained everything. The similarities tell you more about how myth works than about who Chulainn was. For a long time, one group of scholars looked at Chulainn and said, "This has to be a son story." And once you choose that lens, everything starts getting forced into a solar shape. If the hero matures unusually early, that must be the sun developing fast. If his hair is described with multiple colours, that must be sunrise rays or the 3 divisions of the day. If his eyes are described in an exaggerated way, then someone claims it represents the days of the week. Even the idea that women go blind because they love him gets turned into, you can't stare at the sun. But when you step back, you can see the problem. These are not unique clues. Early maturity, dramatic hair, supernatural eyes, exaggerated reactions from onlookers. These are standard myth and hero storytelling tools that show up everywhere, even in stories that have nothing to do with the sun. The same stretching happens with his famous battle transformation. Some interpreters try to treat the hero's violent war frenzy with its heat, sparks, and terrifying distortion as a picture of dawn or sunset. But that doesn't really fit what the scene is doing. The frenzy is not a calm, cosmic cycle. It is a brutal, hypercharged warrior state, described in extreme language because that's how heroic epics talk about fighters. We even have parallels in other warrior cultures where intimidation techniques and performance in battle are deliberately exaggerated in storytelling. And there's another simple point. In Irish myth, Lugh can be linked to light, yet he does not display the same war frenzy distortion. So the distortion is better understood as the saga's way of turning rage into spectacle, not a coded astronomy lesson. Even the famous cooling scene, the hero plunged into vats until he stops boiling with heat, has been read as the sun sinking into water and rising again. But it can also be read in a far more grounded way. A dramatic upgrade of something real. A warrior comes back overheated and half mad with adrenaline. He's cooled down with water. The storyteller turns it into 3 vats that hiss and boil because that sounds epic. When you approach these details like a filmmaker instead of a decoder, the scenes suddenly make more sense. The saga is building a terrifying warrior image, not mapping the sky. The solar approach also tries to turn every journey into a symbolic trip to the underworld, because the sun goes down in the west. So Scarthak's island becomes Hades. But the saga's geography doesn't cooperate. Chulainn visits different places for different reasons, and not all of them feel like the land of the dead or the blessed. Some are simply enemy territory, training territory, or the place where the bride lives. Even the attempt to label Emma as a dawn maiden collapses once you check how the story actually works. The language used about her can be read in normal human terms: noble birth, hospitality, status, without needing to invent a cosmic marriage between dawn and sun. And the solar theory gets genuinely ridiculous when it tries to explain his multiple relationships by saying the sun god needs as many dawn lovers as there are days in the year. That's not interpretation anymore, that's a system trying to protect itself. So, if we drop the sun mask, what remains? A much clearer picture. Chulainn is the saga's ultimate warrior ideal. He is deliberately too much, too young, too strong, too fast, too frightening, too beautiful, too doomed. The exaggerated traits are not scientific symbols, they are narrative fuel. Some of his features are borrowed from international hero patterns that show up in many cultures, and some have a distinctly Celtic flavour, because the Irish material shapes those patterns with local beliefs, taboos, battle magic, and otherworld encounters. That doesn't mean there's nothing religious here. In fact, a more believable possibility is that Chulainn carries traces of a war god or a hero who absorbed divine features over time. He stands close to figures like the Bad and the Morrigan, and he moves through a world where supernatural women, battle fate, and divine intervention are normal. He also sometimes acts like a culture hero. He claims mastery not just in fighting, but in wisdom, law, politics, poetic skill, and sacred knowledge, and he is credited with bringing powerful things from beyond the human world. Add to that a wider Celtic habit of giving divine honours to heroic figures, living or dead, and you can easily imagine how a hero like this could slide into cult status or grow out of one. Some scholars have tried a different route. Instead of making him the sun, they compare him to famous twin hero patterns, like Castor and Pollux. The argument goes like this. Perhaps Chulainn and Conall Cernach were a Celtic version of the Dioscuri. There are tempting surface similarities, divine parentage for one, shared nursing traditions in some tellings, and ancient writers do mention twin worship among Celts near the ocean. But when you look closer, the theory becomes shaky. Chulainn doesn't match the immortal twin/mortal twin structure cleanly, and attempts to link specific carved figures on continental altars to Chulainn depend on clever wordplay and very thin evidence. It's the kind of idea that sounds powerful in summary, but gets weaker the more you test it. Another ambitious proposal tries to push parts of the Chulainn world back onto the continent. It points to carvings where a woodcutter god is shown cutting a tree, and elsewhere a bull appears with 3 birds, and argues that these images echo famous moments from the cattle raid, trees used as obstacles and the bull being warned by a goddess in bird form. From there, the theory attempts to identify the woodcutter deity with Chulainn himself by arguing that the god's name suggests speed, fury, and strength, qualities the hero clearly has. It even tries to connect tribal movements between Gaul, Britain, and Ireland to explain how a hero name could transform across regions. The problem is that these connections are mostly speculative. The relevant divine names don't appear in Irish tradition in the way the theory requires, and the continental god involved is linked to human sacrifice, which is not an obvious match for the literary hero, unless you argue that his extreme slaughter scenes are distant echoes of older rites. Where things get genuinely interesting is in the folk versions of the saga, the rougher, wilder tellings preserved in a popular tradition. In some of these, the cattle raid and the death of Chulainn are not separate storylines at all. They merge into one event, and the fighting over the bull becomes the moment where the hero dies. In one striking version, the bull is actually Chulainn's own, and a rival tries to steal it. The hero disguises himself, tricks the thief, and when the bull is finally seized, the struggle ends with the animal being torn apart. That kind of detail opens a different door. What if, in an older layer of myth, the bull and the hero were not separate? Across many cultures, powerful gods and spirits can appear in animal form, especially bulls, and later storytelling can upgrade the animal into a human hero while leaving the animal behind, as a symbol, a property, or a sacred object. If a hero's life is tied to the fate of a calf, or if a goddess shifts between helping the bull and opposing the hero in confusing ways, that may preserve a memory of an older myth where bull and champion were once the same being. In that older framework, the violent frenzy could echo a bull's fury in combat, and the central conflict over the bull could reflect ritual storytelling connected to fertility, land, and seasonal power. If that kind of ritual origin ever existed, a later stage would naturally reverse the relationship. Instead of the god being the bull, the god becomes the hero who kills the bull. This flip happens in many traditions once a divine animal stops being treated as a direct incarnation and starts being treated as a sacrifice offered to the deity. Myth adapts. The god doesn't die as the bull. The god conquers the bull. That would help explain why some versions keep the bull at the centre, but reshape the ending. adding a rival bull and turning the finale into a dramatic animal duel. Real-world cattle raiding customs could then reshape the old myth even further, until the story becomes the form we recognise. Finally, when you compare the Chulainn tradition with the Fionn tradition, you can see why they feel so different. The Chulainn world has one giant anchor story, the cattle raid, and that gives it stronger unity. The Fionn world is looser and more expandable, almost endlessly open to new parts because it lived more as a people's saga. That difference alone can explain why Fionn stories spread so widely in folk memory, while Chulainn stories often feel like a more fixed, heroic epic with a sealed core. Sometimes the two worlds borrow from each other, but a lot of the similarities don't require borrowing at all. They come from the simple reality that heroic traditions everywhere pull in the same kind of story material. Once a hero becomes famous, the universal library of mythic adventures rushes in and attaches itself. After Cumhal, the father of Fionn, is killed, the spotlight swings to a new lineup of legendary stars. At the centre stands Fionn himself, then his son Oisin, his grandson Oscar, and the famous Diarmaid, the man marked by a beauty spot so powerful that no woman could resist him. Around them you also get Fergus, respected for wisdom and smooth speech, Caolte, the lightning-fast runner, Conan, the built-in comic troublemaker, and Gol Macmorna, the man who once killed Cumhal but later becomes one of Fionn's most loyal allies. Their lives revolve around the classic, heroic ingredients you see in epic traditions everywhere: hunting, fighting, feasts, and love stories that can turn sweet or deadly in a heartbeat. And through it all, the saga shows a very Celtic mix of qualities: quick spirit, courage, warmth, tenderness, and also a love of boasting and sudden flashes of temper. Even though the roots of these stories reach back into pagan times, they don't function like a clear guidebook to ancient religion. What they do give you, vividly, is the lifestyle, the values, and the social atmosphere that later generations imagined as the heroic age. One thing that stands out strongly is the place of women. They are not treated as mere property. They argue, choose, resist, command, and shape the plot, often with far more agency than you might expect from early heroic storytelling. It's also important to understand how this saga works. It was never born as one single, perfectly unified epic. Think of it more like a huge collection of parts that originally lived independently. Stories told in different places, by different voices across different centuries, but all carrying the same spirit, the same heroic cast, and the same emotional world. Over time, people began to connect these parts into a wider timeline, but the saga always kept that flexible, expandable feel. New material kept joining the tradition right into the modern era, and later poems about Oisin in Tir na Nog can feel just as authentic within the tradition as much older pieces. A lot of it was written down, but even more of it lived orally, in prose tales, ballads, and wild folk stories where universal fairy tale patterns are reshaped into something unmistakably Irish, with Fionn and his band dropped straight into the centre. Some historians and annal writers tried to explain the Fiana in practical terms. Not supernatural heroes, but a kind of national militia. In this version, Irish kings maintained them to protect the realm. Half the year they were lodged among the people, and the other half they lived by hunting. Legends even describe their field life in detail. How they cooked game in earth ovens with hot stones. How they built beds from layers of branches and moss. How they organised their forces into large units with commanders and officers. And how brutal the entry tests were for anyone trying to join. Once admitted, a warrior had to obey strict personal taboos, gyasa, rules like never harming women, refusing to retreat unless overwhelmed, and choosing a wife for character rather than wealth. That historical portrait may preserve faint memories of real warrior bands, but it is swollen with heroic exaggeration. The numbers are too neat, the trials too extreme, the system too perfect. And that's the key. Even in the parts that claim to be realistic, the Fiana never behave like ordinary people. Their world is full of giants, impossible feats, and constant supernatural pressure. If a story is built mostly from otherworld encounters and mythic action, then the characters themselves can't be treated as normal historical figures. Whether a real Fionn or Oisin ever lived matters far less than what the tradition turned them into. The favourite heroes of popular imagination, figures so loved that people believed in them with the same seriousness they believed in the landscape. That popularity is one of the saga's biggest clues. Chulainn's stories were often more at home among learned and aristocratic audiences. Fionn's stories, by contrast, lived in the mouths of ordinary people. For every person who could tell a Chulainn tale, there were countless who could tell a Fionn one. This has led to an intriguing idea. Perhaps the Fionn tradition began among older, pre-Celtic communities in Ireland and Scotland, and was later adopted by the Celts, then fully Celticized over time. Conquerors often absorb the heroes and beliefs of the people they conquer, especially once centuries pass and cultures blend. If that happened here, it could explain why the Fionn world stays somewhat separate from the older myth cycles, even though it sometimes brushes against them. It could also explain why Fionn stories are rooted not just in Ireland, but all across the Highlands too, with place names in both regions claiming Fiana connections, as if the saga belongs to the shared ground itself. Inside the story world, the Fiana are not just fighting rival Irish provinces. They also battle enemies from over the sea, often called the Lochlanners. Sometimes that word can mean real foreigners, but in older layers it likely points to something more mythic. Hostile beings from beyond the water, almost like Ireland's version of supernatural raiders. Later, history blurred this, so that Viking invaders became the real Lochlanners in popular imagination. And suddenly, Fionn is fighting Norsemen in stories that clearly don't belong to actual history. Some scholars tried to push the saga's origin into the Viking era, and even claimed Fionn himself was partly Norse. But that raises more problems than it solves. It's hard to see why a half-Norse hero would become the chosen symbol of Celtic pride during centuries of conflict. If there are Norse echoes, they could come from many directions. Older contacts across the sea, shared story patterns, or simple independent invention, because similar societies often create similar legends. When you zoom in on the main story beats, the saga gives you several unforgettable signature arcs. One is the origin of Fionn himself. His father Cumhal wants to marry Muin, but her father, a powerful druid, refuses, fearing the loss of his inheritance. Cumhal takes Muin anyway. War follows, Cumhal is killed, and Muin flees to safety where she gives birth to a child first known as Demni, later renamed Fionn. The tale also links him to the older divine world through family lines, which quietly pushes the story back toward myth, even when it pretends to be history. Soon the young Fionn appears at the king's court and proves himself by defeating a supernatural threat that returns every year to destroy the royal stronghold. His reward is more than praise. He gains leadership of the Fiana, reclaiming what belonged to his father. Another famous moment explains Fionn's thumb of knowledge. A sacred salmon is believed to grant inspiration and deep insight. Fionn is told to cook it but not taste it. He burns his thumb, puts it into his mouth, and instantly the knowledge enters him. From that day on, whenever he needs an answer, he simply sucks his thumb and receives hidden information. It's myth logic again. Wisdom becomes a physical gift, stored in the body like a secret key he can activate at will. Oisín's origin story carries the same enchantment. His mother, Sa, is turned into a faun by druid magic and fleas. Later, Fionn finds a strange child in the forest, part wild creature, part human, and recognizes him as his son. As the boy grows, the animal nature fades, and he is named Oisín, Little Faun. From there, Oisín becomes more than a warrior. He becomes the ideal poet, the voice of the Gaelic, heroic world, even eclipsing Fionn in artistic fame. But the most emotionally explosive storyline is the tragedy of Diarmaid and Grain. Gran is promised to Fionn, yet she falls for Diarmaid. She places Gyasa on him, binding taboos that he cannot break, forcing him to flee with her. The chase becomes legendary. Days of pursuit, narrow escapes, the band divided between loyalty to Fionn and love for Diarmaid. In the end, the Fiana compel Fionn to forgive. But the story never lets the wound heal. Fionn waits, and when the chance comes, he uses Diarmaid's own geese against him. Diarmaid is forbidden to hunt a wild boar, yet he is invited on a boar hunt and cannot refuse. He kills the beast, and then a bristle pierces his heel. Dying, he begs Fionn to bring water in his hands, because that alone can heal him. Fionn brings it, and lets it spill away, again and again, until Diarmaid dies. No matter how heroic Fionn is elsewhere, this moment stains him permanently. As the saga moves toward its ending, it shifts into a twilight mood. Some stories send Fiana warriors into lands beyond the sea, into realms under waves, into enchanted palaces that trap them like dreams. Then comes the breaking of the band itself. In one tradition, Fionn is warned never to drink from a horn. One day he forgets, breaks the taboo, and the fall begins. He is drawn into a fatal conflict with enemies tied to an old wrong, and he dies. After that, the Fiana are shattered in a series of battles, with only a handful surviving. And then, the saga performs one of its most dramatic time jumps. The survivors meet Saint Patrick. Chulainn remains in the human world. Oisín, linked through his mother to the fairy people, spends time in the other world and later returns. In the most famous later version, Oisín rides to Tir na Nog with its queen, living there in what feels like a few dreamlike days. But when homesickness strikes, he returns on a magical horse with one strict warning: never touch Irish soil. He arrives and finds centuries have passed. He tries to help weak men lift a stone, steps down, and instantly collapses into extreme old age, the entire weight of time crashing onto him at once. Soon after, he meets Patrick and tells his story. What makes all of this powerful is how the Christian world is shown responding to the old heroes. In a medieval narrative built around Patrick and the last Fiana, the saint listens as Chulainn tells story after story, tied to place names across the land. At first, Patrick worries these tales might distract from prayer. Then an angel tells him to listen, and to have the stories written down. So the clerics become an audience, praising the storytelling while also folding it into a Christian frame. In the end, the old warriors are baptized, and the tale even dares to imagine Fionn himself being brought out of hell through Patrick's prayers. It's a symbolic handshake across centuries. Pagan legend and Christian Ireland sharing the same stage, neither fully erased, both reinterpreted. When you move into the later Highland and Irish ballads, the tone shifts sharply. In some 16th century Highland songs and later Irish manuscripts, the meeting between Saint Patrick and the Fiana is no longer gentle or respectful. Instead, it becomes a clash. The saint is stern, harsh, sometimes almost bitter. The Fiana are proud, defiant pagans who refuse to bow easily. There is no soft reconciliation here. In some versions, Patrick openly rejoices that Fionn and his warriors are in hell, while Oisin fires back with contempt for the god of the shaven priests. Yet even in these confrontations, there is something more than anger. There is humour. There is grief. There is a deep ache beneath the insults. Oisin, now old and weary, looks back on the vanished world of the Fiana with tears in his eyes. The soundscape of Christian Ireland, church bells, chanting, psalms, feels to him like noise compared to the freedom of the forest and the clash of weapons. The saint may offer him shelter, but the old warrior cannot stop mourning the lost glory of his companions. These harsher ballads likely reflect one real phase of the Church's reaction to pagan memory, a period when the old heroes were seen as dangerous relics of a fading belief system. But that is not the whole picture. Other versions soften the edges. In some songs, Oisin is urged gently toward the new faith. He prays for salvation. The hostility fades into something more reflective. By that point, Christianity was firmly rooted in Ireland. There was no realistic threat of a pagan comeback. That changed everything. Once the old religion no longer posed a danger, it became possible to treat the old heroes with admiration, as long as they were reshaped, baptized, or spiritually redeemed. This shift reaches its fullest expression in the famous medieval dialogue between Patrick and the last of the Fiana. In that telling, Patrick listens as Chulainn recounts one legend after another, each tied to hills, rivers, and place names across Ireland. At first, the saint worries that such tales distract from devotion. Then comes a turning point. He is encouraged not only to listen, but to preserve them. The old warriors are baptized. Fionn himself is praised as a king, a poet, a seer, a figure of grandeur rather than a villain. Chulainn even claims that the Fiana knew of the true God in their own way, that there was truth in their hearts, strength in their arms, and honesty in their speech. In this version, pagan heroism and Christian virtue are not enemies. They are reinterpreted as compatible. This more generous approach may have grown out of a broader change in perspective. As Christian culture matured, it became more confident. It could afford to look back at the pagan past without fear. And perhaps exposure to continental chivalric romances also helped shape a new appreciation for heroic ideals, regardless of their religious origin. What we see in these reconciliatory versions is not compromise out of weakness, but reinterpretation out of confidence. Irish storytelling returns again and again to this dramatic meeting of ages. The old gods, demigods, and heroes stand face to face with saints. Sometimes they resist. Sometimes they convert. Sometimes they simply fade. Few European traditions explore this tension so vividly. The old world not erased, but placed in dialogue with the new. And then we reach the most controversial chapter in the saga's modern life. James Macpherson and his Ossian. Did he uncover a lost Celtic epic? No manuscript in his handwriting's shadow has ever been produced to prove it. But it would be unfair to dismiss him as a pure fraud. He clearly knew real Gaelic ballads and tales. He saw that they shared themes, recurring figures, and a certain unity. He realized they could be shaped into something larger, something epic in scope. What he did next was bold. He gathered fragments, rearranged them, invented transitions, expanded scenes, altered personalities, and presented the result as a direct translation from an ancient source. That claim was the deception. But the creative act itself required genuine talent. He built an epic that Europe was ready to embrace. Writers and thinkers across the continent, from Napoleon to Goethe, were captivated. His version of Ossian gave readers a misty, emotional, heroic landscape that felt fresh compared to the strict classical models of the 18th century. But when you compare his polished, sentimental heroes with the raw figures of the authentic saga, the difference is striking. In the older tales, warriors are brutal, flawed, and sometimes shocking. Their world contains cruelty alongside tenderness, savage customs beside real devotion, magic intertwined with daily life. The supernatural is not foggy or abstract, it is embodied, physical, terrifying. Even the ghosts have weight and presence. In contrast, Macpherson's spirits drift like pale shadows. His heroes are almost always noble and victorious. His tone leans toward romantic melancholy, rather than fierce vitality. He even blends together story worlds that remain largely separate in the genuine tradition. And yet, for all that, his work mattered. It reshaped European literary taste. It captured the longing of an age searching for something beyond rigid formalism. It may not be historically authentic, but it was emotionally powerful. Still, if you want to feel the real heartbeat of Celtic legend, you return to the older saga itself, in its manuscripts, in its ballads, in the wild folk versions carried by memory. There you find a world that loves mountains and forests, sea winds and birdsong. You find warriors fierce in rage and generous in victory. You find women strong-willed and luminous. You find magic that feels close to the earth. And beneath it all, you hear that distinct Celtic undertone, a music of longing and loss, a sense that glory is always fading just beyond reach. Across Celtic myth, the gods are not simply larger versions of human beings, but they are not entirely separate either. Between mortals and full divinities stand the great heroic figures, part human, part divine, sometimes former gods themselves reshaped into legendary champions. These figures feel like a bridge between two worlds. One of the striking traits of Celtic divine beings is sheer scale. They are immense. Bran is said to be so huge that no house could contain him. Otherworld visitors appear wearing rings so thick they seem built for giants. Even the Fiana, in later legend, are described as towering figures whose bones dwarf ordinary men. This exaggerated stature isn't random decoration. It signals that these beings belong to a different order of existence. They also move through reality differently. The gods can appear or vanish at will. They reveal themselves only to chosen individuals, or hide within magical mists. When they interact with humans, they often adopt human form, sometimes even copying a specific person. Yet they also shift into animals, especially birds. Some divine names clearly began as animal names, suggesting that certain gods may once have been imagined purely in animal form before becoming human-shaped. Later myths then explained why a god might appear as a swan, a raven, or a bull, preserving older layers of belief beneath newer storytelling. Immortality is another key feature, but not always simple immortality. The divine race, known as the Tuatha de Danann, are described as unfading, enduring without decay. Sometimes their endless life is innate. In other stories, it depends on special food or drink, enchanted pigs, immortal ale, apples from the otherworld. Even when myths speak of divine deaths, those stories may reflect ritual patterns rather than literal endings. In many ancient religions, the god of growth or vegetation dies and returns through ritual performance. It's possible that something similar once existed among the Celts, where the death of a divine representative was part of maintaining life and fertility. The boundary between gods and humans is constantly crossed. Goddesses fall in love with mortal heroes. Gods take mortal lovers. Heroes are born from unions between divine and human parents. This wasn't just poetic imagery. Inscriptions across Celtic lands preserve names that literally mean son of or born from a particular deity. People believed that divine ancestry was real. Even names meaning son of the sea or similar titles suggest that forces of nature were imagined as actual parents of human lineages. Because of this connection, the gods don't stand distant from human affairs. They intervene. They protect their offspring. They seek help from mortals when needed. The divine and the human worlds interlock constantly, especially in saga narratives. This blending becomes even more visible when you look at kingship. Many Celtic rulers bore divine names. Some were directly identified with mythic gods. In certain traditions, a king is described as an earthly god. This may not be metaphorical. Early societies often treated kings as divine representatives, living embodiments of a god's power. Prosperity was tied to them. Good harvests, mild seasons, abundant fish and cattle, all were believed to depend on the king observing his sacred taboos correctly. Those taboos, known as geasa, were not minor rules. They were sacred restrictions that bound the king's life to the well-being of the land. If the king failed, the land failed. This connection strongly suggests that kings were once viewed as incarnations of fertility deities. In cultures where divine kingship exists, the king's vitality and the land's fertility are inseparable. In extreme cases, the king might even be killed before old age weakened him, so that his strength could symbolically renew the land. Sometimes a substitute, a mock king, would die in his place. Scattered hints in Irish tradition and later folklore suggest that similar ideas once existed among the Celts. The same blurred boundary may have existed between kings and priests. In some regions, priesthood and kingship may originally have been the same office. Certain Celtic councils met at sacred groves, Nematin, places that were both political and religious centres. Some rulers were skilled in divination and acted in priestly roles. In a few cases, priestly titles hint at divine claims. It's possible that as society evolved, the roles of priest and king gradually separated, but not everywhere at once. Where they remained combined, the ruler could claim sacred authority. Where they separated, priests may have preserved ritual control while kings retained political power. The king's symbolic link to the land often took physical form through trees. Sacred trees, especially great oaks, stood at the centre of ritual life. The king might carry a branch cut from such a tree as a sign of his authority. The life of the king and the life of the sacred tree may once have been seen as connected. If the tree withered, so did the king. If the king fell, the tree might be cut down. Later, traditions insist that such trees could not be touched without sacrilege, suggesting their enormous symbolic power. There may even be echoes of this in the famous ritual described by classical writers involving the cutting of mistletoe from an oak. Mistletoe could have been understood as the soul of the tree, something that had to be removed before the tree itself could be harmed. Over time, if human sacrifice became restricted or forbidden, animals may have replaced human victims in these rites. Later romantic stories, where a hero's power is bound to a branch he carries or guards, may preserve faint shadows of these older ritual ideas. If, in an even earlier phase, fertility was imagined as feminine, embodied by a goddess of growth, her representative may have been a woman, possibly even sacrificed in ritual settings. When male deities rose to dominance, the divine priest-king could replace the earlier female embodiment. Yet the feminine presence never vanished entirely. The sacred marriage ritual, where a divine bride symbolically joins the king, echoes through later folk customs, like the May Queen tradition. In some local practices, women alone carry the ritual role, hinting at a time when female divine representation stood at the centre. Taken together, these patterns reveal a world-view where gods, heroes, kings, trees, fertility, and ritual are deeply interwoven. The divine was not remote. It moved through bloodlines, landscapes, seasons, and rulers. Heroes stood halfway between heaven and earth. Kings carried sacred life in their bodies. Trees held spiritual power. And behind the myths lies the possibility of ritual practices that once gave these stories their living force. When we look at the ancient Celtic world through a modern lens, one thing becomes clear. Death was never the end of the story. Burial customs tell us a great deal. The Celts placed grave goods beside the dead, and in some cases even sacrificed wives or slaves at a tomb. That alone does not automatically prove ancestor worship. But when such practices continue for generations, they take on the shape of a structured belief system. Add to that the deep respect shown to burial mounds and heroic graves, and a larger picture emerges. The dead were not forgotten. They were remembered, feared, honoured, and sometimes actively worshipped. The severed heads of enemies were offered to powerful ancestral spirits, the strong shades of tribal heroes whose deeds were preserved in song. When those heads were displayed on houses, they may have been dedicated to family spirits, guardians of the household. Even kings were linked to sacred burial sites. Some were inaugurated atop ancestral cairns. Certain gods were tied directly to ancient barrows. The boundary between hero, ancestor, and divinity was fluid. The heart of this belief system was not just the grave, it was the hearth. In some regions, the dead were even buried near the home fire. The idea that ancestral spirits gathered around the hearth survived long after paganism faded. In Brittany, people believed the dead returned at night to warm themselves by the fire. On the eve of All Souls, food was left out for them. Over time, the ancestral spirit transformed in folklore into the household brownie, the puka, the lutin, a helpful but mysterious presence tied to the home. What had once been the honoured ghost of an ancestor slowly became a fairy being. Archaeology supports this connection. Clay hearth supports decorated with rams' heads have been found in Celtic Gaul. The ram was already linked to sacrifice and fire rituals. It appears on tombs and in underworld imagery. It seems likely that the ram symbol represented offerings made to the spirits of the dead at the family fire. Even serpents carved with ram heads appear in monuments of underworld gods, blending symbols of earth, death, and sacrifice. The dead were not only remembered, they were fed. Food and drink were placed at graves and left in homes. In Ireland, nuts were placed in coffins. In parts of France and Brittany, milk was poured onto graves. In Scotland and Brittany, the dead were believed to attend funeral feasts. These are not isolated superstitions. They are echoes of a once living system in which the dead remained members of the community. Even roadside cairns raised where violent deaths occurred may have served to calm restless spirits. Passers-by adding a stone were participating in an ancient act of appeasement. Now let's turn to the larger public gatherings. In Ireland, annual assemblies were held to commemorate deceased kings and chiefs. These events were not just memorials, they became major fairs for trade, politics, and celebration. Many were tied to seasonal festivals like Lugh or Samhain. Some legends claim these festivals began in memory of a foster mother or fallen ruler. But behind the story may lie something deeper. Lugh was a harvest festival. It may once have involved the symbolic or literal sacrifice of a representative of the corn spirit. Over time, when the old ritual faded, memory attached the festival to a named figure, a goddess or king, transforming agricultural sacrifice into heroic commemoration. The belief that observing the festival brought abundance, while neglect brought famine, hints at an older fertility rite. Beneath the surface, the most powerful moment in the Celtic calendar for remembering the dead came at Samhain, the beginning of winter and the turning of the year. This was the season when vegetation appeared to die. Yet evergreen plants, mistletoe, and the preserved sheaf of last harvest suggested that life still lingered in hidden form. At this liminal moment, the dead were believed to draw near. Perhaps the spirits of sacrificed fertility representatives were thought to return. Perhaps winter's arrival itself symbolized the descent into the underworld. Whatever the origin, Samhain became the night when the boundary between worlds thinned. Food was laid out. Fires burned bright. In Brittany, a massive log blazed in the hearth. This may connect to the later Yule log tradition, domestic fire rituals echoing the great public bonfires of Samhain. There are striking parallels across Europe. In Scandinavia, the dead were linked to female earth spirits. Among the Celts, fertility goddesses known as the matres appear to play a similar role. Over time, male underworld gods replaced earlier earth goddesses, but the connection between death, fertility, and the land endured. The beginning of winter became both the end of one cycle and the start of another, a new year born in darkness. With the spread of Christianity, these older traditions were not erased overnight. The feasts of All Saints and All Souls were introduced in early November, likely in part to redirect existing practices. Yet the older beliefs never fully disappeared. Even today, in parts of Ireland and Brittany, food is still set out on November Eve. Fires are still lit. The memory of Samhain survives beneath later layers of religion. In the Celtic imagination, the dead were not silent shadows. They were present, at the hearth, at the harvest, at the turning of the year. They guarded the tribe, demanded respect, and were woven into the rhythms of land and season. Death was not separation, it was transformation, and the story continued on the other side of the firelight. In the earliest layers of human belief, the world was alive, the earth, the sea, the wind, the sun, the moon. None of these were abstract forces, they were beings, not symbols, not metaphors, but personalities in their own right. Over time, these living forces became more clearly defined as gods or spirits separate from the physical elements themselves. Yet, even after named deities emerged, people continued to revere nature directly. Mountains, rivers, wells, groves, they were still approached as sacred presences. Early Christian writers complained about this constantly. They warned people not to pray to hills or fountains, not to call the sun and moon divine. But those warnings reveal something important. Nature worship was deeply rooted. The ordinary people, the villagers and farmers, still believed that divine powers filled every valley, river mouth, and woodland. The world was not empty space. It was inhabited. Old poetic invocations preserve this worldview. Before battle or before undertaking something dangerous, a leader might call upon the land itself, the shining sea, fertile mountains, wooded valleys, abundant rivers, lakes full of fish. These were not decorative words, they were direct appeals to living powers embedded in the landscape. Even after destruction or catastrophe, survivors would address water and earth in reverent, almost liturgical language, as if greeting conscious beings. Oaths were sworn by the elements, by earth, sun, fire, moon, sea, day, and night. Breaking such an oath meant the elements themselves would punish you. Even gods in legend swore by these forces. Long after official paganism faded, people were still warned not to swear by the sun or moon. In some regions of Brittany, people continued doing it anyway. These habits point back to a time when the elements were not just created things. They were divine powers. But it didn't stop at the great forces of nature. The Celts imagined the world filled with lesser spirits, beings of rocks, forests, glens, rivers, lakes, and fields. Even after larger gods of fertility and growth developed, smaller spirits remained. Some survived into folklore as fairies seen in meadows or woodland paths. Others took on darker forms, goblins, glen spirits, or unsettling figures haunting lonely places. In older stories, these beings sometimes aid heroes. In other tales, they must be fought or driven away. Over time, as Christianity reshaped the worldview, many of these nature spirits were reinterpreted as demons or fallen angels. But their roots are older, tied to landscape and place. Religious authorities tried to stamp out these practices. They forbade offerings at trees and stones. They condemned lighting candles at wells or crossroads. They outlawed incantations addressed to rivers or groves. They banned seasonal dances and ecstatic rituals. They denounced those who claimed to raise storms. Yet suppression never meant total disappearance. The old rites adapted. They survived under new names. A sacred well became a saint's well. A grove became associated with a Christian legend. In remote valleys and coastal villages, older beliefs persisted quietly. One of the most powerful natural forces in early Celtic life was the moon. Long before people carefully tracked solstices and equinoxes, they observed the moon's phases. It became an early calendar. Months and even years were counted by the moon. Night was thought to precede day. Festivals did not begin at sunrise. They began the evening before, when the moon rose. The moon's waxing and waning shaped agricultural life. A waxing moon meant growth. Seeds were sown then to encourage increase. Magical plants were gathered under its growing light to strengthen their power. A waning moon meant decline. Timber was cut then to avoid excess moisture. Livestock slaughtered at the wrong phase was believed to spoil. Even childbirth and conception were thought to be influenced by the moon's cycle. These beliefs were not random superstitions. They grew from sympathetic logic. The moon grows and shrinks, therefore, it must influence all growth and decay on Earth. In some regions, full moon dances were held before houses. People bowed to the new moon. Prayers were whispered to it. Even into Christian times, people addressed sun and moon directly, asking for protection and wholeness. Eclipses caused panic. People believed a monster attacked the moon and tried to drive it off with shouting. Laws were passed to stop crowds from yelling encouragement to the moon during an eclipse, yet the shouting continued. The sea, too, was alive. It was not merely water, it was a presence, sometimes hostile, sometimes compassionate. There are accounts of warriors advancing against rising tides with weapons drawn, as if confronting an enemy. Some saw this as ritual sacrifice. Others saw it as a belief that the waves themselves were living beings that could be challenged. Stories tell of heroes striking the tide with axes to hold it back. In other legends, the sea mourns the dead, groaning and wailing like a living creature. Certain waves had names and personalities. The ninth wave was especially powerful, sometimes protective, sometimes healing. The wind carried similar power. It punished oath breakers. It could be personified as a god worshipped by sailors. Druids and priestesses were believed to control it. Later, Christian writers claimed storm makers summoned demons to raise in tempests, and even spoke of aerial ships travelling through the sky. Beneath these accusations lies an older belief, that the sky and winds were ruled by conscious powers. What we see in all this is not a simple list of gods, but a worldview. A world where land and sea were aware, where hills could bless or curse, where wind carried intention, where moonlight shaped harvest and birth, where forests whispered with spirits. When official religion changed, these beliefs did not vanish. They shifted shape. They hid beneath Christian language. They survived in lullabies, proverbs, charms, and seasonal customs. Eventually, education and modern rationalism weakened them further. But echoes remain. Water was one of the most powerful sacred forces in Celtic life. We can see it from every angle. What ancient writers noticed, what people carved into stone, what they tossed into springs, and what still survived in folk customs long after Christianity arrived. Some scholars argue that this passion for wells and rivers came from older, pre-Celtic communities, and the Celts simply inherited it. Even if that's partly true, the Celts clearly embraced it with real intensity. Wherever they settled, they didn't just tolerate local water traditions, they blended them into their own. And in many places they treated new rivers and springs as if they belonged to the same divine world they already knew. There are dramatic stories that show how serious people were about sacred water. Near Toulouse, a treasure was thrown into a holy lake to end a plague. Later, when a Roman leader had the treasure hauled out for profit, he was said to die soon after in battle, almost like the water itself punished him for stealing what had been dedicated. At another lake, a multi-day festival involved throwing food, cloth, and offerings into the water and sacrificing animals. Then, as the story goes, the weather would break with thunder and heavy rain, like the lake answered the ceremony with raw power. And in the Christian period we keep seeing the same pattern. A saint confronts a spirit of the spring, drives it away, and the old sacred well gets rebranded as a healing well under the saint's protection. The place stays holy, only the name on the sign changes. If you look at inscriptions across Celtic lands, you find the rivers and springs treated almost like people you can thank, bargain with, or ask for help. Some are addressed with divine titles: goddess, august, sacred. And the number of named water goddesses is striking. Springs and wells especially are linked to female figures, while certain famous healing waters are linked to gods. In many places, rivers are explicitly she, and the divine personality behind the water is imagined as a giver of life, health, and abundance. People even formed personal names that claimed descent from a river, which hints at a belief that water spirits could unite with humans and produce legendary bloodlines. Another pattern is how the same divine river name appears again and again in different regions. That suggests something important. As Celtic groups moved, they may have recognized new rivers as part of the same sacred reality, almost as if the divine presence of water wasn't limited to one location. A river could be the divine one in many places because the holiness of water itself was the constant. Some river names may even preserve older, pre-Celtic language beneath the later Celtic layer, which fits the idea of adoption and blending. Healing was one of the biggest reasons people came to sacred waters. Imagine a spring sanctuary as a kind of ancient healing station or pilgrimage hotspot. People travelled there, left gifts, and performed a set ritual. In Roman-era Gaul, worshippers offered coins, ingots, and small models of body parts: hands, feet, eyes, limbs, anything that hurt or needed curing. The logic was simple and powerful. If you place a model of your sick body part in the presence of the water spirit, the real body part will recover. It's sympathetic magic, but it also functions like a religious vow. I came, I offered, I asked. And these places weren't quiet little puddles in the woods. They could draw crowds. Some had festivals. Some had priests or caretakers. Some became permanent shrines with inscriptions fixed to the walls or dropped into the water. People wrote requests directly to the water or its spirit. Heal me, make the spring flow, let it rise again. The language often blurs the line between the water itself and the divine being behind it, which tells you how strongly people felt that the water was alive. Even after official paganism faded, the spirits didn't vanish. They changed costumes. The old nymphs became fairies in later stories. Wells became holy wells. The rituals survived, sometimes almost unchanged. People still went sunwise around the well, a video-friendly way to say walking clockwise, kept silent, knelt, prayed, drank, washed, and left an offering. They might tie a strip of cloth to a tree near the well, part gift, part magical transfer. The cloth had touched the sick person, now it was left behind so the illness could be left behind too. Or so healing could keep flowing to the person even after they went home. Coins and pins were dropped into the water for the same reason. An offering, yes, but also a way to hand off the problem to the well. In some places, people believed that taking water without leaving something in return was dangerous, because the well demanded payment. Water spirits could also be asked for more than healing. Some wells were visited by women seeking fertility, drinking, bathing, praying, leaving gifts, asking the spirit, or later, the saint, for a child, easy childbirth, or plentiful milk. Other wells were treated like oracle spots. Bubbles, water level, the way an object floated or sank, or how a sacred animal moved. These were read as signs. A cure was coming, or it wasn't. A lover would be faithful, or not. Animals often represented the spirit of a spring. The most common was a fish, especially an eel or salmon. Some wells were famous for sacred fish that could not be caught. If one died, it might even be buried like a holy thing and replaced by another, as if the sacred presence had to continue unbroken. In Irish tradition, the salmon becomes a symbol of wisdom. Eat the salmon, gain knowledge. That may preserve an older idea. Sometimes the sacred animal wasn't only protected, it was ritually eaten by those who had the right, turning divine power into human insight. But water had a darker face too. Alongside beautiful well-dwellers and helpful spirits, Celtic regions also preserved stories of river monsters and lake predators. Sometimes these feel like older gods turned frightening under later religious pressure. Sometimes they feel like ancient guardian myths, serpents and dragons that control access to deep water. In the Highlands you get the water horse, a slick, web-footed shapeshifter that lures people onto its back and drags them into the loch. In other places there's the water bull. Wales has its own lake monsters. France has river beings that pull victims down. These tales differ in tone, but they all circle the same fear. Water is powerful, and it has owners. There are also strong hints, especially in folk rhymes and recurring legends, that certain rivers were believed to demand a yearly toll of human lives. Sometimes a voice is said to call out once a year, as if the old payment is overdue. Whether or not this reflects real sacrifice everywhere, the idea is consistent. If you neglect a sacred power, it doesn't become harmless, it becomes hungry. Finally, you get warning stories that explain why some wells were taboo or dangerous. A woman approaches a forbidden well, walks around it the wrong way, insults it, breaks the rules, and the water rises and destroys her, becoming a great river. Another seeker goes to a wisdom well and is overwhelmed by the flood. These aren't just myths about how a river began. They read like cautionary tales about ritual boundaries. Do it properly, at the right time, in the right way, or the well will punish you. And in some communities, a well wasn't just sacred, it was managed. A woman caretaker might instruct visitors on the correct steps, collect gifts, and oversee the ritual. That detail is important. It shows these places weren't random superstitions, but organised sacred sites with living tradition. Even in the modern era, the old system didn't disappear. It shifted into new forms. Some wells became cursing wells, where people tried to harm an enemy by dropping a pin or written name into the water, paying the caretaker and letting the well spirit do the rest. It's dark, but it shows the same underlying belief. The water is alive, it listens, and it acts. The Celts didn't just respect trees as part of the landscape. They treated certain trees and whole forests as living sacred territory. And wherever they settled, they didn't hesitate to adopt older local traditions too. In the Pyrenees and southern Gaul, inscriptions and images hint at divine trees and even groups of trees treated as holy, like a cluster you would recognise as special because it stood alone, towered above everything else, or had some strange presence that people felt rather than explained. In other places, entire forests were imagined as having a single ruling goddess, almost like the woodland had a name, a face, and a personality of its own. Elsewhere, it wasn't one queen of the forest, but a whole crowd of unseen tree spirits, an oak wood full of presences, not a single figure. To understand how intense this could get, picture the kind of sacred grove that ancient writers describe. Dark, dense, and intentionally set apart from ordinary life. People didn't just pray there, they left things behind. Offerings were hung from branches. In the harshest forms, even human victims were displayed or sacrificed at trees, because the tree wasn't just wood and leaves, it was treated as a doorway, a home for powers linked to growth, fate, and the invisible world. And what looks shocking to us fits the logic of the old belief. If the tree holds life force, then whatever you attach to it, gifts, trophies, even the heads of enemies, becomes part of a transaction with the spirit inside the grove. One tree stood above all the rest in Celtic sacred thinking, the oak. Ancient observers said the Druids preferred oak woods for their ceremonies and used oak branches as a standard ritual tool. Even language preserves the idea. Old Irish tradition could use oak as a word that overlaps with divine. But the oak likely wasn't sacred first because it was a sky god symbol. It probably started as something much older and simpler, survival. Oaks were everywhere, they lived long, they sheltered people, they fed communities through acorns in hard times, they burned well, and they looked almost immortal compared to human life. In a world where life force felt like a real substance, the oak became a natural container for it. From there, a bigger idea grows. If the oak stores power, you can release that power at key moments. That helps explain why fire rituals mattered so much. Midsummer fires weren't just celebration, they were like a public recharge of nature's battery. Oak wood goes into the flames, and sometimes the tradition even hints at something more extreme. A stand-in for the spirit of growth, symbolically connected to tree life, being destroyed so that the land, animals, and people could thrive. Over time, later societies translated that older fertility logic into the language of high gods, so the oak could end up associated with a bright, ruling deity. But the older layer, the oak as the living heart of growth and endurance, never fully disappeared. The oak wasn't alone. Other trees carried their own reputations. Yew, ash, alder, hazel, rowan, thorn. In Ireland especially, certain trees were treated as charged with power, good for protection, dangerous to insult, and useful in ritual. Rowan fires, for example, appear in stories as a kind of magical counter-attack, lit with spoken charms to break an enemy's strength. And even centuries later, people kept the habit of using rowan, thorn, and elder near homes to ward off harm, because those trees were thought to host a protective presence that hostile forces avoided. Ireland also preserved the idea of the bile, a great sacred tree rooted in a specific place, often near a fort or a holy well. These weren't casual landmarks, they were identity markers. Their lives were tied to kings and communities. People gathered under them for major public moments, especially leadership rituals. That's why destroying a rival group's sacred tree wasn't just vandalism, it was spiritual warfare. Even in relatively late periods, accounts describe the cutting down of a famous sacred tree as an act that felt monstrous, followed by the expectation that punishment would come. Some stories go further and warn that burning even a fragment of such a tree could bring fire on your house, because the wood was too loaded with power to be treated as ordinary fuel. This tree world also shows up in names. Some tribal names and personal names look like they originally meant people of the yew, son of the oak, son of the alder, and so on. At first that can sound like poetry, but it may preserve something older. Clans identifying themselves with a sacred tree, or claiming descent from a tree spirit, or using the tree as a symbolic ancestor. Even when those meanings faded and the names became ordinary, they still echo a time when the connection felt literal. There's another layer too: trees and the dead. Across Celtic regions you find strong taboos around trees growing near graves and burial places. The simplest idea is also the strongest. The dead person's spirit lives in the tree, or the tree becomes the dead person's living extension. That's why you get stories of lovers' graves, sprouting trees whose branches reach toward each other, sometimes even shaped like faces. It's not just romantic imagery, it's the belief that life continues, rooted in wood and leaf. And that belief survives in later folk fear. Don't cut cemetery trees. Don't break their branches. Don't steal a leaf, because you're interfering with the boundary between worlds. When Christianity spread, this kind of tree religion was stubborn. Church councils condemned it again and again. Stop tying offerings to trees. Stop lighting candles by them. Stop treating certain trees as untouchable. But the old habits stayed because they were woven into daily life. Healing, protection, fertility, luck. Often the church compromised rather than winning outright. A sacred tree that once held a god image might later hold a Madonna image instead, and legends would grow up claiming the image was discovered there, miraculously. The location remained holy, the story around it simply changed. And then there's the most famous tree ritual of all, mistletoe. Pliny describes a Druid ceremony where mistletoe, rare, high in the branches, was cut with a golden sickle, caught in a white cloth and paired with the sacrifice of white bulls. Pliny focuses on the mistletoe as a universal healing plant and a fertility charm, but the scale of the ritual feels bigger than medicine. It looks like a public sacred performance tied to growth and renewal. The moon is carefully timed, purity rules are strict, sacrifice is central, and the gift isn't just the plant, it's the prosperity of the community's life cycle. Pliny also mentions other power plants, gathered with strict rules: no iron, clean clothing, washed feet, fasting, silence, don't look back. This is a familiar pattern in ancient magic worldwide. The plant has power because a spirit is in it, so you approach it like a living being, not an object. You take it only under rules, often with an offering, and the ritual itself is part of what makes the plant effective. Celtic storytelling keeps this logic alive too. Fairy herbs restoring beauty, healing plants closing wounds, divine physicians reviving the dead with magical mixtures. Whether you read these as literal beliefs or as mythic storytelling, the underlying worldview is consistent. Nature is inhabited, responsive, and negotiable, if you know the right way to approach it. By the time we can clearly see the Celts in historical sources, the old animal worship, plain and simple, had mostly faded. Animals were no longer treated as gods you prayed to every day. Instead, they usually showed up as powerful signs, emblems that pointed to a god, or animals that carried a god's presence. But if you look closely, you can still catch the older layers underneath. Scraps of earlier cults, stories that preserve the memory of animal divinities, and even hints of totem-style thinking, where a group believed it was tied by blood or fate to a specific creature. Let's start with the bull, because it keeps breaking the surface everywhere. One famous image from Paris shows a bull linked with 3 cranes, placed right alongside major gods on an altar. That's not the kind of animal you carve for decoration. It reads like the bull is either divine in itself or the key figure in a sacred story everyone recognised. In Irish tradition, the most famous cattle tale is built around bulls that behave like beings with destinies, almost like they're more than animals. They aren't just strong, they carry histories, identities, even transformations. That matters because Celtic stories usually reserve reincarnation-style arcs for gods and legendary heroes. So when bulls get that treatment, it's a clue that they once belonged to the divine category. You also find bulls stamped onto coins and shown with strange extra features, like multiple horns, that look like visual shorthand for this isn't an ordinary beast. Even names preserve the idea. People could be named in ways that essentially mean divine bull, as if the animal carried sacred prestige. And across the Celtic world, place names built around bull suggest that certain locations were once tied to bull myths, or bull worship, later reinterpreted as local legend. Then there's the boar and the swine, which are everywhere in Celtic art and story. The boar appears on standards, coins, and altars, and in some cases it's portrayed with extra horns, again, like a symbol of supernatural status. Yet you also see the transition happening. Instead of the boar as god, you start getting the boar as the companion of a goddess, likely linked with fertility or abundance. In other words, the animal begins to function like an icon, something that identifies a divine power, rather than being the divine power itself. Meanwhile, older rules still echo in strange ways. Some Celtic groups avoided eating pork, which feels like a taboo left over from an earlier stage when the animal was sacred. Elsewhere, especially in Irish tradition, pigs become central to legendary feasts and endless food stories, which may preserve the memory of sacrificial meals where eating the animal was not casual meat consumption, but a ritual act, consuming divine vitality. You also get mythic wild boars hunted by heroes, which may be folk memory of an older boar divinity recast into adventure storytelling. The serpent is another strong case. In Celtic religious images, a horned serpent appears in settings that clearly mark it as sacred. Sometimes it's shown beside a horned god, suggesting an underworld or earth-linked power. The serpent as a chthonic creature, the horn as a stamp of divinity. There are also story world traces, strange multi-headed serpents, and otherworldly reptiles seen during journeys beyond the human realm. Whether or not every detail connects neatly, the pattern is consistent. Serpents aren't random monsters in this mindset. They're carriers of deep earth power, and they sit close to the boundary between life and death. Now here's the big shift. Across multiple animals you can watch a repeated transformation. The animal starts as sacred in its own right, then becomes linked to a named deity, and finally the deity becomes human-shaped, while the animal survives as a symbol. The bear is a clean example. In places whose names even mean bear, you find a goddess receiving offerings with a bear beside her, like the older bear cult has been translated into a new form. The bear is still present, but now it points to the bear goddess. The same thing happens with the stag. The animal seems to slide into the image of a horned god. The stag's link to grain eating, forests, and seasonal cycles makes it easy to imagine it first as a living emblem of the life force in the fields. Then later, tied to an underworld or earth god, the hidden realm where growth is believed to originate. The horse is even more dramatic because its cult became widespread. Once you start seeing a horse goddess, protector of stables, breeders, and cavalry, you're looking at a society where the horse is economically and militarily crucial. Yet her imagery keeps one foot in older religion. She's not just patron saint of horses. She's surrounded by foals, feeding them, or shown with mare and foal motifs that feel like fertility symbolism in its purest form. Her worship spreads with mounted soldiers across the Roman world. But the roots feel older. A time when the horse itself was sacred, possibly not eaten except in ritual, and offered in major seasonal ceremonies connected with prosperity for the whole community. Later, folklore still preserves flickers of this. Midsummer horses, horse-headed disguises, water horses, prophetic horses, like broken reflections of a sacred animal that never fully stopped haunting the imagination. And then we get to the hardest, but most revealing, layer, totem-style thinking. You see it in several kinds of evidence. First, there are names that literally mean things like son of the bear, son of the raven, born of the dog, or people of the tree. Even if later generations treated these as poetic surnames, the structure points back to a worldview where claiming descent from an animal or plant wasn't absurd, it was meaningful identity. Second, there are taboos, rules that forbid a person from eating or harming a certain animal, with the story insisting that breaking the rule brings disaster. In heroic tales, this often shows up as a personal doom rule attached to a famous figure. The hero with the hound name who can't eat dog meat, the warrior forbidden to hunt a certain boar, the king whose fate collapses once he violates an animal restriction. These may be mythic echoes of older clan rules, later narrowed into the hero's personal curse, because people forgot the original social system that produced the taboo. Third, there is a strange kind of ritual memory in customs like the annual wren hunt. Across Celtic regions you find variations of the same pattern. Once a year the wren is hunted, carried in procession, treated with a mixture of celebration and mourning, and sometimes buried with solemnity. In a few places, traces suggest the bird was once eaten ceremonially. That combination is important. A creature that is dangerous or unlucky to kill at random, but is allowed, required, once a year, and then processed through the community as if its death releases a blessing. That is exactly the kind of rhythm you see in societies where a sacred animal is ritually killed at a fixed time to renew luck, health, or fertility, and where the community takes part so the benefit spreads to everyone. In the distant past, many ancient cultures imagined the sky and the earth as living beings bound together in a sacred union. Whether the early Celtic people shared this exact vision remains uncertain, yet similar ideas appear across the ancient world. In numerous traditions, heaven and earth began locked in a tight embrace, their children trapped in darkness between them. The winds, forests, and seas were sometimes imagined as their offspring, pressing outward until the sky was forced away from the earth, allowing light and life to emerge. Over time, in many mythologies, the great Sky Father faded into the background, replaced by more vivid and active gods, while the earth, steady, fertile, and close to human life, remained central. For agricultural communities especially, the earth was not an abstract force but a living presence. She fed the people, received their sacrifices, and responded to rituals meant to ensure abundance. Even when newer religions rose to dominance, older seasonal rites often survived quietly among the people, their original meanings half remembered, but their emotional power intact. If the Celts once told a story of the separation of heaven and earth, it has not survived in clear form. What remains are fragments, echoes of older cosmologies. In some traditions, the sky is imagined as supported by a mighty mountain, towering tree, or great pillars that hold the world upright. A mountain near the headwaters of a great European river was once called a pillar of the sun, said to be so tall that it concealed the sun from those who lived to the south. Such a name suggests more than geography. It hints at a belief that the heavens rested upon the land. Early Irish verse compares sacred figures to the pillars of the world, suggesting that the idea of cosmic supports lingered in poetic memory. Folklore also speaks of islands resting upon four great supports rising from the sea, or of sacred buildings upheld by pillars above frozen waters that would one day melt, swallowing everything. These stories weave together visions of creation and destruction. In other traditions, heaven and earth are linked by a bridge or ladder. Celtic lore preserves faint traces of this idea in references to a bridge of life or a bridge of heaven, suggesting a pathway between mortal existence and the divine realm. Celtic deities were not confined to a single celestial mountain. Some were associated with the sky or with peaks that seemed to touch it. Others belonged to the depths beneath the earth. The god known to the Romans as Dispata was linked to the underworld, a realm of both death and fertility. Certain divine beings were believed to dwell within burial mounds or ancient hills, while others inhabited distant, otherworldly lands across the sea. As Celtic peoples expanded toward the coasts, the realm of the blessed was sometimes imagined as an island far beyond the horizon. Sacred groves were regarded as dwelling places of divine powers who revealed themselves at midday or midnight. Rivers, springs, and trees were not merely features of the landscape, but living presences inhabited by spirits. In such a worldview, the divine was dispersed throughout nature rather than concentrated in a single heavenly court. Traditions about the origins of humanity also reveal distinctive beliefs. Rather than seeing humans as fashioned from nothing, some Celtic communities trace their ancestry to divine beings. Ancient accounts report that certain Gauls claimed descent from a powerful underworld god. This belief may reflect a myth in which humanity once lived beneath the earth before emerging into the light. The dead, in turn, return to that same divine ancestor, linking life and death in a continuous cycle. If the earth had once been imagined as a mother figure, she too could have been regarded as the source of humankind. Over time, however, the role of a maternal earth may have blended with or been replaced by that of a male underworld deity, seen as lord of both fertility and the grave. Families and clans sometimes trace their lineages to gods, sacred animals, or plants, reinforcing a sense of divine connection embedded in identity itself. Though no complete Celtic account of the creation of the world has survived, scattered traditions suggest how such stories may once have been told. Later, lore preserves memories of powerful figures shaping the land. Seas, rivers, and springs were said to arise from the actions of giants, saints, or supernatural beings. Islands were imagined as stones hurled into the ocean by colossal hands. Mountains were described as the earth piled up during titanic labours. Wells might spring forth from a staff striking the ground or from the blood of a holy figure. In these tales, saints or giants likely stand in place of far older gods, their roles reshaped as belief systems changed. One story tells of the sea itself emerging from a magical container that, once opened, could never be sealed again, its waters spreading until they covered the land. Such narratives reflect a deep awareness of floods, storms, and the unpredictable power of nature. Irish tradition speaks of new lakes and plains forming in remote ages as though the land itself were unfinished and still taking shape. Sometimes a lake appeared where a grave had been dug, the disturbance of the earth bringing forth water. These stories suggest a belief that the land was sacred and that violating it invited punishment. In several tales, a well overflowed because someone disobeyed a taboo, allowing its waters to spread across the countryside. Entire towns were said to have vanished beneath newly formed lakes because of moral corruption, the flood interpreted as divine judgment. These narratives resemble widespread flood myths found across cultures. In one Welsh legend, a great vessel preserved a man, a woman, and pairs of animals when rising waters engulfed the land, echoing a broader human fascination with destruction and renewal. Elsewhere, lakes were believed to have formed from the tears of a grieving god, linking landscape to emotion and loss. When people talk about ancient ritual killing, attention often turns first to the cultures of the Eastern Mediterranean. Yet accounts from the ancient world also described something similar in Iron Age Western Europe. In Gaul, some observers claimed that human victims were offered in moments of crisis, in wartime, and during public ceremonies. The stated logic was stark. If danger demanded a life, then a life could be exchanged. Disease, looming defeat, or any severe threat might be interpreted as a sign that unseen powers were demanding payment. In that mindset, the person at risk could attempt to survive by substituting another life in his place. Those chosen were often people with little protection, captives, slaves, criminals, but the stories also insist that, during extreme emergencies, even close kin could be offered. If a setback suggested that the sacrifice had not been enough, desperation could intensify. The weak might be killed, a leader might present himself as the ultimate offering, or warriors might turn their weapons on themselves in a final attempt to sway fate. Whether every detail is true is impossible to prove, but the pattern described is consistent. Violence framed as negotiation with the divine. A related idea appears in tales of public burden-bearing victims used during epidemics. In these stories, a man from the poorest class would be supported by the city for a time, treated as a sacred figure in a grim sort of parade, then symbolically loaded with the community's misfortunes through formal curses and prayers. Finally, he was expelled by death. The role was not simply execution, it was transfer. Sickness, fear, and collective guilt were imagined as something that could be pushed onto a single human body and removed with it. These are the kinds of rituals found in many societies. The victim becomes a container for public disaster. War, too, could supply victims. Some traditions describe vows made before battle that promise not only loot, but human lives. Prisoners were not always treated as commodities to be exchanged. Instead, captives could be reclassified as offerings. Animals taken in raids were sometimes killed alongside human prisoners. Ancient reports list a wide variety of killing methods: stabbing, hanging, drowning, burning, even dismemberment. Different modes were sometimes associated with different divine powers. Fire for a thunder or sky force, suffocation or immersion for other gods, hanging for a power linked to trees or forests. In these accounts, the method mattered because the victim was being assigned to a realm: flame, water, air, or wood. Beyond improvised sacrifices in emergencies, some descriptions speak of periodic ceremonies that involved many victims at once. These were not private acts but public spectacles, meant to affect the welfare of an entire people. The victims might be prisoners held for long periods, criminals, or the powerless, and the killing could take place within a giant structure shaped like a human figure, built from woven branches filled with people and animals, and set alight. Whether the structure was exactly as described is debated, but the underlying theme is not. Fire as a communal offering, tied to the renewal of the year and the hope that land and livestock would thrive. In this way, the the same act could be interpreted in two directions at once. It could be described as an attempt to appease angry gods, yet it also looks like a ritual meant to energize nature itself, as if life could be forced back into fields and herds by feeding the earth with blood and heat. The same sources that describe killing also describe divination. The body of the victim was not only a payment, but a message board. Some accounts claim that priests or ritual specialists watched how the victim collapsed, how limbs twitched, how blood flowed, and then turned those movements into forecasts. Others describe reading signs in the organs. In that world, the boundary between sacrifice and prophecy blurred. The killing was the ritual, and the result was information. Even when later authorities suppressed the practice, traditions suggest that symbolic versions persisted, gestures that imitated killing, a token cut, a small letting of blood, echoes of an older logic surviving under pressure. In Britain, the ancient reports grow even darker, describing blood-soaked sanctuaries and killings dedicated to a war goddess. These accounts emphasize cruelty, especially toward female prisoners, portraying sacrifice as both religious offering and terror weapon. Ireland is harder to judge because much of what survives comes from later storytelling that mixes memory, propaganda, and myth. Yet even there, the recurring themes remain. A powerful idol receiving human first offerings, a belief that prosperity demanded a terrible exchange, and stories linking sacrifice to milk, grain, and the health of the community. Some tales describe a land struck by blight and a proposed remedy that required the blood of a pure child, though the child is sometimes replaced at the last moment by an animal substitute. Whether literal or reshaped by later narrators, these stories preserve the idea that fertility and order could be repaired through blood. Another set of legends attaches sacrifice to construction. Across many cultures, there are stories that a building cannot stand until a life is placed beneath it, either to satisfy spirits of the ground or to provide a supernatural guardian. In Celtic-speaking regions, similar tales appear again and again. A holy site is sealed by a burial beneath it, or a fortress collapses until the soil is sprinkled with blood. These stories often survive in softened form, with the victim framed as a willing martyr or a saintly helper, but the structure of the myth remains. The earth demands a life before it will accept stone. If these practices were real, their deepest function may not have been simple cruelty for its own sake. In many early agricultural religions, the central fear is sterility. Fields that fail, cattle that die, families that cannot endure. In that climate of anxiety, violent ritual becomes a kind of extreme technology, a desperate method to force abundance into being. Some interpretations go further and imagine an older layer beneath the public burnings and mass killings, a time when a single victim symbolized the life of the land itself, killed so that life might return stronger, with blood nourishing soil and flesh feeding the ground. Later ages could multiply the victims, but the old meaning, fertility and renewal, would still cling to the rite. Alongside sacrifice sits another grim habit described repeatedly: headtaking. Accounts from Gaul and later Irish tradition paint the same picture. After battle, warriors returned singing, with severed heads hung from saddles or fixed on spears. Settlements could be lined with stakes crowned by skulls. Halls might store them in special rooms. Some heads were preserved in oils or locked away like trophies. The point was not money. Even when offered gold, a warrior might refuse to sell the head of a notable enemy. These heads were treated as proof of honour, a public record of courage, and a kind of personal archive of victory. But the practice also carried spiritual weight. In some traditions, taking a head was performed with gestures of dedication, as if the life of the slain was being offered to higher powers or to ancestors. A skull, placed in a sacred space, turned a trophy into an offering. Underneath this lies an old belief shared by many cultures. The head is not merely a body part. It is a seat of force, identity, and will. To possess it is to possess something of the victim's power. That may explain tales of drinking from an enemy's skull or smearing oneself with blood, acts that look like attempts to absorb strength directly. Sometimes the same logic is applied to kin. Drinking a relative's blood to inherit courage or to bind the living and dead more tightly. Even later, folklore preserves an eerie shadow of it, such as stories of using the skull of a dead person as a vessel for healing rites. This obsession with the head may help explain why severed heads appear so often in Celtic art and story, not only as trophies but as protective symbols. A great hero's head might be imagined as guarding the land even after death. A carved head on a weapon or a house could be treated like a charm, a concentrated image of protective power. In such a worldview, the boundary between symbol and substance is thin. An image does not merely represent power. It can be a container for it. Not all offerings were human. Animals were widely used in ritual life, especially in contexts connected to hunting, war, disease, and seasonal change. Stories describe annual offerings, bought with money, set aside from the year's hunting, with feasting that included even the hunting dogs, crowned as if they too participated in sacred time. In wartime, captured animals could be killed for war gods, or dedicated to a river by being thrown into it, assigning them to the water's domain. In the island traditions, later religious writers often minimized or reshaped these customs. Yet traces remain. Saints' lives that describe pagan gatherings, offering victims to idols. Rural communities, killing an animal on a saint's feast day to avoid misfortune, and local rites aimed at curing madness or protecting herds. In many of these cases, a saint's name seems to stand in for an older divine figure, while the ritual continues under new language. Some of the most revealing survivals appear in folk practices during times of plague among cattle. The chosen animal might be burned and its ashes scattered over the herd, or it might be thrown into the sea or over a cliff, as if the disease could be carried away with it. Here, the animal is both payment and carrier, an offering to appease harmful forces and a vessel meant to remove misfortune. In other traditions, small animals were periodically cast out from the doorway as gifts to spirits of earth and air, a routine bargain to keep trouble away from the home. Liquids mattered too. Blood might be daubed on sacred objects, poured onto stones or trees, or collected in special vessels. Along the coasts, offerings to the sea show up in later folklore. Fishermen saluting dangerous rocks, pouring drink into the water, leaving food or cloth behind, treating the sea not as scenery, but as a living power that must be greeted. In one island ritual, a man walked into the water at night and poured a drink as an offering, while others responded with a chant asking for seaweed to fertilize the land. Afterward, silence in a church was followed by an outdoor celebration that may preserve the memory of older fertility rites. Even in recent times, milk could be poured onto certain stones as a gift to a household or herd-protecting spirit, a small act that carries the shape of ancient sacrifice without its violence. Prayer threaded through all of this. Ritual speech was likely formulaic and carefully preserved because the power of the words was believed to depend on precision. Public crisis could trigger formal curses against invaders, while leaders called on war goddesses for protection. Singing also appears as a tool. Storm-raising chants attributed to priestly women. battle songs crafted by poets and rhythmic movements paired with the clash of weapons. These performances were not simply music. They were meant to change the world. A war cry that shouted a divine name or a clan name worked like a verbal spear, both a psychological weapon and, in the old logic, a way to compel divine attention. Dance, especially before battle or at the full moon, functioned as embodied prayer. When movement imitates action, it is often meant to influence the action itself, turning performance into a kind of magical pressure applied to reality. Divination formed another pillar of ritual life. Specialists existed, but priestly figures also practiced it, and ordinary people used simpler methods. Signs were taken from sacrificial victims, from the flight of birds, from fire and smoke, from clouds, and from the behaviour of animals released for omens. Birds held a special place, especially the crow, which appears in stories as a guide, a judge, and a source of knowledge. Disputes could be settled through bird signs. Migrations could be explained as following sacred flight paths. The underlying assumption was clear. Animals did not lie, and nature itself could be read as a language. Objects were used for divination as well. Wands, rods, carved marks, and lots appear in the tradition. The technique often resembles drawing one piece at random and interpreting the signs on it, with the outcome credited to unseen guidance. Star knowledge existed too, though it likely blended simple observation with astrology. The purpose was not just to track seasons, but to choose the right moment for action. Building a house, starting an education, launching an expedition, because the timing was thought to carry power. Some methods aimed directly at altered states of consciousness. A poet-seer might eat a special piece of meat, speak words of power over his hands, press his palms to his face, and seek revelation through sleep. Another method involved composing verses and reciting them over a person or object until insight arrived. There were also incantations repeated to locate stolen cattle, or learn the length of one's life, sometimes continuing until exhaustion produced a trance. In one style of prophecy, a seer entered an intense frenzy, shouting, roaring, collapsing into ecstasy, while listeners pulled meaning from the torrent of words. When the seer returned to ordinary awareness, he might remember nothing. Traditions like this appear in many parts of the world, suggesting a shared human pattern. In extreme emotion or ritual isolation, the mind produces information in a different mode, experienced as coming from beyond the self. In the Highlands, a later practice preserved a similar structure. The seer was wrapped in an animal hide and left alone in a wild place, expected to receive dreams from spirits. The hide mattered. Across cultures, wearing the skin of a sacrificed animal is a way of crossing a boundary, using contact to draw near to the power behind the victim. Binding the seer's limbs also appears in many traditions, sometimes explained as restraint, sometimes as a way to concentrate force. The same logic shows up in healing rites, where a sick person is wrapped in the skin of a sacrificed animal, seeking recovery through contact with sacred life. The dead were also approached as sources of knowledge. People slept on graves to receive dreams, believing that the boundary between worlds thinned in such places. Stories tell of poets chanting over a tomb until a dead hero appeared and recited forgotten lore. Even the shoulder blade of a sheep could become an oracle, its marks read for signs of what was coming or what was happening far away. Nuts, acorns, and sacred trees also enter the picture as sources of inspiration, food that is not merely food, but a key to vision. Women too appear as prophets, island priestesses, ritual specialists, and later, wise women, said to foresee events. Prophecy becomes a recurring theme in heroic tales as well, with forecasts spoken at births, and warnings delivered before campaigns. The word used for prophecy in some traditions, suggests ecstasy rather than calm prediction, as if the future was heard during a temporary possession of the mind. Even after official religion changed, these practices did not disappear. They often shifted labels, condemned as sorcery rather than worship, yet continued because they belonged to something older and harder to erase. The human need to bargain with danger, to read meaning in chaos, and to believe that words, blood, and ritual can push back against misfortune. In early Irish tradition, there existed a powerful and mysterious concept known as the geese. The word carried a double meaning. On one level, it referred to something strictly forbidden, an act that must never be committed if disaster was to be avoided. On another level, it described a binding command placed upon someone, an obligation that had to be fulfilled no matter the cost. Both meanings revolved around one idea. Invisible forces governed fate, and certain actions either protected or destroyed a person's life and honour. These prohibitions were not minor social rules. They were woven into identity itself. Some were believed to exist even before birth. Others passed down through families, as if inherited along with blood and land. A few appear to preserve traces of older animal affiliations, suggesting that certain clans may once have identified themselves with specific creatures. Later, storytellers often tried to explain these taboos with dramatic legends, long after their original meaning had faded. One hero was forbidden to hunt a particular wild boar. In the tale told centuries later, the story is framed as a curse born from a tragic killing, the dead child transformed into the animal that would one day bring the hero's death. Yet behind that elaborate explanation may lie something far older, a bond between warrior and animal that could not be violated without breaking the fabric of destiny. Other figures were bound by similar restrictions. One was forbidden to eat the flesh of a dog, another could never pursue birds. Such rules seem strange today, but in a society where certain animals carried spiritual significance, breaking that bond could mean inviting ruin. Not all prohibitions were rooted in ancient animal associations. Some reflected ideas of honour and reputation. Others may have been linked to ritual calendars or unlucky times. A large number, however, concerned kings and rulers. In the early Irish imagination, a king was not merely a political leader. His body and actions were tied to the well-being of the land itself. If he observed his sacred restrictions, the fields would flourish and the cattle would multiply. If he failed, famine and misfortune might follow. The king of a province might be forbidden to appear in certain places at particular times, to wear specific colours under certain conditions, or to sit upon particular burial mounds during the wrong season. At first glance, these rules appear arbitrary, even absurd. Yet in many traditional societies, the ruler is seen as a living vessel of sacred power. His movements must be carefully regulated because he embodies the balance between nature and the human world. Every gesture carries symbolic weight. His restraint protects the harvest. His discipline safeguards prosperity. Alongside restrictions came privileges. The king might be entitled to eat certain foods on designated days or enter sacred sites, denied to ordinary people. In some cultures, the first fruits of the land can only be consumed after the ruler has tasted them ceremonially. Such customs suggest that leadership once carried ritual responsibilities far beyond administration. The king stood at the intersection of divine order and human survival, as these ideas filtered into heroic storytelling. Legendary warriors were also bound by personal prohibitions. Some of these rules seem religious in character. Others appear magical. Still, others reflect deeply ingrained codes of honour. The storytellers may have added new ones for dramatic effect, but the core belief remained the same. Greatness comes with restrictions, and destiny waits for the moment those restrictions are broken. A striking feature of these obligations is that they could be imposed by anyone. A command framed as a sacred demand carried immense force. Once spoken, it had to be obeyed. To ignore it was to invite catastrophe. In the stories, such commands often sound like spells. Their power does not depend on physical strength, but on belief. The individual bound by the command feels compelled to act, even against his own wishes. There are tales of warriors driven from rest because a father-in-law demanded that they uncover a hidden injustice. There are stories of heroes forced into elopements or journeys they would never have chosen, simply because a binding demand had been placed upon them. Personal reluctance means nothing once the obligation is spoken. Fate tightens its grip. In many traditional societies around the world, the breaking of a taboo is believed to bring automatic punishment. Sometimes, the feared consequence unfolds because the individual, realizing the violation, becomes overwhelmed with dread. The mind produces the disaster it expects. Yet to those who live within that belief system, the result is not psychological, but divine. It is vengeance from unseen forces. Irish narrative tradition is filled with such outcomes. A hero ignores a sacred restriction, and soon afterward meets his death. A warrior eats forbidden food and finds that his strength abandons him at the crucial moment. The pattern is relentless. Violation leads to collapse. One of the most powerful examples is found in the story of a king whose life is bound by numerous sacred prohibitions. His rules are listed carefully at the beginning, as if preparing the audience for what is to come. Then, piece by piece, events unfold that force him into impossible situations. One rule contradicts another. A choice made to obey one restriction causes the breaking of another. The king struggles, but destiny tightens around him. By the end, he has violated the sacred code that once protected him, and his death follows in a blaze of violence. Viewed through this lens, the tale is not simply about personal failure. It carries a deeper theme. Sacred order cannot be mocked without consequence. The destruction of the king is presented as the settling of an ancient account, a delayed retribution for earlier wrongdoing within his lineage. The unseen world corrects imbalance not immediately, but inevitably. The concept of the geese reveals a society in which law, magic, morality, and destiny were intertwined. Actions were not judged solely by intention, but by their alignment with hidden forces that sustained the world. To live under such conditions meant walking a narrow path. Power brought danger. Honor required obedience. Freedom was constrained by invisible threads. In these stories, fate is rarely sudden. It approaches gradually, disguised as coincidence or necessity. The hero steps forward, believing he acts freely, yet every step moves him closer to a boundary he must not cross. Once that boundary is breached, the consequences unfold with grim certainty. Long before people in northwestern Europe began marking the year by solstices and equinoxes, time was organized in ways that matched work, weather, and survival. Among Celtic-speaking communities, the calendar appears to have started as a practical system, shaped by agriculture and herding. Later, the rhythm of the moon became central. Months could be counted by lunar cycles, and the most important measurements of time followed the night sky rather than the position of the sun. One striking habit stands out in the old tradition. Night came first. A festival began at dusk, not at dawn. The night of a holy date meant the evening before it, as if darkness opened the door and daylight followed behind. Early on, the year seems to have been divided into large seasonal blocks, tied to the movement of herds and the turning of fields. Over time, this became a more settled four-part structure, and the year began with winter, not spring. The opening point was the threshold of late autumn, a time when the warmth of the year receded and the long dark season took hold. That beginning mattered because the first day of a year is rarely just a date. It is a moment when communities try to reset fortune, drive away danger, and secure prosperity for what comes next. These major turning points were not originally anchored to astronomical markers. The great Celtic festival dates do not line up neatly with solstices or equinoxes, which suggests that the earlier system was not built around precise solar science. Yet people everywhere noticed the sun's longest days. Across Europe, midsummer developed into a major celebration with fire, procession, and communal rites. In some regions, midsummer customs look so similar to the early summer festival held at the start of May that the two appear like relatives. They may once have been different expressions of the same older season of renewal, later fixed into separate dates. In places where midsummer was already deeply established, later calendars reinforced it. In other places, older celebrations were nudged, renamed, or partly absorbed into newer religious schedules. The rituals often survived anyway, shifting onto saint days or church feasts while keeping their older shape. What survives in tradition shows that these festivals were rooted in the needs of farming and herding. People did not only celebrate, they acted. The rites were designed to protect herds from sickness, to guard households from misfortune, and to push the natural world toward growth. The ceremonies can look religious on the surface, but underneath there is often another logic: practical magic, the belief that symbolic acts can strengthen life and reduce danger. The year's opening festival in late autumn carried more than one meaning at once. It arrived as winter approached, when blight, cold, and scarcity felt near. Yet it also carried hope, because even in the dark season the promise of return mattered. That threshold seems to have gathered multiple older customs into itself. In regions where harvest happened late, the rites of gathering and storing could slide toward the autumn turning point. Even when crops were already in, threshing and final processing might still be happening, keeping the sense of harvest close to the winter gate. The festival also held echoes of an older pastoral world, when the herd was at the centre of life and winter survival depended on hard decisions. One of the clearest features of the autumn turning point was fire. A great communal blaze was kindled, and household fires were renewed from it. Old flames were put out, and new flames were carried home, as if purity had to be restored at the start of the year. In many cultures, a new fire is not simply convenient. It is a reset. It marks the casting out of accumulated trouble and the beginning of a cleaner cycle. Later, winter customs, such as the burning of special logs and the emphasis on hearth light during the coldest season, may preserve fragments of that older fire renewal pattern. Alongside the fire came forecasting. At the turning of the year, people wanted to know what waited ahead. Some divinations were tied directly to the communal blaze, using small tokens placed near it or within it to read fate. Others were more personal, often tied to marriage prospects and household fortune. The setting might change from place to place, but the purpose remained stable. The new year was an opening, and openings were dangerous. Knowledge, even in symbolic form, promised control. Another autumn custom had a blunt, practical side. Animals were slaughtered for winter food. Yet the practice was rarely treated as mere butchery. It often carried a sacred tone, and later, tradition sometimes framed it as an offering made to a holy protector. Refusing the rite could be seen as inviting bad luck. Beneath that later framing, older layers may be hiding. In early herding societies, a community might kill and share a special animal in a ritual meal, not only to eat, but to confirm the bond between people, herd, and the forces believed to guard them. Over time, as attitudes changed, the slaughter could become more general and less explicitly sacred, while still preserving the feeling that this was a meaningful act done at the right moment of the year. Other winter season customs point in the same direction. Masquerades in animal skins, processions that turned the community into a moving ritual, and smoky rites in which people and livestock were exposed to the fumes of burning hide or firebrands. Such acts often claim to drive away misfortune. They also suggest something deeper: contact with the animal, its skin, its smoke, its essence, treated as protective and potent. In many traditions, wearing the skin of a creature links the wearer to its power. Even when the old explanations vanish, the actions remain, carried forward because they feel necessary. A turning point of the year is also a moment when rules loosen. When society believes it is already throwing out evil and resetting order, a temporary surge of disorder can seem acceptable. That is why many New Year celebrations across the world allow license, noise, and excess. In Celtic-speaking regions, later accounts and folk customs still preserve hints of that atmosphere. Rowdy gatherings, pranks, and a controlled window of freedom that would be forbidden at other times. The wildness was not random. It belonged to the idea that the world was being remade. The autumn threshold was also linked to the dead. Stories and customs speak of the boundary between worlds thinning at this time. Food was set out, the unseen were remembered, and in some places they were treated as present guests. The year began in darkness, and the darkness was not empty. Fire, again, stood at the centre of protection. The blaze could be treated as a visible stand-in for the sun during the season when sunlight weakened. Lighting it on hills, carrying embers, and circling with flame could be understood as strengthening the powers of life. People leapt over fires, or passed animals near them. In that ritual logic, the fire cleansed and fortified. It could also be dangerous. Folklore sometimes attaches fear to the last person near the dying flames, as if the boundary between protection and sacrifice was thin. Stories of devouring beasts, dark spirits, or unlucky fates may preserve a distant memory that someone once had to pay the price when the community demanded renewal. Over time, figures that had once been associated with growth, land, and the forces of fertility could be reimagined as threatening beings, connected with blight and winter. The same supernatural world can change its face when seasons change. A power that brings crops in spring can become a danger in late autumn. This is how old deities can sink into demon-like roles in later belief, while their festivals survive in altered form. The early summer festival that opened in May carried a different mood. It celebrated the rising strength of the sun and the return of active growth. Fire again was central, this time not as a defense against winter, but as a force to protect health and push fertility into the living world. Communal bonfires were lit on high ground, and in some traditions household fires were extinguished, so the entire district could be renewed from a single blaze. Herds were driven between fires or past the flames to keep sickness away. Sometimes the fire was set near a sacred tree or a tall green pole wrapped in foliage. The greenery mattered. It represented vegetation's presence, the living spirit of the season made visible. People moved with the fire. They danced in circles that followed the sun's path across the sky. They ran with blazing branches through fields and lanes. These were not just celebrations. They were imitations meant to cause results. If the sun's movement brought growth, then copying that movement was believed to help growth. Branches were fixed on houses for protection, and green boughs marked doors and barns as if the life of the woods could guard human life. Later, fragments of these rites preserve strange details that hint at older sacrifices. Sometimes bones or parts of animals were thrown into the flame. Sometimes a ritual chosen one appeared in the customs, a person symbolically marked, mocked, or treated as devoted during the celebration. In later times, this could be harmless play, but the pattern resembles something older and more serious. A victim once linked to the season's life force, a representative who carried the community's hopes and dangers. Even when the killing disappeared, the outline of the role could remain. Food, too, became part of the ritual. Special cakes were made and used in symbolic ways. Rolling them down slopes mirrored the sun's descent and rise, turning bread into a moving charm. In some customs, pieces of the cake were offered outward to the powers that could help or harm the herd and the flock. The gesture looks like bargaining with nature itself. The cake may also preserve an older idea. The grain is not just grain, it is life. A ritual meal is not just eating. It is participation in the season's power. Early summer also carried water rites. Wells were visited, and their water was used in ceremonies meant to bring healing or rainfall. Morning dew was treated as potent. People rolled in grass, washed faces, or collected moisture as if the year's health could be absorbed through contact with living, wet earth. Across many cultures, water, green leaves, and fire form a repeating triangle in fertility ritual. Moisture for growth, flame for power, and vegetation as the visible sign of life returning. Midsummer, when it was observed, often repeated the same pattern with even more intensity. The communal fire returned. Everyone contributed. Leaders and clergy might later appear in these gatherings, trying to place them under religious control, but the core remained older than any sermon. Dancing around the blaze, driving cattle near it, leaping through it, and reading omens from mishaps all belonged to the same belief. The fire carried the sun's force, and the sun's force could be borrowed. In many places, great fiery wheels were rolled downhill or spun as blazing circles. The symbol is obvious. The sun as a wheel of fire. Once humans had invented the wheel, it became an irresistible image for the sun's movement. Rolling it through the fields did more than imitate the heavens. It brought the charm directly onto the land. The circle moved where the crops grew. The ritual said, in action rather than words, that light and power must pass over the grain. Ashes and charred wood from these fires were treated as valuable. They were scattered on fields, kept in houses, mixed into seed, or stored for protection. Smoke drifting over farmland was imagined as a blessing, spreading the sun's strength like a veil. These practices can seem irrational now, but within their own logic they are consistent. If fire is a condensed form of the sun, then ash is the sun's residue, and the residue can be used. The festival, in early August, arrived as the year's first sense of harvest ripened. It became a major gathering day, not only for worship but for markets, games, and social life. People met in large assemblies at central places. In later times, those assemblies were easily reshaped by new political powers and new religious calendars, but the core function remained. This was the season when work began to turn into reward. It was also a time when marriages were arranged, because food stores were growing and the community had room to breathe. In such gatherings, courtship could become more open, and festive behaviour could slide into a controlled kind of license, again tied to the belief that human vitality and Earth's vitality belong together. Behind the celebration stood an older agricultural logic. The last sheaf mattered. In many European traditions, it was treated as a living thing, preserved, honoured, given to animals, or saved for next year's sowing. That practice suggests a belief in a corn spirit, a life force that must be carried forward so the next cycle can begin. Stories later turned this into legends of deaths and burials linked to the festival, as if a figure connected to the land had to die when the harvest began. Such tales may preserve a distant memory of older rites in which a representative of the crop's power was symbolically killed, buried, or transformed, so that life could return in the next season. Across the wider ancient world, observers also described island rites and seasonal ceremonies led by women, sometimes excluding men entirely. These accounts, whatever their exaggerations, point toward an important theme. Fertility cults were often imagined as the domain of women, especially in societies where women held key roles in cultivation and household production. Ritual nudity, body paint, leafy disguises and night ceremonies appear again and again in fertility traditions worldwide. The symbolism is direct. The human body becomes an image of generative power, and exposing it, painting it, or clothing it in green becomes a way of sending that power into the fields. This is not a modern interpretation imposed on the past. It is a recurring structure that appears wherever communities tied survival to harvest. In later periods, images of goddesses or saintly figures could be carried through streets and fields when crops were threatened, accompanied by song and dance. Sometimes washing rituals were performed, as if refreshing the sacred figure could refresh the weather and the land. Eventually, relics of saints could take the place of older sacred objects, marched around newly sown fields in drought to cool down rain. The actors changed, the meaning shifted, but the need remained the same. People sought a lever that could move the sky. In the earliest layers of religion, worship rarely begins inside buildings. It begins with space, a clearing set apart from ordinary life, a boundary that marks the place as different. What matters is not stone walls or carved roofs, but the idea that a presence has claimed the ground. Once a community believes a god or spirit stands there, the place becomes charged. People approach carefully. Some areas are treated as forbidden except to specialists. Fear and reverence mix together. The worshipper does not stroll in casually. The worshipper hesitates at the edge, sensing that stepping too close could be dangerous. Across Celtic-speaking regions, the oldest sacred places were often groves. Not gardens in the modern sense, but dense pockets of woodland treated as living sanctuaries. Ancient descriptions portray them as eerie and untouchable, places where animals avoid nesting, where silence feels unnatural, where even leaves seem to tremble without wind. In such stories, altars stand among the trunks, and the images of the gods are not always statues in human form. Sometimes the god is a tree that has been shaped or scarred. Sometimes it is a rough trunk chosen and left intentionally misshapen, as if the divine is too powerful to be made beautiful. These groves are described as stained by sacrifice, marked by blood and smoke, and surrounded by tales of strange signs, groans from the ground, sudden fires that do not consume, serpents coiled around ancient oaks. Whether every detail is literal or not, the tone is consistent. The grove is not a park, it is a threshold. War and conquest collided with these places. Roman campaigns recorded sacred woods set aside for rites, the invaders viewed as unsettling or hostile. In some cases, the response was brutal and symbolic. Cut the grove down, erase the sanctified landscape, break the power of a people by breaking the place that held their gods. Yet even after conquest, local groves did not simply vanish. They remained in the background of rural life. Long after new religions took official control, people still treated certain trees and patches of woodland as special. Laws and church penalties appear precisely because the older habits persisted. At the same time, it would be a mistake to imagine Celtic religion as nothing but woodland worship. Groves existed beside more developed sanctuaries. In some regions, especially where Celtic groups lived close to the Mediterranean world and its urban traditions, there were buildings used as temples. Some held war trophies and communal treasure. Others served as fixed places where periodic gatherings took place. Decisions, judgments, and ritual obligations tied the community's calendar. In coastal and river regions, sanctuaries could also form around water, with offerings and dedicated objects accumulating over time. Sacred spaces were not all alike. A small local grove could stand beside a large tribal centre, and both could be treated as legitimate. When the Roman world spread across Celtic lands, new temple forms multiplied. Large sanctuaries rose with Roman-style layouts, often placed where older cult sites already stood. The architecture changed, but the sacred geography frequently stayed the same. Springs, wells, and rivers became focal points for small shrines, built by individuals who believed they had received help from the resident power. Inside these temples and shrines, offerings collected. Coins, dedicated vessels, symbolic objects, trophies, and standards associated with war and protection could all be stored in sacred custody. The temple was not just a place to pray. It was a vault of sacred wealth and memory. This is also where a modern misunderstanding has to be cleared away. Stone circles and megalithic monuments are often imagined as Druid temples, complete with altars and rituals, staged on flat stones. That picture has a long history in popular culture, but it does not fit what archaeology shows. Many of the most famous circles were built long before historical Celts appear in the record. They belong to much older prehistoric societies, and their primary connection is with burial and commemoration. That does not make them meaningless to later peoples. On the contrary, later communities often inherit ancient landscapes and layer new beliefs onto them. A burial monument can become a place of fear, awe, and story. People may avoid it, venerate it, or use it as a meeting place. But that is different from calling it a purpose-built temple of a later priesthood. For Celtic communities encountering these ancient structures, the safest assumption is that they regarded them as powerful because the dead were powerful. Spirits are dangerous in many traditional belief systems, especially spirits tied to old earthworks and unknown ancestors. A stone circle might become wrapped in legend. Stones that move, trees within the ring that seem alive, wells that serve as gateways to hidden worlds. These stories do not require the circle to have been built by Celtic hands. They only require the circle to exist, looming in the landscape like a relic of another age. Sacred mounds and burial places also mattered, but the evidence suggests that commemorative gatherings could cluster around certain sites without turning every monument into a temple. Some seasonal festivals gain memorial layers that link them to tombs or legendary burials. That could happen naturally when a festival is already a time of assembly. People meet, trade, compete, arrange marriages, and remember ancestors. A burial site near the gathering place becomes part of the ritual atmosphere. Still, this should not be stretched into the idea that all megaliths were centres of an official cult run by Druids. The landscape was sacred in many ways, and not all sacredness works like organised religion. Wherever the place was, sacrifice required an altar of some kind. Sometimes, that altar was nothing more than a stone heap or a single block. In other cases, it may have been a fixed platform. Large communal rites could not always be performed on an altar itself, but the altar could still be treated as the point where blood, fire, or offerings were formally dedicated. Under Roman influence, altars took on Roman shapes. Names were carved into them. Reliefs appeared. The altar became both a religious object and a public monument. Yet older altar practices likely continued alongside the new forms, especially in rural areas where stonework and inscriptions were less common. Images of the gods are another place where stereotypes get in the way. There is an old claim that Celtic religion avoided images, as if the sacred could only be felt in nature or symbol, never represented in form. The record does not support that. Images existed in multiple shapes and materials. Some were carved in wood and vanished over time because wood decays. Others were made in stone. Some were crude and rigid. Others were stylized in ways that reflect local art, rather than Mediterranean realism. The idea of a deformed or stiff idol appears again and again in later writings, often as a criticism. But that very criticism implies that such objects were real and visible. It is also possible to see how images could grow out of older traditions. Standing stones placed over graves can begin as memorials, then become charged with presence. A stone that speaks in legend or that chooses a rightful king in story reflects the belief that certain objects hold power and agency. A carved tree trunk can move in the same direction. First, a sacred tree, then a marked trunk, then an image associated with a named god. None of this requires a sudden leap from pure nature worship to full statuary. It can happen step by step. Boundary stones are especially important in this story. Across many cultures, boundaries are not just lines on the ground. They are spiritual edges, places where protection is needed and where oaths matter. A stone set at a border can become an object of reverence. If outsiders arrive with their own gods of roads and crossings, they may interpret these stones through familiar categories, and the local population may adopt the connection if it feels useful. Over time, older sacred stones can receive new faces, new symbols, and new names without losing their old power. In Ireland, stories repeatedly mention idols, and not as vague metaphors. They appear as carved figures, sometimes described as adorned with precious metal. Groups of images stand together at specific sacred places, suggesting that certain sites were treated as formal cult centres. Tales of saints toppling idols fit a wider pattern seen across Europe. A new religion announces its victory by breaking the visible bodies of the older gods. Even when the stories are shaped by later belief, the repeated emphasis on images points to a world where sacred objects stood in the open and were treated as real. Britain preserves fewer detailed accounts, but later writers describe abandoned shrines filled with weathered images. The language is mournful and contemptuous at the same time, which is often the tone of a society looking back on the defeated religion of its own ancestors. The idols are portrayed as ugly, rigid, and powerless now, yet they once commanded fear. When the Roman period arrives, the amount of surviving material increases dramatically. Stone statues, reliefs, bronze figures, and small household images appear in large numbers. Some clearly represent native gods using local forms, horned figures associated with abundance, deities linked to animals, gods shown with tools like hammers or axes, protective mothers grouped in threes holding fruit or children. Other images carry Roman names, but include local identity beneath the surface, showing a blending that was common in conquered provinces. A Roman label could sit comfortably over a native personality, creating a hybrid religious language understood by locals and outsiders alike. Alongside images, symbols carried meaning. Wheels, mallets, horns, torques, cups, and cornucopias appear again and again, marking divine roles: power, plenty, sunlight, authority. Abstract signs also recur: spiral forms, triple motifs, circles, crosses, and zigzag shapes that may have represented forces like the sun, motion, or thunder. But without direct explanations from the people themselves, interpretations remain cautious. Some symbols are widespread across many cultures, which suggests that they may not belong exclusively to Celtic belief. they may belong to the shared grammar of ancient religious imagination. One especially revealing feature of Celtic religion is the treatment of weapons. In some traditions, the weapon is not only a tool, it is a vessel. Stories speak of blades that carry voices, or weapons that must be honoured with songs. Oaths are sworn on swords, and the sword is believed to punish lies. Coins show ritual scenes, a sword set upright in the earth, a warrior dancing before it, a blade presented like an idol. Even centuries later, observers describe prayers or incantations performed before a weapon planted in the ground. This is not simply military pride, it is the trace of a cult. The logic is familiar in the study of ancient religion. If a community believes a spirit can live in a weapon, then the weapon must be treated with respect. If the weapon carries a divine presence, it can witness oaths, enforce truth, and transfer power. In that worldview, a blade is more than metal. It is a charged object that links human violence to sacred authority. Later, folklore preserves the afterimage. Legendary swords that shine, weapons that choose their owners, blades that carry destiny. These are not inventions from nothing. They are the storytelling form of an older belief that sacred force can inhabit things made by human hands. The word Druid has attracted speculation for centuries, partly because outsiders tried to explain it using familiar languages and symbols. Some linked it to the oak, imagining that the priesthood took its name from sacred trees. Others, looking more closely at Celtic language roots, saw something different, a title connected to knowing, seeing, and expertise. In that older sense, a druid is not simply a priest of the oak, but a figure defined by access to knowledge. That idea still echoes in later Gaelic usage, where related words come to mean sorcerer or practitioner of hidden arts. A bigger debate sits behind the word itself. Where did this institution come from, and who invented it? Ancient writers sometimes claimed that the tradition began in Britain and then crossed to the continent. Later, scholars flipped the direction and argued the opposite. The truth is harder to pin down because the ancient statements are often cautious, sometimes based on rumour, and nearly always shaped by what Roman and Greek observers thought they were seeing. One detail did stand out in antiquity. People from the continent travelled to Britain to deepen their training. That fact can be read in more than one way. It does not automatically prove that Druidism was born in Britain. It may simply mean that British schools had a reputation for being more conservative, less influenced by Mediterranean culture, and therefore more authentic in the eyes of students seeking mastery. A more radical theory claims that Druids were not Celtic at all, but the priesthood of older peoples conquered by the Celts. According to this view, the newcomers adopted the conquered religion wholesale, accepted its priestly class, and allowed that class to dominate politics, law, education, and ritual. The problem is that this is not how power usually works in conquest societies. Conquerors sometimes consult local specialists for specific rites tied to local gods. But complete submission across every area of life, with no rival priesthood resisting, is difficult to credit. Everything known about Druids in the historical record points in the opposite direction. They appear not as tolerated remnants, but as central authorities inside Celtic society itself. Descriptions of their public role are striking. Druids are portrayed as judges and arbitrators, as people who settle disputes, decide cases of violence, and impose punishments that are not merely legal but social and religious. A person who defied a druidic verdict could be cut off from communal rights and treated as untouchable. In small-scale societies, exclusion from ritual is not a symbolic penalty. It is a social death. That kind of sanction only works when the community accepts the priesthood as legitimate and powerful. Political influence appears alongside this legal power. Druids are described as figures who can restrain feuds, calm warriors, and sometimes influence the selection of leaders. In some traditions, rulers are expected to defer to the priestly voice, even in public speech. This does not mean Druids ruled alone, but it does suggest a balancing system where religious authority could check the prestige of war leaders and kings. Their authority also came from education. Druids were not only performers of rites, they were transmitters of tradition. Training is portrayed as long and demanding, lasting many years. Knowledge was taught orally and guarded carefully. This secrecy has often been romanticized as proof of advanced philosophy. But secrecy in ritual cultures does not require complex metaphysics. Sacred words are protected because people believe words have force. A formula loses power if spoken carelessly. A chant is thought to work only if learned correctly, repeated exactly, and entrusted to the right person. What did they teach? Ancient observers report that Druids offered a view of the soul that made death less final, and that this belief encouraged courage in battle. They also speak of instruction about the natural world, the sky, the structure of reality, and the power of the gods. Yet the same sources or other equally early voices emphasize a harsher reality: sacrifice, divination through blood, and rites that struck Mediterranean observers as cruel. This contradiction has fueled endless debate. The simplest explanation is that outsiders heard talk of learning and assumed it meant Greek-style philosophy, while the lived reality of Druidic authority was closer to what is found in many traditional societies. A priesthood that blends religion, law, healing, and magic into one institution. That blend is important. The Druid is not easily reduced to a single modern category. In many accounts, the same worldview that supports legal judgments also supports prophecy. The same authority that teaches traditions also claims the power to alter events. Stories attribute to Druids control over weather, fertility, illness, and fate. They cast spells, raise confusion, conceal people from sight, and produce states like trance or magical sleep. Some of these motifs may be literary exaggeration, but the repetition across traditions shows what people expected such specialists to do. Healing sits within the same framework. Herbal knowledge appears repeatedly, but it is rarely presented as medicine in a modern sense. Plants, chants, timing, and ritual purity all matter. The cure is not only a substance, but an action performed correctly. Alongside Druids, other healers are sometimes mentioned, including women, suggesting that parts of this knowledge could exist outside the main priestly hierarchy, or preserve older roles in which women carried medical tradition. Ritual authority extended into life milestones. Naming rites and protective ceremonies appear in Celtic storytelling in ways that resemble baptism, not as Christian borrowing, but as a familiar human practice. Introducing a child to the community with a formal act that marks belonging and offers protection. Such rites can include water, spoken words, and symbolic gestures. They also reveal a fear of spiritual danger around birth, a time when many cultures believe unseen forces are unusually active. Death rituals also draw these figures in. Funerals in early societies tend to be moments of intense social and spiritual risk. Lamentation, offerings, and the marking of graves link the living and dead. Where sacrifice and sacred speech were central, priestly specialists would naturally be involved, whether as officiants, chanters, or guardians of correct procedure. This broad range of duties explains why ancient writers sometimes divided the learned classes into multiple groups. Alongside Druids appear diviners and poets, sometimes treated as separate ranks, sometimes as overlapping roles. In later Irish tradition, educated poets and prophets form a distinct learned class that survives more easily after Christianization, while older pagan priestly functions are pushed out or recast as mere sorcery. That shift matters for how later texts describe Druids. When a society converts, it often rewrites the past. The former priest becomes, in memory, the magician. Clothing and appearance add another layer. Some descriptions emphasize white garments, others speak of bright colours and gold ornaments. This does not have to be a contradiction. Formal ritual dress can vary by context, rank, region, and occasion. Special hairstyles or tonsures are also possible marks of office, not unlike the way many religious systems use hair to signal devotion, separation, or submission to the sacred. There is also the question of women. Later, Roman references mention female seers associated with Druidic language, and Celtic stories preserve women who prophesy, curse, and practice ritual power. In some areas, priestesses attached to specific cults are also visible, especially where a goddess is served by women, or where taboo excludes men from particular rites. In island settings and sacred enclosures, traditions describe female ritual specialists who perform divination and ceremonies that outsiders describe in dramatic terms. Some modern skeptics dismiss these accounts as fantasy, but similar patterns exist widely across cultures. Conservatism preserves older female roles in pockets, even when male priesthoods dominate most public ritual. Understanding the Druids becomes easier once the romantic extremes are stripped away. They were not harmless philosophers living as secluded sages, and they were not merely stage magicians either. They were a public institution, a learned authority woven into law, leadership, education, ritual, and the management of fear. They controlled access to sacred procedures and used social sanctions to enforce decisions. Their power was real because belief made it real, and belief was reinforced by tradition, spectacle, and the practical need for order in societies where legal and religious life were inseparable. That is also why Rome targeted them. Suppression was not simply moral outrage at sacrifice or superstition. It was political strategy. A priesthood that commands loyalty, organizes gatherings, controls judgments and shapes public belief, competes with imperial authority. Roman policy could attack the most offensive practices, restrict participation, and quietly replace Druidic influence with state-sponsored cults, provincial assemblies, and new educational institutions. Over time, this did what direct bans could not. It made the old system unnecessary for people who now had alternative sources of law, learning, and public status. In Britain and Ireland, the story plays out differently, depending on how deep Roman administration reached. In some places, Druids appear as open opponents of conquest. In others, they fade more gradually. Christianity later finishes what empire began, not only by condemning pagan rites, but by offering its own trained specialists, its own sacred texts, and its own form of ritual power. In popular imagination, the contest is often remembered less as debate and more as magic against magic. The new holy men defeating the old sacred experts by stronger spiritual force. By the time the old religion collapses, pieces of it scatter rather than vanish. Some knowledge flows into Christian practice, reshaped into blessing, exorcism, and saintly ritual. Some knowledge falls into the hands of poets, story keepers, and folk healers. Some survives as the reputation of wise women and witches, feared and consulted at the edges of village life. The institutional druid disappears, but the cultural need that once made the druid powerful does not disappear. It simply changes costume. Magic was woven deeply into the fabric of early Celtic life. It was not confined to priests or specialists, though it often gathered in their hands. Ordinary people believed in charms, spoken formulas, protective objects, and rituals that could influence health, weather, fertility, and fate. Yet above them stood figures who claimed a more disciplined command of these forces: the Druids. In many ways, the Druid was less a philosopher in the classical sense and more a ritual expert whose authority rested on mastery of unseen powers. Ancient stories portray them shaping storms, raising mists, darkening the sky, or calling down fire. In myth, entire plains are flooded by their will, armies are hidden in magical fog, and enemies are struck with terror by phantom sounds echoing through the air. These tales are not isolated inventions. They reflect a worldview in which the natural elements were alive with force, and certain individuals knew how to bend that force to their purposes. Magic was not attributed to Druids alone. The gods themselves were described as masters of transformation and illusion. In Irish myth, the Tuatha de Danann are remembered as beings of enchantment, who arrived hidden in mist and wielded extraordinary arts. Kings too were sometimes described as possessing wizard-like powers, perhaps echoing an older idea of the sacred ruler, whose authority included ritual and supernatural dimensions. Women also occupied a powerful place in this landscape of magic. In earlier forms of tribal religion, many cults appear to have been guided by women, and these traditions likely involved ritual knowledge and spellcraft. Even after Druids came to dominate public religious life, women continued to practice magic in parallel and often in secrecy. Stories speak of female figures casting spells, raising winds, changing forms, or binding men with enchantment. Christian missionaries later spoke of spells of women alongside those of Druids, revealing that female magic was feared as a living force. After the formal Druidic institution faded, the same powers did not disappear. Instead, they were reassigned. In remote regions, the ability to summon storms, heal illness with whispered words, shift shape, or turn invisible was attributed to witches. In other cases, saints and clerics inherited the same reputation. What had once been Druidic became saintly. What had once been pagan ritual became miracle. Every clan or kingdom was believed to have its ritual specialists. In times of war, these figures did not merely pray, they intervened. They cast protective circles around armies, uttered spells to paralyze enemies, or conjured illusions to confuse opposing forces. Legends describe Druids drying up rivers, then restoring them with a single gesture. Others boast of hurling mountains or turning trees and stones into phantom warriors to terrify invaders. Mist plays a recurring role in these stories. Armies vanish into enchanted fog. Heroes are hidden from sight. Entire invasions are said to arrive cloaked in cloud. This motif persisted in later folklore, where witches were believed to travel on winds or disappear within drifting vapours. Control over weather remained one of the most persistent claims of magical authority. In rural areas of France, Scotland, Ireland, and Brittany, long after paganism had vanished, communities processed to sacred springs during drought. Priests dipped feet into wells or sprinkled water over stones, reenacting rituals that likely once belonged to older priesthoods. Sometimes a virgin girl cleaned a holy well to restore rain. Sometimes images were washed, rocks were beaten, or water was thrown skyward in imitation of rainfall. These rites blend sympathetic magic with formal religion, showing how ancient practices survived beneath new names. Invisibility was another power frequently described. Through a special chant, a person could pass unseen or appear transformed. In some legends, Saints sang hymns that caused enemies to see them as animals. Shape-shifting itself is everywhere in Celtic storytelling. Druids and magical women take on different forms. Humans are transformed into swans, deer, or hounds. Such tales may preserve echoes of older beliefs in animal ancestry or taboos against eating certain creatures. When a transformation story explains why a swan must never be harmed, it is not only fantasy, it is myth used to justify custom. Some traditions even hint at techniques resembling trance or hypnosis. Characters fall into deep magical sleep. Illusions are cast over entire armies. A person's memory can be erased through a potion of forgetting. Others are rendered motionless by a spell or compelled to speak truth while under enchanted slumber. Whether through herbs, suggestion, or ritual performance, such narratives reveal a belief that consciousness itself could be manipulated. Spoken words were central. The spell lay not in an object alone, but in the precise utterance. Certain postures were adopted to focus power. The spoken name of a god, or later of a saint, carried force in itself. Charms were guarded within families and passed down quietly through generations. In Brittany and the Highlands, healing formulas survived into modern times, substituting saints' names for ancient deities, but preserving older structures of invocation. Diseases were addressed as beings. Fertility was encouraged through rhyme. Even death could be caused by satire, the belief being that a powerful curse could mark the face with blotches or strike down the victim entirely. Music, too, held magical weight. Harps and branches from the other world were said to induce laughter, tears, or irresistible sleep. Fairy dances lulled mortals into trances from which they awoke to find years had passed. In ritual settings, rhythm and chant could alter emotion, leading to ecstasy or exhaustion. The boundary between art and enchantment was thin. Amulets formed another layer of protection. Small wheels, likely solar symbols, were worn as charms or cast into rivers as offerings. Fossil objects and glass beads were believed to be formed by serpents and treasured for their supposed power to win favour in disputes or gain access to rulers. Coral was prized for protective virtue. Tiny figures of animals or phallic shapes worn around the neck shielded against harm or envy. Stones used at royal inaugurations were thought to cry out under the rightful king. Pierced stones and ancient monuments became centres of healing rites. Passing a sick child through a tree split in the trunk symbolised rebirth. Sliding down sacred rocks promised fertility. Such practices belong to a universal human pattern of sympathetic magic, yet they flourished vividly in Celtic lands. When Christianity spread, it did not erase these expectations. Instead, it absorbed them. Saints were credited with dispelling storms raised by Druids, countering fire with prayer or healing through blessed stones. Stories of holy men walking unharmed through fire, calming seas, or cursing wrongdoers mirror older Druidic legends. The victory of the cross was remembered not only as theological triumph, but as magical superiority. Over time, relics replaced amulets, holy wells replaced sacred springs, and clerics replaced druids. Later still, when faith shifted again, Protestant ministers inherited similar reputations. They were said to glow with light, enter trances, pronounce curses, or prophesy events. The underlying pattern endured. The sacred specialist, whether druid, saint, witch, or minister, remained the mediator between visible and invisible worlds. Few questions have ever gripped human imagination like the fate that follows death. Across cultures and centuries, people have wondered whether the boundary of life is a wall or a doorway. Most societies have assumed that something continues. but they have not pictured that continuation in the same way. Some imagined shadowy spirits drifting in dim realms. Others imagined rebirth, or a distant paradise, or a return to the earth. Among the ancient peoples of Europe, the Celtic-speaking world stands out for the intensity of its confidence that death did not end the person. Not only did life continue, it continued vividly, almost stubbornly, as though existence simply shifted location. What makes this tradition distinctive is how physical it can feel. The next life is not described as a thin, ghost-like survival. Instead, it often appears as a continuation of embodied life in another place. The person remains the person, not a fading outline. The idea is not simply that a soul drifts on, but that identity persists with presence, movement, appetite, and recognition. That belief seems to have been strengthened by religious specialists who taught it openly and used it for social effect. Courage in battle becomes easier to demand when death is framed as a passage rather than a collapse into nothing. Yet this confident vision was not the only current flowing through Celtic belief. Beneath it lay something older, something that belongs to deep human antiquity. The sense that the dead remain close, still connected to their burial place. These two ideas can coexist even when they appear to conflict. A person can be imagined as living in a distant realm and still be treated as present at the grave. Human religion is full of such layering. New explanations do not always erase old instincts. Instead, older patterns survive inside the newer story, shaping rituals, fears, and habits. When ancient observers tried to describe Celtic views of survival after death, they sometimes reached for familiar comparisons from their own intellectual world. They spoke as though Celtic teaching matched famous Mediterranean ideas of souls moving from body to body. But that comparison can mislead. In the classical version of rebirth, the soul is often imagined returning repeatedly to this world, sometimes as a form of punishment or moral consequence, and sometimes entering even animal bodies. Celtic tradition, as it is most strongly reflected in story and practice, points in another direction. The emphasis is less on a cycle of earthly reincarnations and more on persistence beyond death in a place that is not this everyday world. The new body language can be read not as a sequence of punishments on earth, but as the idea that life continues with a complete form elsewhere. The dead do not dissolve into a mist. They remain whole. This becomes clearer when attention shifts from learned descriptions to narrative tradition. In the early stories, when the dead appear, they do not arrive as pale spectres. They arrive as people. They are described with vivid physical detail: hair, eyes, colour in the face, clothing, weapons, and the full presence of a living figure. They can ride, speak, fight, and command attention. Even their horses and chariots can seem solid. The otherworldly does not mean bodiless. It often means hidden, or brighter, or different in rules, but not less real. That same solidity clings to the beings of the otherworld, divine figures, fairy-like hosts, inhabitants of hidden realms. They feast, they make love, they quarrel, they bargain, they wage war. Their bodies can vanish from sight, and they can move in ways mortals cannot. But they are not imagined as drifting shadows. The boundary between gods, the otherworldly folk, and the honoured dead sometimes feels thinner than later religions would prefer. All inhabit a universe where embodied presence is not limited to this one landscape. Burial custom supports this outlook. Across Celtic regions, graves were not treated as empty containers for a discarded shell. They were equipped. Weapons, armour, ornaments, utensils, coins, even vehicles and chariots appear in the archaeological record. The message is consistent. The dead require tools, status, and the means to live as they lived before. Some graves suggest sacrifices made at the time of burial, sometimes grimly so. Multiple bodies appear together, or secondary skeletons appear above a richly furnished burial, lacking goods and showing signs of violence. Whatever exact interpretation fits each case, a wider assumption shines through. The dead continue and the living act as though the dead still have needs. Story and tradition echo the same theme. Warriors are sometimes buried armed and positioned as if still guarding the frontier. The dead are not helpless. They can be imagined as an enduring threat to enemies, a permanent presence facing outward from the mound. Such ideas blur into older beliefs that treat the grave itself as a kind of dwelling. In that older layer, the dead live on inside the mound or beneath it. The tomb is not merely a marker, it is a place where the person continues to exist. Folk tradition preserves this older layer with startling bluntness. In many tales from Celtic-speaking regions, the dead rise from the grave not as airy ghosts, but as walking bodies. They may work, eat, visit households, take revenge, or demand that the living correct wrongs. Some stories even push the idea to extremes, treating the dead as physically capable in ways that are meant to shock or warn. These tales are often recorded late, but their structure is ancient because they reflect the simplest form of belief. The corpse is still alive in some sense, and the grave is not an end. Such beliefs leave traces in custom. In some areas, burial practices are shaped as if the dead might need freedom of movement. Shrouds are loosened, bindings are cut, or symbolic restraints are removed at the graveside. Later explanations often claim this is to help the spirit travel easily, but the older logic seems more material. The dead must not be trapped. The idea of movement persists even when the official theology changes. New religions reinterpret the practice, but the gesture remains. If the dead continue, where do they go? That question produced multiple answers. One answer points downward. Many peoples developed the image of a great subterranean realm, an extension of countless individual graves into one vast hidden country. Once that idea exists, it becomes easy for a fertility god of the earth, a power linked to roots and growth, to be imagined as ruler of the dead as well. The dead return to the source beneath the soil, not to be punished, but to live in abundance. A thriving underworld is not contradictory in this kind of myth. Beneath the surface, seeds germinate, roots drink, life is fed from darkness. A realm below can be imagined not as misery, but as fullness. Another answer points sideways rather than down. The dead exist in another region, a neighbouring space that overlaps this world but cannot normally be entered. This other region does not have to be on another planet or in a distant sky. It can be close and inaccessible, like a hidden valley, a hollow hill, a lake beneath a lake, or a country reached by crossing water at the right time. In such a vision, death becomes a crossing. The world is still this world, but a boundary divides it into visible and invisible territories. There is also the seductive image of distant islands, places of everlasting youth, feasting, music, and peace. Yet in Celtic storytelling, these islands are often not presented as the destination of ordinary death. They belong to gods and deathless beings. Mortals may be invited there, but usually as exceptions, often while still alive, carried away by favour or enchantment. This is important because it separates two ideas that later readers sometimes confuse: the blissful otherworld of divine beings, and the realm where the general population of the dead is believed to go. In many traditions, those two realms overlap. In Celtic material, they frequently remain distinct, even if later imagination sometimes blends them. Legends about sleeping heroes also belong in this web of belief. A great king does not truly die. He withdraws, he rests beneath a hill, inside a mountain, or in a hidden chamber with his warriors, waiting for the hour of return. This is not always framed as afterlife at all. It is framed as delay. The hero is absent but not gone. Such stories satisfy a communal hope. In the worst moment, the protector will rise again. Beneath that hope lies an older impulse. The dead remain alive and can still affect the living. The mound is not only a grave, it is a threshold. How did this afterlife look? Again and again, the picture resembles a heightened version of earthly life. Work continues, but without scarcity. Feasts continue, but without hunger. Tools are still useful. Beauty is brighter. Clothing is fine. Old affections persist, and so do old obligations. Debts can trouble the dead. Promises can follow a person beyond the grave. The living may give away food or clothing after a death with the belief that such gifts reach the departed. The dead are imagined as still social, still concerned with honour, still responsive to generosity and neglect. What is largely missing from the older material is a clear, consistent doctrine of moral judgment after death. There are hints, later and uneven, of suffering, cold, or punishment, but it is difficult to separate what belongs to older native belief from what later religions added. The early emphasis is not on ethical sorting into reward and torment. It is on continuity. Everyone goes on. Everyone remains real. The great difference is not moral status, but the quality of existence. The other life is often described as richer, freer, and more joyful than the one left behind. This helps explain another trait that ancient writers noticed with fascination: fearlessness in the face of death. When death is treated as a midpoint rather than an ending, risk changes meaning. Bravery becomes easier to demand, and self-destruction can even be romanticized or ritualized in ways that outsiders find shocking. The ideology of immortality can serve social order, warfare, and prestige. It can also comfort grief. A person is not lost. A person has changed residence. Over the centuries, official beliefs shifted. New religions came with new maps of heaven and hell. Yet older assumptions did not vanish. They survived in story patterns, in burial customs, in seasonal beliefs about the return of the dead, and in the stubborn refusal to imagine the departed as mere shadows. Even when the language changed, the underlying image remained. The dead are not thin. The dead are not distant abstractions. The dead are still persons, still present, still capable of stepping back across the boundary when the world grows quiet and the night feels thin. Some Irish stories hint at rebirth, but they do so in a very selective way. The pattern is striking. It is gods, semi-divine figures, and famous heroes who return in new forms, not ordinary people living everyday lives. That difference matters, because later copyists, writing under Christian influence, often seemed uneasy with the idea. In one manuscript, a hero's origin looks supernatural. In another, it is normalized into a more conventional birth. The result is a tradition that preserves the older imagination, but not always in a stable or consistent form. One of the clearest examples is the tale connected with Etain. Her story moves through extreme transformations before it returns to human life. At one point, she exists in a tiny, fragile form, ends up in a drink and is swallowed. Time passes, and she is born again as a child, growing into a woman whose life becomes tangled between a mortal king and a supernatural lover who recognizes her. Yet the reborn Etain does not carry an open memory of what she once was. The past is present in the plot, but erased from the character's awareness, as though rebirth is a return of the being, not necessarily a return of the biography. A similar logic appears in versions of the birth story linked to the great Ulster hero who is later known as Chulainn. The tradition does not offer one clean account, but several competing shapes. In one, a woman is associated with birds and a mysterious house where a child is born under strange circumstances. In another, the same figure is raised, dies, and then returns through a more symbolic act. Something small is swallowed during drinking, and the Divine Father appears afterward to explain that a new birth is coming. The storytelling creates a double relationship. The god is father, but also in some sense becomes the child. It is not a philosophical system spelled out in abstract language. It is myth thinking in images, where a divine power can both remain itself and also re-enter the world through a human birth. Other tales push the idea even further by turning rebirth into a chain of animal lives. In one famous narrative, two rival herdsmen tied to the supernatural world fight through a sequence of transformations, shifting from creature to creature until they become small, crawling forms that are swallowed by cattle. The cattle then give birth to two great bulls, whose conflict becomes the spark for a major heroic saga. Here, rebirth does not serve personal salvation or moral justice. It serves mythic causation. It explains why certain animals feel larger than nature, as if they carry an older identity within them. There are also stories that sit on the borderline between magic conception and rebirth. A woman drinks from water that contains something living, often described as a worm or tiny creature. After that, she becomes pregnant, and the child is born with a sign that links him to the strange origin. These stories do not always say outright that a god was reborn. Sometimes they leave it as rumour, or wrap it in an explanation that sounds like a folktale motif. Yet the structure invites a deeper reading. A river spirit, a well spirit, or a hidden power associated with water may be entering human life through a swallowed form. In older mythologies across the world, water is not only a setting. It is a doorway where the boundary between worlds becomes thin. A hero's identity can also drift across time in more political or legendary ways. One story presents a later king as someone who carries the identity of a much older champion, and another links that same king to a sea god who intervenes in battle and claims him as a child. The tradition does not care that these versions collide. Myth does not behave like a modern family tree. It layers meanings. A king can be a historical person, a divine child, and a legendary rebirth depending on which story is being told and what that story wants to prove. Something else appears in these narratives as well. The belief that supernatural beings can father children with humans, leaving part of themselves behind in the child. That idea is not unique to Ireland, but Irish material preserves it vividly. A mortal meets a radiant woman from the other world and is taken away. A hero is offered love by a powerful goddess. A young man is called toward a land of promise by an unseen voice. In such scenes, the boundary between divine and human is not absolute. It is negotiated through desire, bargaining, and danger. Later, Christian writers often turn these beings into darker figures, not the great gods of old, but shaggy or restless spirits, who tempt and trouble women at night. That shift shows how a religion can keep the shape of older belief while changing its moral meaning. Alongside rebirth, the tradition is saturated with another theme: transformation. Druids, poets, and supernatural figures claim the ability to change form, or at least to speak as if they have lived through many forms. Some of this is pure poetic style: bold metaphor, fierce self-description, dramatic bragging meant to dominate an audience. Yet it also reflects a world where shape is not a prison. A person can become a beast, a bird, a fish, a gust of wind, a wave, or a weapon in the imagination. And the imagination is not treated as harmless fantasy. It is treated as a kind of power. Some texts present the claim as "I am," followed by a list of forces of nature and animals, like a chant spoken by someone who wants authority over land and sea. Other texts prefer "I have been," as if the speaker is remembering a long chain of existences. The boasting can be read as performance, but performance usually grows from belief. The point is not pantheism or philosophy. The point is the old magician's claim: reality is flexible, and the right knowledge can cross its borders. A later Irish example reveals how these ideas could be rearranged to serve new purposes. A story describes a man who survives from the earliest invasions of Ireland to the age of saints by repeatedly waking in a new animal form: stag, boar, hawk, salmon. Finally, he is eaten and is born again as a human, remembering every stage. This was likely shaped by Christian writers as a clever framework for preserving a long timeline. Yet it almost certainly borrows older building blocks: the belief in long-lived beings, the transformation chain, and the final return to human birth through swallowing and rebirth. This is where the myths begin to tangle. Is the core idea transformation, meaning a temporary change of shape? Is it transmigration, meaning a soul moving into a different body? Or is it rebirth, meaning a fresh birth that carries an older identity? The stories often merge these possibilities instead of choosing. A tiny creature swallowed in drink can be read as a transformed god, or as a soul in animal form, or as a symbolic seed of life. Folklore rarely polices definitions. It uses images that feel convincing to the culture that tells them. Later, folk belief across Celtic regions offers clues to why these images work. In some places, the souls of the dead are imagined as birds. Elsewhere, they appear as butterflies, moths, or small flying creatures. Some traditions say that the wicked or the restless take animal forms, and certain animals become taboo because they are thought to carry human souls. In that atmosphere, it is easy to see how an outsider could conclude that rebirth was a general doctrine. Yet the stories themselves suggest something narrower and more mythic. These transformations and returns are mainly for exceptional beings, and they function as narrative tools rather than as a universal rule for all humans. There is another idea beneath the surface that helps explain the recurring imagery of insects, worms, and tiny creatures. In many societies, the soul is imagined as a small living thing that can leave the body in sleep, illness, or trance. If a culture already imagines the soul as something small, mobile, and animal-like, then it becomes easier to imagine it entering another body, being swallowed, or returning through birth. A belief about the shape of the soul can easily be mistaken for a doctrine of full reincarnation, even if the community never built a consistent theology around it. What emerges then is not a single Celtic system of rebirth taught to everyone, but a cluster of older ideas that feed the mythology. Shape-shifting, strange conceptions, divine fatherhood, heroic returns, animal life chains, and memory that sometimes survives and sometimes vanishes. These motifs may have coloured what classical observers reported, especially if those observers were searching for familiar categories and found only partial echoes. Across the Celtic world, especially in Irish and Welsh tradition, there survived a powerful vision of a radiant otherworld, a place later compared to Elysium. Although direct evidence from the continental Celts is scarce, the strong similarities between their beliefs and those of the Celtic peoples of Ireland and Britain make it likely that they too imagined such a realm. This otherworld appears in several distinct but overlapping forms. Sometimes it lies beneath the hills, hidden within the mysterious mounds. Sometimes it stretches far to the west across the sea, a distant island beyond the horizon. In other tales, it exists beneath the waters, and in yet others it surrounds the human world invisibly, concealed within mist. The Irish gave many names to this realm. It was called the Great Plain, the Pleasant Plain, the Land of the Living, the Land of Youth, or the Land of Promise. Certain islands were identified with it, including land said to lie under waves or far beyond Ireland's western shores. Some traditions even linked it with the Isle of Man, suggesting that early Celtic settlers may once have regarded real places as entrances to a supernatural paradise. Over time, stories carried heroes back and forth between Ireland and these enchanted regions, blending geography with myth. A brief survey of the main types of these stories reveals how richly imagined this realm was. One version places it inside the sacred mounds. In such tales, a hero or heroine is invited into a hidden world filled with music, warmth, endless feasting, and unending youth. Love there is free from blame, and sorrow has no place. Yet this underground paradise is not unreachable. A king or druid may discover its entrance. Mortals may enter and even conquer it, though its splendour surpasses anything known on earth. Another form describes a Western Island paradise. In one famous voyage, a hero hears unearthly music and is given a silver branch heavy with blossoms. A mysterious woman appears and sings of a land across the sea where pain and death are unknown. He sails westward and encounters a divine figure who explains that what appears to be ocean is in truth a flowering plain invisible to mortal sight. The voyagers reach islands of joy and finally a land ruled by beautiful women. Time passes there like a dream. Food and drink satisfy every desire. Yet longing for home returns. When they attempt to step once more onto Irish soil, disaster follows. One man turns to ashes the moment he touches the ground. The hero himself speaks of his wanderings and then vanishes forever. Other tales follow a similar pattern. A goddess may offer a hero an apple that never diminishes, sustaining him without loss. She invites him to dwell among the ever-living ones in a realm free from decay. Sometimes a mortal remains there for centuries without aging. Upon returning home, he discovers that generations have passed. Breaking a single taboo, placing foot upon the earth, causes age to fall upon him instantly. In some narratives, the otherworld lies beneath lakes or seas. Warriors dive into a lake and emerge in a radiant country where rain falls as ale and music fills the air. There, they fight alongside supernatural allies against rival divine hosts. After a year, they grow homesick. They are warned not to dismount when they return to Ireland. Yet even after seeing their own people again, they ride back into the waters and are never seen again. Another vision presents the otherworld as overlapping the human realm. A mist rises, and within it stands a magnificent hall. A divine host receives a mortal guest. Magical animals are slaughtered and restored to life. Cups shatter at lies and mend at truth. Enchanted branches produce music that drives away sorrow. By morning, the hall has vanished, and the mortal finds himself back in his own dwelling, uncertain whether he has crossed into another world or whether that world had briefly crossed into his. Welsh tradition preserves related images. The otherworld, known by a name later associated with the abyss, is in fact a beautiful land ruled by a king engaged in warfare against a rival. It is a place of feasting and splendour, not a gloomy underworld. In later legends, it is imagined both beneath the sea and across it. It contains cauldrons of inexhaustible nourishment and wells sweeter than wine. In Arthurian tradition, a blessed island where eternal spring reigns becomes the final resting place of the wounded king. There, he is healed by a radiant queen attended by otherworldly maidens. Over time, real places such as Glastonbury became linked with this enchanted isle, their ancient names suggesting orchards, glass-like waters, and shining landscapes. The roots of this belief likely reach back to universal human ideas of a lost golden age, a place where mortals once lived in harmony with divine beings. Among the Celts, this idea seems to have taken two paths. One may have been a joyful realm of the dead beneath the earth. The other was a distant paradise not reserved for the dead, but accessible to favoured heroes during life. In surviving tales, the second vision dominates. The other world is not the abode of departed ancestors. It is a realm of gods and supernatural beings, who invite chosen mortals to dwell among them. Some have argued that these lands were simply the Celtic version of the afterlife. Yet the stories consistently describe them as places entered by living heroes, not by the souls of the deceased. The inhabitants are not dead relatives, but divine hosts. Mortals are invited, tempted, or enchanted into crossing over, not summoned after death. A defining feature of this realm is immortality. Its people never age or sicken. Yet this deathlessness often depends upon food or drink. Magical swine return to life after being eaten. Ale confers vitality. Apples never diminish and grant youth to those who partake of them. Crimson nuts fall into sacred wells and bestow wisdom upon those who taste them. Rowan berries restore strength and lengthen life. Across many cultures, food sustains life. It is therefore natural that imagination transformed this truth into the belief that a divine food could sustain life forever. Eating the fare of the other world binds the mortal to it. To accept such nourishment is to become kin with its people. Once the bond is formed, return to the human world becomes perilous or impossible. The trees of this realm are wondrous. Their branches gleam like silver. Their fruit produces music. Birds in their boughs sing melodies that bring healing sleep. Sometimes a branch from such a tree serves as a talisman, guiding the hero across the threshold between worlds. The symbolism of sacred trees and sacred groves likely shaped these images, for what is revered on earth is often imagined in perfected form among the gods. The inhabitants of this realm are unseen at will. A goddess may be visible only to the hero she has chosen. A divine figure may stand among mortals unnoticed by all but one. Shape-shifting is common. Women become birds. Warriors pass invisibly through mist. Among the most striking symbols of this other world is the magical cauldron. It never empties. It restores life, it grants inspiration, it satisfies every guest. Such vessels likely echo ancient rituals of fertility and sacrifice. In later legend, heroes steal these cauldrons from supernatural lands, bringing fragments of divine abundance into the mortal sphere. Over time, this motif influenced medieval romance, where a sacred vessel bestows nourishment and healing upon the worthy. Stories also tell of cattle and other animals taken from supernatural lands. These tales may preserve memories of a time when domestication itself was viewed as a divine gift. The idea that culture, livestock, and knowledge originated among the gods and were seized by heroes reflects a deep belief that civilization descends from sacred sources. Love plays a central role in these narratives. Divine women lure mortal men to enchanted islands where love is described as free from wrongdoing. Islands of women appear again and again in Celtic storytelling, perhaps echoing ritual traditions or ancient seclusions. Whether born of memory or imagination, these islands heighten the sensual and emotional appeal of the otherworld. Music also fills this realm. Harps, birds, and even stones produce melodies of surpassing sweetness. No harsh sound intrudes. The land is described in glowing detail. Green plains, blue hills, silver rain, white cliffs shining in sunlight. Such passages reflect a people deeply sensitive to landscape and atmosphere. The beauty of the Celtic lands, mist, sea, and sunset, flows directly into the vision of paradise. The rulers of this realm vary. Sometimes a sea god presides over the western island. Sometimes a lord of the mounds governs his hidden domain. The setting sun may have suggested a distant divine resting place beyond the ocean horizon. From cliffs facing the west, it is easy to imagine another world lying beyond the shimmering line where sea meets sky. Over centuries, this divine land gradually transformed into fairyland in popular belief. The gods became fairies dwelling in hills and mounds. The enchanted realm remained beautiful and timeless, but its inhabitants shrank in stature and stature alike. Later, Christian voyages reimagined these western islands as heaven, purgatory, or hell. Yet even as Christian theology reshaped the imagery, traces of the older vision endured. The land of promise became identified with the heavenly kingdom, and paradise itself absorbed something of the Celtic dream. Despite its sensuous delights, food, music, love, the Celtic otherworld also carries a spiritual longing. It promises freedom from grief and strife. It offers peace without decay. Mortals who glimpse it often prefer it to kingship or glory. Its appeal lies not only in pleasure, but in harmony, beauty, and rest.